There's me. Hello. Where are you?
What? Who am I? Or where
No,
am I?
where are you?
I'm here.
I'm not seeing you. Why can't I see him?
Oh, there he is, there.
Yeah, I can see him on yours. It's blank screen on mine. What the hell's that all about?
You've got three things here. You've got yourself, you've got iPad,
Yeah.
and you've got me.
Let's remove iPad.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, remove iPad. Remove iPad. There we go. Right, so where... I don't understand why I don't see you. That's very bizarre. Okay.
Well, what are you... Who's running the show? Where's the show streaming from?
The Mac Mini.
So you're looking at the Mac Mini,
Mm-hmm. I very much so am.
and you look at the StreamYard page.
Yeah.
Then
And it says Rob, but it's a blank screen.
well, on YouTube, what's going on? What's going on YouTube? Yeah, we're showing up on YouTube.
That's so bizarre.
Very strange. What have you done? You've broken something again.
I know, I've done something wrong, haven't I? Good grief.
Just reading my latest issue of Signed Unsigned.
Yeah.
Available at all good magazine stores and some rubbish ones as well.
Oh, good grief.
Nothing from me in this week.
Oh, okay. Right, right, this is running.
It is. Yeah.
This is running. There are people staring at me, faffing about like a
On
fart in a
YouTube.
thunderstorm.
On YouTube, Rob is picture in picture. No, I'm not. Hit the group option, the third scene along. There you go.
Yeah, it's still blank here.
So
That is so weird, man.
very strange.
I don't know what's going on.
It's working.
I don't
It's
get it.
definitely working.
I don't get it, darling. I really don't.
Look.
What you got? Well, I can't see
Oh,
it.
you cut. Oh, come on! What's going on here?
I don't know. You're not there. I
Are
can
you
hear
sure
you.
Are you sure you're looking on the right screen, and you're not looking on something else?
I've got
Because
chat, broadcast.
what do you see? So I've got a grey square, have I?
No, you're just black. A black square with Rob in the corner.
What
That's
about
a
now?
picture of you,
What about now?
black. No vid at all. And yet, you show up on Fruit Bats.
Hello, Fiona. Are you watching me, Fiona?
Put your headphones on, woman.
Oh, look at that! All that sexy talk.
Yeah.
How to get into
was
the
talk-
chat.
He was talking all sexily to you.
All that sexy talk, and she didn't hear it.
Oh, I missed it.
Awful. Awful
hello
stuff.
again, Fiona.
Good day, darling.
You haven't got your mic on.
Hebden
Hebden
Bridge.
Bridge. Yeah.
Hebden Bridge.
It's a thing. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on here, darling.
Very,
But-
very odd.
But everybody
Is
else is seeing you. So
I know, that's weird. Well, let's see if somebody else joins and see if you can see them, and then that's very odd because
Yeah.
let me just check myself. Camera is definitely that camera.
well, you're showing up. You showed up on her one.
Let me.
This is weird, baby.
How about that? How about now?
No,
No, you know.
well, you're an optician now. And how
Audio.
about now?
Yes.
And
now?
now?
And with this one,
How about now?
and with that.
And now?
That reminds me, I need to go to my optician.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, if you need to go, that means you won't be able to see your way there. Right, I'm going to call up. Now,
this is. I can't
I
show
see
you stuff.
you.
I've got my
I
knob
s-
out, you see, and everything.
What?
you're on the iPad now.
That woke her up. Yeah, I'm on the iPad. So, but what are you watching on the iPad? Are you watching YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying
which would be 30 seconds behind.
Yeah. And an iPad. Now it's playing downstairs.
Oh, this is
Oh my God.
something spooky going on here.
Technology.
It's coming out your hi-fi.
You
I'm
were
coming
back
out your
some-
hi-fi.
No, it says here, only the host can see you.
No.
The host may add you to the
No.
broadcast at any time.
So, well, okay, so I'll tell you what's going on there.
Is this thing hijacked it?
What you're trying to do there is come in as a guest on your iPad.
Right, I've
You've
just
got
killed that.
You killed that, okay.
Yeah, that's gone. Bloody thing. Right, but you're still blank on here,
I'm
weirdly.
still blank on there.
Yeah. Now there's now 20 people watching me fuck up live.
But it's like we've got 8.5 hours. Yeah, we'll get it right
Yeah, but eventually, yeah.
eventually. Yeah.
We need-
Any ideas? I can't even get into the YouTube. What's the address for YouTube?
It's in the email I sent you.
You sent me an email.
Yeah, with the show notes. Show notes. Sorry. Show notes. Yeah.
Let me come out and come back in again.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Oh.
You haven't sent
Let me just make sure I've got the link.
No, I've sent me an email to you.
you an email to me.
Yeah, that's it there.
No, that's Steam. I want the YouTube one.
Oh,
I've got it here.
oh, that's
right,
on
okay.
Facebook.
Yeah, let me just. Right, I'm going and coming straight back.
Okay, he's going. Right, okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody who's sitting here watching me act.
But about
Yeah, just sort of going, what's going on? Technology, I can't deal with it. This is ridiculous. So, anybody else want to hop in? I remember the thingy being short like that. There we go. Pop that in there. There we go. It's gone in. Right, here comes Robbo. Let's go. And it's blank.
What are you doing?
I haven't done anything. I just had like I do every other week.
he's in Egypt.
Hey, he's in Egypt.
Jesus, the guy there now. You'd be keeping your comments to yourself there. Sorry.
Go over Jesus.
So I don't know what's going on. We need.
What?
We need. Oh, hang on. Look.
Yeah,
That's no good.
but has she got a camera turned on?
No.
Well, there you go.
No, she wouldn't have it.
That's weird.
I don't get it. What is going on? Nothing.
It's not like. Yeah, it's just. It's definitely nothing. So, stop, Mike. I don't want to do that. My mic, camera's working.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thing is, it's working because.
Yeah, but it shows up on everything else except this.
Sasquatch says, "Can't you remote into Kent's Mac and fix it for him?" Yeah, but you
Yeah.
see, Sasquatch, that would create this kind of like loop, and we'd just get stuck in this massive feedback loop, and then the world
Yeah.
will end.
Well, we will
And
come
everyone-
out of it, and 500 years has gone by.
Do you really need to see Robbie?
Yes.
I can see him.
Yeah, but that means there's something wrong here. It's something seriously wrong.
Everyone
What
else
browser
can
are you
see
using, by the
Robbie.
way?
Do you really need
A square one. What one is this?
see to
Chrome?
start again?
Yeah.
Fire.
Can we do that? Is it all right to start again? This
Well-
might not be Chrome. And everything's set up in Chrome, isn't it? Right, should we try this again, guys?
I'm just thinking the best way to do that. Yeah.
Now what have you done?
Open up Chrome now before you shut everything down, and navigate to the studio within Chrome. By the way, Asio Head, yes, it did pass. Thank you. Blimey, is it that long ago? Jeez.
What's that?
My MOT.
Oh, yes. Well,
just a few minor advisories.
Right, here we go. It's SteamYard.
Right. So you should be able to see the studio listed. See that there?
Yeah.
Right. Now, if you leave the studio in, what's it, Safari or whatever else it's got open, and then come back in that way, I should stay here because the stream is still going.
Right.
I think.
Okay.
Give it a try. Worst case scenario, you just start the stream again. And
this is when we find out if it were right. Where's the other one? Oh, it's running in bloody thingy, isn't it? It's running in Fox.
You've had trouble with that before. He's gone. Quick, guys. What should we say? Oh, blimey. It kind of leaves me on my own. This is a bit weird, isn't it? It's not my show. I can't really say. Oh. This is professionalism with a small p. Says the woman who types all caps. Asio Head, it should have really. Yes, it's very true. It's only coming. I think it's just 4.5, 5 years old. Thinking of changing it, go and test drive something new on Saturday. So yeah, there you go. Hello, Andrew Brooks. Did I see? Yes, of course I saw the Oberheim vid. It's brilliant. Last I can talk about it. I've been known about that for ages. It's really, really good. Lots of cool things coming from that neck of the woods. That's all I'm saying. Nothing else. Bro Synth Network. So what did I pick up last week? Yeah, well, I'll wait till Kent comes back. I was going to wait until the show next tomorrow next. But I'll because it means I'm going to have to pick it up. It's rather heavy. What am I doing? Isn't this fun? Did I pick up chlamydia? Yes. Thankfully, touch wood, never had that. I noticed the new Roland CEO is from Watford and did his A-levels at Cassette College. Well, do you know what? I've got a real beef with Roland. Who hasn't? More on that on tomorrow night's show. Now is my chance to go, what a wanker. No. Ben's not here. Kent's lovely. Oh, dear. Trying to keep up with all the chat. Can I add Kent? No, because I'm not the show host, Fiona. I can't.
You have to do it.
Oh, there you go. DX1 Killer is in the house.
Made it.
And can you see me?
I can see you.
Good. I've kept your seat warm.
Finally, we can start this bullshit.
It might be a bit smelly, but I kept it warm.
Oh, sit out. How you been anyway?
Yeah, very well, thanks. You still got your name up from the other day.
Yeah, it's still true.
Still true, yes. Talking of which, I just had another message from our friend who says, and these are his words, the diagram seems to imply a short between GY and BR on C26 for 100 volt input, or open circuit for 200 volts. Basically need to confirm since the switch is still in the synth to leave open or short.
So it was
Pass. I don't know.
Robbie, did you say something just then?
Did I?
Yeah.
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 Oh. What was it?
She was talking about the DX1, the 1.2 volt.
Oh, right. Okay.
Diagram seems to... Let me...
How are you, sir?
Hello, Andy. Mute. You're
Take
mute.
a drink. Take a drink.
Everybody take a drink. Uh-oh.
Someone say widdy.
What is this? Everything's broken day.
I'm better.
Hey.
Oh, I turned the wrong bloody slider up on my mixer. Oh, that's clever.
Well, I was in the wrong show, so...
Good evening, Kent. Good evening, Robbie.
Good evening.
Hello.
You had a good week?
Good evening, chatties. Yeah, actually, it's been weird, quite eventful. There's been all sorts of things going on, including this morning doing speed awareness course, which I think is really funny, given the fact that I drive a Kia Picanto with a 0 to 60 speed of 14 seconds.
You got caught speeding in the Kia Picanto.
Don't go there, Robbie. I mean, I had this all out with them on the. I said, "What can you do to ensure that you don't speed?" And I said, "Well, I already done that. I went down from a 2-litre diesel to a 1-litre Kia Picanto, or 1.2 litre, whatever it is." I said, "I've done all that." I said, "And I've still got caught by some git jumping out from behind a bush, waggling his thing about."
They always jump out, don't they? Absolute wankers.
And then you got caught by a speed cop.
Yeah. It was it was actually quite good fun. It was a good laugh. I actually enjoyed myself on it this morning. And to be fair, it was actually pretty informative. And there were some things that I thought, I didn't know that. I've learned that. So it was all right. It was quite a good way to spend 2 hours this morning and a bit of a giggle.
My missus went on one of them.
Yesterday, I went round to Grace Griffin. Grace, who's in the chat. Grace Griffin. What amazed me. Bloody Grace. Honestly, she knows more about this bloody modular thing than I do. She's got it doing all sorts of stuff that I thought, oh, can you do that with it? Oh, right.
Can you make a melody with it?
Can you do that? I learned loads of tricks yesterday, thanks to Grace. She's brilliant.
Excellent
Had a good
stuff.
and cooks an absolutely mean sort of pancetta and lentil casserole thing in a slow cooker. That was delicious. Thank you for feeding me as well, Grace.
Sounds nice.
Well, I am expecting a Hydrosynth Deluxe tomorrow.
Yay.
Oh.
So
We'll get the premiere on the show, shall we?
How many chickens have you counted so far? And have any hatched yet?
No, I'm not going there.
They are in the country, though. Hydrosynth Deluxe, not chickens.
The old docked,
Yeah.
haven't they?
Yeah, there's literally been a slew of posts across the interwebs. Look, I've got my Hydrosynth Deluxe Stroke Explorer. So,
I bet they didn't get it for the price I did.
probably not.
No.
Probably not.
Don't brag.
Friends in high places, mate.
Indeed. Always helps.
Well, he was standing on a chair. Same thing.
Oh, we've got our first spammer.
Hey.
First spammer.
Yay.
Is it because they advertise it or something? Which one? I'm not seeing this.
There's one there with a vum.ong.
Oh, right.
What does that mean?
Go on, Sass.
What does it mean?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean
Get your
nothing.
spanner out, sassy. Give it a good clonk. There we go. Well done.
Yeah.
I thought it was
So go on then.
some
Have a
kind of
guess. Have a
music.
guess at what I picked up. You don't get to answer this, Ken.
Oh.
Based on this, have a guess at what I picked up at the weekend.
An emulator too.
Oh, wouldn't that be lovely? No.
Yeah.
However, oh no, I was going to say it was the emulator one, but he's still got it there behind him. So.
This is now up
That's
for sale.
Is it really?
This is now, yeah, it's gone up for sale today, apparently.
Where? RL.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. So
There you
all I
say-
had to do was
Get it working.
put it on a on a music show, and the owner's gone, oh, I must do something about that.
There you go.
Oh,
Have to
Any
show him how
offers
to
on a
use
nice?
it.
Any offers on a nice Spong Pro 1 behind me? That's all.
Ooh,
No,
big
it's
up.
not going. No, it's not going anywhere. It's staying where it is.
So Paul Artola says C64. No, it wasn't a C64. Oh, I'd love one of those again. I never should have sold mine. I really shouldn't.
Have you got
Actually-
a wave term or something like that? I'm trying to think of things that took
Yeah.
these.
Well, Wave Turn B's had 5 1/4. Yeah, but it's not one of those.
Wave
It's
term.
big and heavy.
Another Fairlight.
No,
No,
Fairlight's
they had
never
seven.
used. 8-inch
Oh,
on
you
them.
know,
Washing machine.
washing machine.
Yeah.
Fridge, freezer,
Yeah.
tea's made, cuddly toy.
Look at what you could have won. Akai sampler. No, there's Akai's never used 5 1/4. They're either quick discs on the early ones or 3 1/2.
Yeah, that's right. The little diddy ones on there.
Bloody yeah, 2.8 inch.
S612.
Yeah, 612. Yeah, so it's, yeah.
Yeah. God, keep us guessing. I'm trying to think. What on earth? Use those things.
Blimey.
Mm.
So no more hints then.
All right. Okay. Let's hit the CMI. What? CMI 5? CMI V? No.
Oh.
Hints. Don't tell us. Just drop little clues, little feeders, little
Clues.
nuggets.
Previous users, not owner of because if that was the case, it would have cost me a lot more. But somebody people that use this particular thing in anger quite famously might include
Wendy Carlos. What was that digital thing?
DK Synergy.
That's it.
No.
No. Didn't that use one of those drives as well, though? Or was that something else that it used?
It had cartridges, didn't it? The Synth.
It had, there was a cartridge slot for it, but there was also the, was it the Keyfax computer or whatever it was?
Oh, yeah.
That made it actually an instrument worthwhile learning.
Peter James, Stephen, and Wagyu say DPX1. No, sadly, not.
That was not the thing that blew the EPROMs. You used to put an EPROM in it and blow your own things to put it into the DMX drum machine. Is that what that was? Or am I getting confused with something else?
DPX, because the DSX was the sequencer, the DMX was the drum machine.
Yeah, they did an
DPX?
EPROM blower.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
I can't remember. That was way
part
back.
of the Oberheim system.
That's right.
What was part of it? Was the code for the original Oberheim sequencer, the digital one? Sit up and beg.
Oh, was it just the Oberheim sequencer?
Oberheim sequencer.
Probably, yeah. I wonder if it had a designation or not.
That's it. Beta Gen. It was called the Prommer. That's what it was called.
Not one of those either.
No.
Famous users of this thing. New Order. There's one.
New Order.
Yeah, a New Order.
The 5, and it's
With
not
a
an
5 in a
emulator.
quarter. It's not an emulator.
New Order.
Voyager 8, but that didn't have a floppy drive on it.
Nope.
Nice sounding though.
Yes.
Synthetics
DPX1 is a
doesn't have a
sample
drive.
player. Of course it is. That's it. Yeah, the sample player that could also play emulator discs.
Right, yeah.
3.5 inch, 5 and a quarter. Yeah.
You do know that Fiona's doing a quiz later on.
No, I didn't.
Is it a sensible quiz or is it a loony quiz?
No, it is based on Only Connect.
Oh yes, you remember you saying that.
So
Synthesis PPG.
it's going to be mental.
And is she going to sit at the desk leaning forward, showing like what's her name, Victoria?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Victoria Corin Mitchell is my.
Is she on your allowed list?
Well, she allows me to watch Only Connect. Well, I'd say watch. Ogle is probably a better word.
Yeah. Blue Monday came out on a floppy. It did at great expense to Factory Records. I've actually got 3 copies of that, I think.
Good grief.
Oh, shut up, Apple Watch. I can still do it apparently, whatever it is. In Sonic, no,
not a wave term, nothing
not
like
wave
that.
term. No.
I honestly don't remember you telling me what it was.
Didn't New Order use a primitive computer sampler for a bit like the one Mark Tingley mentions? I don't know, Andy. I thought they always used didn't they use initially as Joy Division they used the AMS delay line stuff, didn't they? And then they went on to emulators. Hello, Richard.
Hello, guys.
I keep forgetting to look down
Fiona?
there.
How long has he been there? Oh.
She's on 7-second delay again.
All right.
Any minute now. Well, Richard's here.
I don't know.
Oh, we got sound from it now. Yeah.
Just reminded me.
Evening, Mr. Hilton.
Hey, Andy. Robbie.
Hello.
Mr.
Does this count as another stealing another Sonic State guest?
Did I blush?
I've never had an exclusive arrangement with Sonic State.
Funnily enough, actually, we had a comment on Richard's show just this morning saying, "Great show! Didn't even know it existed until Nick mentioned it." So hopefully it was a bit of an advert. So yeah.
Well,
there you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
it is certainly probably one of the more deeply entrenched podcasts in terms of how long it's been on.
Yeah.
So we
Exactly.
have reputation.
the thing is, you've got Nick's email, haven't you?
Me?
Because he asked me to,
Yeah. I've got Nick's
yeah, good. Yeah, I was going to say, because he said, "Oh, email me with the link, and I'll join if I can." And I went through my emails, and I haven't got an email for Nick.
Okay.
Hit him up. Get his ass over here.
Oh, I see. That was funny, Kent.
Let's see. So everybody's trying to play. Guess what Rob bought at the weekend by this clue.
Is it a drum computer of some kind?
You mean the movement that was just mentioned? No, it isn't the movement.
That's right.
I would love. I would love a movement. That sounds a bit. Actually, at 52 years old.
I'll plump for disk drive.
Well, it has a disk drive in it.
There you go.
I'll give you that.
See,
much.
I'm so brilliant.
Oh,
No,
Oh, sorry. Hang on a minute. There we go. That's not it, by the way. That's something else.
I've got to switch something on now so I can join in. Oh,
yeah, anything that has a 5 1/4 disk drive wouldn't sound like that.
No.
Anything.
No. That's something I can't talk about.
That's not Kent's link. That's some serial number I typed in. I pasted earlier.
I'm now registered.
286. No, it's not a 286 computer. Shall we?
Does it have a keyboard? As in
Yes.
play your keyboard. All right, so it's play
Kinda.
keyboard.
Kinda. I'm not going to say. It's kind of a keyboard, and it is. Keys are laid out in the traditional Western style piano keyboard. Yes. To a point.
Are they sort of like touch buttons or something like that?
No, they're not.
Oh, okay.
Well, I am very intriguedly much.
You're all going to go, oh, is that it? I swear, you are, but... I had to... Here's another clue. I had to buy a step-down transformer to make it work because it came from
Japan?
America.
Oh, America.
I didn't. I know what it is now.
You know
I
it is
didn't. But I didn't know it took 5 1/4.
Yeah,
Holy crap! What does that? How big is it then?
big.
It didn't look in the picture.
And it was built in 1984. So there you go. There's another clue. 1984. Came from America via...
I had no idea it was that kind of size.
Uses 5 1/4. Has some sort of keyboard that does have a standard chromatic piano scale arrangement. I think it's probably the best way to put that.
Yes. Ooh, well, I will be buggered.
Tonto 2. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely flummoxed now.
Okay.
Go on. Show it. Because I'm intrigued on how
I just want
big
to be
this lump
careful I'm not going
is.
to get caught up
Give
because
us
I
a
don't want to
flash,
drop it.
Robbie.
Because if I drop it, not only will it break it, it'll break me.
Show us your bits. Come on.
Bloody hell.
I've invited old Spearsy on tonight as well.
Old Spearsy.
Old Spearsy, yeah.
Oh, bugger.
Oh my God.
No way.
There you go.
You.
With its 5 1/4 inch.
Wow.
No, I thought that would be a 3.5 all day long.
So would I. Well, there we go.
It's heavy.
Well, it keeps you fit.
Indeed.
Wow. That is a lump and a half.
Yeah. That was a nice find on eBay. It was just like one of those things. Like, oh, yeah, gotta have that. Boom. Because it was a very good price, and it's just been serviced.
What do you mean you've seen one of those?
Have we had one of those?
No.
The big X on the side?
No, we have not.
Oh, it looks like something else.
No, we have not had one of those in, darling. I'd know about it. A testicle sticking in one of my socks.
I agree with the original Synth.
Oh.
So,
Sounds very Blake 7, that, doesn't it?
Say Blake 7, yeah.
What did they use on that? Somebody put something up on...
It sounded very Blade Runner.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. I say.
It's very nice.
Wow.
I still have this echoey thing on the microphone.
And it goes round.
That's it, yeah. Well, what was the synthesizer they used on the Blake 7 soundtrack? Because that was a thing just recently. Somebody mentioned it on Tintin.
Wasn't that a EX1?
That's it. Yeah.
I believe.
Yes, you're very... I thought it was one of the Electones.
Yeah.
Very
Big
nice.
old girl.
Original synth says, yeah.
All right.
Original synth says, what does that thing do? I'm assuming you're talking about the QX1. It's a sequencer or a digital sequence recorder. And it's incredibly complicated to use until you get the hang of it. Did you ever use one of those, Rich? QX1. Mute. Everyone's on a drink. Get a drink.
Well, the funny thing is, you didn't hear me, but you saw me say which, and you answered the question. So that was kind of funny because I was.
That's just weird.
That's a good one. A QX1, which is a Yamaha standalone MIDI sequencer.
That's right. Yeah, the first
No,
one.
I never. I've been around them, but I never used one.
Sure. Just need to get the TX816, which it was designed for, because it's got the 8. It's the only sequencer I've ever seen with more than like 1 or 2 MIDI outputs. It's got 8 MIDI outputs, one for each module in the TX816.
It's just unnecessary, wouldn't it? Really,
Well,
to have that many, but
polyphonic, multi-track.
And they weren't. I'm trying to remember. It was sort of, you're right, in a way. In any kind of modern context, it's ridiculous to do that. But at the time, it seemed like a very professional thing to do, allowing you to, potentially run whatever 16 times 8 is MIDI streams out the back of one
28.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah. But you'd think that, like the QX3 that came after it, which is just... That's only got 2 MIDI outs, but then all you do is you just assign it every, you just use a MIDI channel per instrument and you're golden. But
at the time of the release of the QX1, I'm trying to remember what year. Do you have a
84.
year for me on that? Huh?
84.
Yeah, MIDI wasn't
sloppy.
being as well parsed and distributed in 1984. That's not to say that people weren't running multiple channels down one cable, but it wasn't as well understood and supported as it was even in 1986. So
it's funny actually in the
transition period at that point.
In the instruction manual, like on one of the first pages, it says if you're using a DX7 with these serial numbers, you need to do something slightly differently because of the way the early DX7s weren't really very good at MIDI. They had it, but it was a bit sloppy. So
channel one only.
Yeah, exactly. And then they give you these serial number batches, and they say if your serial number is in this batch, you've got to do it this way, and if it's not, then you do it like everybody else does. So even then, they were still kind of catching up with themselves.
Did the early ones only do Omni mode, the mode 1?
Just one channel,
or it received wasn't the one when it would receive on all 16 all at the same time or something?
It's possible. I'm not
there
sure
was
that
some
you
funny
had
different-
one that could
modes,
send
weren't
on all 16
Yeah.
to find
They
out.
updated it with a ROM. You just had to get a new ROM chip fitted, which nowadays is you can get the latest one and stick it in for about $5. But no, I'm still looking out for a Mark 1 DX7. So.
This was early days for multiple track dedicated hardware sequencing.
Yeah.
And so they weren't quite sure how it should interface, and I guess they figured 8 ports was better than 1. We got the ports, let's put them in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because that's when things really started to become more well distributed and understood, even just in terms of people understanding how to use MIDI at that time. Initially, it was just, wow, you mean I can play this keyboard and that keyboard is playing too? Wow, how cool is that? And that's sort of how the whole thing was accepted at first. So this kind of behavior wasn't well defined or understood yet.
Is it 8 tracks, Rob? Is it an 8-track sequencer? So track 1 goes to MIDI output 1, track 2 goes to MIDI output 2, or is it totally
I'll have
routable
to
however you
double
want
check.
to.
You can route anything to anything internally. You have to go through a whole bunch of it's very menu divey. But I'm not entirely sure how many tracks are on there. I need to, because I've only sort of just, I said I've had it a week, and well, not even that, and I've only managed to get it powered up the other day because I bought a step down from Gear for Music, and it arrived before I got the QX1. So I'd gone to Kent's and picked this up on the way, got home, had my dinner, came upstairs like an excited child, plugged it in, and nothing. And I thought, oh, I've bought a dud. But the guy I bought it from was a really nice guy. He's actually got a sweet little setup. He's got his tiny little house in Enfield, and he's got loads of really cool gear. He's got 2 Polymogs, one preset, one non-preset. He's got JX3P with the PG200. He's got DX7 as well. But he's got two. He had 2 of these, which is why he was selling one. And I thought, oh no, I've bought a dud. And then I thought, no, I need to test this transformer. So I got my iPad, which is a 100 to 240, so it doesn't matter where you plug it in. And that wasn't working either. So ordered another step down, which didn't arrive until Monday or Tuesday. So I've only been playing with it for 2 or 3 days and formatting discs.
I can help Andrew with this question. I'm reading from their Yamaha page on YamahaBlackboxes.com page.
Oh, that's a great site.
Recording can be carried out in real-time or step-right modes. What did it say? 8 independent tracks with 8 separate MIDI out terminals.
There you go.
With enormous overdubbing capacity, the QX1 permits highly detailed editing and manipulation of all recorded data. It was still present in Yamaha's catalog at the end of the 1980s, showing its versatility and technological advancements.
If you want to hear what can be achieved with a QX1, listen to Scritti Politi's Provision, because Gamson did the whole album on a QX1, and they even had a synclavier, but they apparently only used it for drum sounds. Go figure.
So you mean, I'm sorry, whose album now?
Scritti Politi.
Oh, okay.
David Gamson.
Okay. I was confusing that with Wang Chung.
Oh, right. Well, who knows?
Because New England Digital used to use Everybody Wang Chung Tonight as their direct-to-disc demo.
Oh, wow.
Back,
Yeah.
which they suggested had been created on a synclavier. And this was really the first direct-to-disc audio system I'd heard, actually.
Yeah.
It was stunning.
Because when did that come out? Because I know Fairlight brought out their multi-track about 89, I think. So
I think this was more like a 86 time.
Yeah, it was a few years
thereabouts,
before.
maybe 87. It was incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
All of that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredibly expensive. But it did sound amazing. I was really impressed. When they pressed go and Wang Chung came out of the thing, it was like, holy shit.
I love Wang Chung. Still going. They're doing some gig I just saw it the other day in America. Because they did that whole a couple of years ago when people could still get together. Lots of people were doing orchestral versions of classic 80s. Trevor Horn did a thing, didn't he, with the orchestra? Yeah, and that seemed to be a thing. And Wang Chung did something like that, and it was okay. But
wow,
yeah, they've been doing. Because the other thing with Wang Chung is that they did at least one movie soundtrack. They did To Live and Die in LA, which I think is brilliant.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's a really good soundtrack.
You know a lot more about them than I do.
Yeah, it's my thing. I like.
Good.
No, I do like bit of Wang Chung.
That's not charging.
So he's got his microphone set up nicely again, hasn't he? Look. See, he's actually using it properly this time.
Maybe it was 88, Robbie. Maybe I'm misremembering this.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was early. I'm sure it was earlier.
Maybe I'm misremembering it because, my interaction with New England Digital was integral to my getting a job with Nile Rodgers. It ended up being the hook that they heard about. I wasn't looking for a job with Nile Rodgers.
Yeah.
They found me, which is weird and amazing.
Yeah.
But somewhere in that relationship, and I'm not exactly sure where, but it started in around 86, there came to be direct-to-disc. And certainly by the time I was working for Nile, which was early 88, I believe they had it. So it may have been that late. I'm just not
Well, I know
exactly
that
sure.
because I spoke to, he was the project manager for the Series 3. It was weird because I was doing this show in Cambridge in England, and it was just like it's a really small synthesizer show that they did, like over a weekend at this museum, this computer museum, and I'd taken the Series 3 along, and some guy on the internet who I didn't know said, "Oh, I'll come and see you," and I was like, "Okay, I don't know who you are, but anyway." So this guy turns up and he says, "Hi, I'm Paul. I was the one that said I was going to come and see you." I noticed he got an Australian accent, and I thought, interesting. And so we just started talking, and he said, "Yeah, well, of course, when I was at Fairlight," and I said, "Oh, you worked at Fairlight?" He says, "Yeah, I was the project manager for this," pointing at the Series 3. And I'm like, "No way!" So yeah, that was my day sorted, just talking to him. But he was talking about when they came up with the MFX system, which was their direct to disc 24 track, and they had this big argument. There was like a 50-50 split in the development office about which direction the waveforms should go on the screen, whether it should be left to right or right to left. And there was a huge argument and lots of falling out, because some people said no, the waveform should go from right to left, and others said no, it should go from left to right because that's how you would write stuff, and that all these weird and crazy arguments about which direction. And eventually they settled on the waveform moving from right to left as it traditionally does now, and we just accept that.
Hang on.
Yeah,
From right.
yeah, the way
Right to left.
No, from left to right. Surely.
I'm getting all. So the way that it works now is the way they eventually landed upon it. But there was huge arguments about which way it should go.
Well, and then all the DAWs adopted it. I mean, in other words, timeline became a left to right motion based on the fact that most Western languages run left to right. There are plenty of languages that don't go left to right.
Yeah.
Some go up and down, some go right to left.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's interesting that's how, because as I say, a lot of languages, like their newspapers, read left to right at the time when they're having that discussion. So
I think one of the arguments was, which direction does tape pass the playhead? So it's traditionally the tape moves from left to right, doesn't it?
It was similar. It was similarly an arbitrary.
Yeah.
We're just used to that. I mean,
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
how it came about, and that's because the countries that we're at least around their early work were Western countries with mostly Latin-based languages. And such.
Yeah.
So you look at Wagoos.
Yes, that was very interesting. He was a really interesting guy, Paul Schlusser, his name.
That's a great story about meeting the guy who you're standing in front of the machine, and he helped.
Yeah,
he basically
project managed the whole thing. Yeah, and
that's pretty amazing. Did I tell you guys my John Appleton story? I think I did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not dissimilar to that.
Yeah, it is weird how this world works sometimes, but
I think I told you on the show. I told you on the Pro Synth Network stuff.
Yeah.
And I think I told Kent. So Andy's the only one here in the dark. John Appleton walked into a hi-fi store I was working at in 1980, and we ended up talking for a really long time, and little did I know that 8 years later my career would be built around this machine that he is describing to me. And that's the sort of real thumbnail version of my story.
So apparently I broke the internet last night.
You're a bit hot.
Hot? Well, thank you.
No.
Hang on, it's probably this loopback. Let me just... Is that better?
Not really.
No, it sounded overloaded.
You were fine before, and then you just started coming through.
How's that?
Here's the phone.
That's better?
Better?
What? Yeah. Let me hear it again.
Oh,
Give me a little more.
how about now? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's
Lovely.
better. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's weird. What was I going to say? Yeah, apparently I broke the internet last night putting a picture up of that vocoder. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it actually.
Yeah, I've had about 20 frames requests as well.
Oh.
So like, no, you can't use it. Borrow it.
Sample it, please.
Yeah.
Borrow it. Yeah.
Yeah, borrow it. But somebody put up a comment saying, which I thought was quite amusing. He said, "Oh, I hope that the first words you say through it are Hebden Bridge."
Now that would be funny.
Yeah.
If you do, you've got to record that.
Oh God, yeah.
Got to record. that.
Trans Epsom Express.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just where they got all these.
If
Well,
it's
you've got to do it
Hebden
with
Bridge,
German
it'd be Transpennine Express.
Yeah.
Transpennine Express.
But you've got to do it with a German accent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Transpennine Express.
They got no, it's explaining to somebody about the boards. They have a series. Each board had a series of 6 741 op amps, which is 8 legs. And there's a couple of boards where I've had to remove these things because they are 40 odd years old. So I desoldered them all, took them all out. And it was only until I took them out that I found that where there should be 6 sets of 8 holes, there was hundreds of holes where they kept drilling through the board and go, "No, Mr. Track. No, Mr. Track. No, Mr. Track." I mean, hundreds of holes. And then none of them are the same pitch from each other or in line, right? So every new op amp I had to put in, I had to actually physically push each leg into a new position to go through the hole. Get it seated in, turn it over and go, "Oh, that leg's missed the track." Pull the thing out and move that leg. And so it took, what was it, 2 days?
Yeah.
2 days doing like 3 boards.
Oh, wow.
Out of 20 boards.
Did they build it themselves, or did they have somebody build it for them?
It's
Was it
yeah. From what I was told, it was a company that built it for Florian and
Wolfgang, right?
Ruth. But the guy who initially designed it and put it all together for him was he was a military engineer or something. Because you look at it and you go, "Yeah, that's a 1950s military field radio kind of case."
Luftwaffe?
Yeah. It has 5 power supplies in it. Instead of having a power supply made up that gave all the various different voltage lines that it needed, it just put another power supply in to do that voltage, another power supply in to do that voltage, and so forth and so forth. So there's 5 of them. And this thing might actually be closer to being finished than even I thought, because when I powered it up last night, very tentatively, because I powered it up before, but there was a lot of it disconnected inside because I didn't want too many fires at that early stage. But last night, with all the boards in, and it's as silent as the grave still. And so I'm looking at it, I'm going, this isn't making any sense. So turn over the bottom case, and I'm going around it with the circuit tester. And I noticed that the power coming into the bottom unit from this huge power supply that's in the top unit, and all it does is power the bulbs on the meters. That's all it does. And I'm going, okay, so I'm looking and go, here's another power supply. Where's that go to? And it goes to what appears to be like an XLR plug, but it's 4 pins. And then I found another plug on the bottom unit tucked away. We barely could see it, where it plugs in. I go, these are the power rails. I've got to make a cable for the power rails. So I've ordered new, funny enough, XLR panel sockets to go on top and bottom, and then I can just use a normal XLR cable on it. So tomorrow, fire extinguisher to hand, and we'll see.
That's what I was just going to ask. Is XLR? I mean, is that an acceptable way to distribute power?
It's not. With the voltage that it's requiring is quite low, and the amperage is nearly off. You know, there's hardly any amperage at all.
I see.
You know, so
so you're not
this will work.
anticipating any combustible events.
No, I think because what would happen is, I mean, if it's going to be too much for the XLR cable, it'll start to get warm quite quickly. So I'll just turn it off, and then what I'll do is use the XLR plugs, but then put much more heavy duty cable.
I see.
onto those connectors.
Did they not, when you had 4 connections to make, didn't they used to use a DIN, a 5-pin DIN, preceding MIDI, this is now?
Well, do you know what? There didn't appear to be many industry standards between one country and the next, to be honest.
Okay.
What? Oh, okay. Hang on. We have people joining.
It's me.
We have Mr. Dom in his massive house and Dan.
Oh, he's not going to show us his face, is he?
Well,
No.
hey up, Sassy. Hey up, Mr. Wiggly.
Hi.
Hi, buddy boy.
Hi, Sass.
Oh, it's the end of the synth show.
It's the end of the. How weird is it that my fingers fell in that
Yeah,
formation?
exactly.
Just what even?
Well, you
play it
play
live
at the
every
end of
week,
every
won't
show. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why. That's why. Yeah, so tomorrow, big day. We haven't got a fire extinguisher, have we? We'll have to use just a glass of water.
Oh yeah, water and electricity.
That'll do
That's
it. Put
fine.
it out. Hey, Bing Dom.
I'm all right, thank you very much. I used a QX7 on some records.
Oh, QX7, yeah.
Very
Cool.
exciting. In fact, I used one in Abbey Road once, and I free ran it against a track because there was no sync. We couldn't get a decent sync off of it.
Wow.
So I managed to hit start at the right time after several goes, and then I just nudged the up-down tempo. It was only a kick and a snare track, I think. Not that kick and the snare aren't important to be in time and everything, but we got it roughly in, and I ran it down the whole track. They were
Nice.
a pain, but I do remember there wasn't really that much else at the time that was affordable and you could actually sequence on. So I remember I had that and an RX-11 or an RX-15 drum machine, one of those, and a JX3P. The JX3P was one of those that was on Omni. The very first units that came out would only receive Omni. But there was this trick where somehow, if you plugged the MIDI out to the MIDI in and switched it on, it would send itself a receive on channel 1 message. It was the most bizarre thing. So you used to kind of loop it to itself, switch it on, and then at least...
How do you discover something like that?
Plugging it in wrong.
Yeah.
You're
Is that in
either
the
called
manual?
Kent
The bottom of
or
page
Yeah.
drunk.
78, Appendix 23. Oh, and if you do this, you'll make it work properly.
Yeah, I can't even remember. It wasn't even in the manual, but it was a real game changer.
That's what always amazes me. I'm restoring, Roland Systems 700s and, Moog 55s and what have you. And yet I'm always probably capable of electrocuting myself making a cheese sandwich. But as long as it's got something to do with like vintage synthesizers, I'm all right. Weird.
Get in the hole. There we go.
Oh, God, now what?
Oh,
Oi!
Looks like I'm just cleaning in. Looks like I've got
You missed a
something
bit,
on
Dom.
camera.
Top left. There's a bit of smudge.
How you doing, Sass?
Pretty good. How's your week been?
Yeah, usuals. Yeah.
Usuals.
He's
Just
been
fixing
asleep
Kraftwerk's
for
vocoder. Just usuals.
yeah, just
Just
you know
a
what you
7-second
do.
delay.
With the Kraftwerk vocoder, why haven't you made any videos on it?
Because it's not working yet. Otherwise,
But just
Otherwise-
stick a camera there and record
No.
what he's doing.
yeah, look at this non-working box. Ooh, I want it working. Then
That's what you have photographs for.
Yeah, I'll video the living
they don't
shite out of it once it's working.
There you go, Sass. Look, this month's Sound on Sound.
Oh,
Some nice reading for you there. Look.
porn.
Is that the Kurtz file?
That's the 2700. Yeah, Gordon has dissected it.
And what's his conclusion?
In summary, despite its name, the K2700 is an extended hybrid of the PC4 and the Forte. Furthermore, despite being described as a workstation, it's not designed to compete with products that offer sampling and more powerful, capable recording and sequencing capabilities. Instead, it's a gorgeous polysynth with immense sound design possibilities. If you're a fan of the Kurzweil sound, and I know you are, you have to
Did he
check
put
it
that in
out.
brackets? Has Gordon put that in brackets? Oh,
Yeah, and
in the
yeah,
article.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
It should
amazing.
have been written in about 1984.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Isn't it just copy
Really
paste
old-fashioned,
and then a
yeah.
new photograph?
That's it. He criticises the fact that it isn't actually a sampler. It just loads and uses samples generated elsewhere, and that he would rather have a semi-weighted 76-note version with the pitch bend and mod wheels in the correct place.
There are these people who like small synthesizers.
When did he have last have a hit?
Sorry,
When did he last have a hit?
who? Gordon Reid.
Whoever wrote that.
The Gordon Reid.
When did he last have a hit? I don't know.
I don't think he's ever had a hit.
Well, there you go. That's what counts.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah,
I'll go then. Bye.
yeah, June. Yeah, Daniel Miller does still own the vocoder. Do I look like somebody who could afford it? Yes. Yeah, I'm making it a vocoder on his behalf. My God. Yeah. So I wonder what it's worth now. Well, what it's worth tomorrow afternoon.
Well, now it's probably worth.
Is that after you've switched it on?
Yeah, that could be, that's two prices. Yeah,
It depends on the outcomes if you switch it on, doesn't it?
Does the smell of an exploded power supply add or decrease?
Well,
the
he
value?
bought it for 12.5, not working. So, but
Oh,
blown up tomorrow afternoon.
soon off.
No, probably £8.5.
£2.50. Treat
So
it.
if it works and it does everything it's supposed to do.
Is there anything about it though that makes it unique in the concept of vocoders? Though, I mean, wasn't there a Transcendent vocoder published back in Everyday Electronics?
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how different? I mean, a vocoder is a vocoder.
No, they got different tones, haven't they? They'll have different facilities, different tones.
Yeah,
but I think-
different filters. And,
no, I know what you mean. It's just that because this one is the only one like it, it's the only one on the planet.
Yeah,
and it was used on that particular record. So if you got
it is unique. Yeah,
Kraftwerk fan, then, I mean,
it
that's such
could
a
be
hard.
replicated.
Oh God, I don't see why not. I don't see why not.
But it won't have Florian spit.
Obviously.
No, I wiped all that off.
That smell.
Yeah. That fusted German smell.
At least I think it was spit.
German musicians blading over a hot vocoder.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
mate, the stuff that sometimes you have to wipe off some of these keyboards, it's unreal. You know, so
Stuff you
like,
dig out from the inside the key. Oh.
Just wait until Synth Addict does some videos on the microbes in synthesizer keyboards.
yeah.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some of these keyboards I've worked on, you think you look at it and you go, "This is a victim of an orgy." It's really sort of like unsavoury and very fishy.
Or a participant.
Yeah, but when you have a synth come in and it smells of fish, you go, "Not quite sure about. I'm going to wear gloves for this one."
We found a dead mouse. Not the dead mouse, but a dead mouse.
Oh, you didn't
inside
find a DJ inside.
No. It's inside the CMI in the mainframe. It just crawled in and gave up.
Well, that's like that Synclavier with the speckled desert spider in it.
Oh yeah.
Oh. That was well.
When
it was a carcass. It was a big carcass.
When I opened up Ian Stanley's Fairlight keyboard, and there was actually, I mean, there was the usual kind of fluff and stuff that small stuff, but there was hair, lots of hair, which I could only presume was human hair. I didn't have it tested, but I just vacuumed it all out. It's horrible. Ugh.
Yeah, it's amazing what gets inside them.
And white powdery stuff.
It could be anything.
It could be anything.
Oh, obviously talcum powder.
Obviously talcum or dandruff.
Just had a shower.
Following up on Sasquatch's question, if it bursts into flames, will you then shoot video?
Oh, that'd be good.
Oh no, I'm going to video when I turn it on. I'm going to take the video. I'll have the video running because it'll either be prosperity
that's what I'm asking
or
for, please.
fail army.
Yes.
It's one or the other, you know.
Yeah.
And
Good,
I'll just have to. So if it bursts into flames, I can go like that, and if it works, I can go like that.
Very good.
Yep. It's about, was it about 47 years since it's worked?
Wow, really?
I'll look forward to that.
It broke. It packed up the year after Autobahn.
But that was
And then
fun.
Yeah, and then it went into the cupboard, and it was the end of that. So,
I stole that joke actually because somebody, it was Ali Conda, posted something under it that said, "Yeah, fun." I thought, that's good. So
Yeah.
I can't take credit for that joke.
but I must admit, it's it's something to do tomorrow, isn't it? So
Yeah.
it'll be a bit cool.
Kill another DX1.
Yeah, well, we had there was a chap who was supposed to be bringing a Pro One today. He'd phoned yesterday and said,
Not me, not guilty. Wasn't
"No,
me.
not yet. No, what this one was it had a MIDI kit fitted."
It was Ernie. The
Ernie.
fastest man in the West.
Fastest.
Was it? Oh, okay. Fastest milkman in the West, and he said, "Oh, it doesn't scale. It MIDI's, but it doesn't scale." So I said, "Oh, it just needs calibrating. It was probably at the DAC needs calibrating." And then apparently phoned this morning and said, "Oh, I tried to do it myself and I've killed it. Can I still bring it in?" I was like, He never showed, did he? Another one never showed.
That's weird because there's only one control in the back of those. It just literally does the scaling, doesn't it? So
Yeah, but there's one for there's one for
The ones on the top.
Yeah, the DAC one, which sets the 2.5 volt, which sets the scaling for the DAC, and then you have range and scale and high tune for each VCO.
Yeah, I did. I had to do my Juno 106, which isn't as complicated as that, but it takes ages. I think there's a bottom and a scaling on maybe each DCO. But basically, you turn one, the other one goes out. So you're just constantly going backwards and forwards, getting closer and closer to that.
Well, that's quite because they rarely go out tuned.
No. The reason I had to do it was I fitted a Kiwi board, and although that I don't think should make much difference.
No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't.
It had moved. So it was mainly the scaling that had gone. So, but yeah.
Well, the big mistake a lot of people make is they fit the new, the replacement VCA chips, and then
that's what I did as well. It wasn't just
but they don't tune the filters afterwards.
Right. No, that's exactly what I did, and I did tune the filters, and that's why it changed, because the Kiwi board wouldn't have made any difference. But yeah, I put in those gravitational slingshots, they're called, which are the analog Renaissance. Is it?
Oh, the new ones
made these one-offs. I don't know if they're not for sale at the moment.
No, but they're going to be his second gen ones, I think. Yeah,
brilliant. It's amazing. So I put all of those in and tweaked it all, and it's a lovely thing. Really, really.
It's a much better route to go down than just throwing them into acetone and leaving them for 3 days, and then scraping them off, because you can put them in, they still not work.
But they've just sat kind of on one side whilst these have been fitted, because it's like a new synth. And Kiwi gives it touch sensitivity, and you can alter the filtering and stuff. It's a really awesome box.
Was it Kent restored an item that had been defecated on?
Yeah.
Oh, she. Oh, that's the. That's the defecate. That's not like you.
My wife.
You normally go straight. It's like somebody took a dump on it. That's the that's that Oberheim 8 voice dual manual.
Oh, good. I thought you were talking about Fleetwood for a moment. Wow.
Thank you.
You're not into that, are you, anymore? No.
I'm not into
You're not into what?
coprophilia.
Coprophilia?
Coprophilia.
Yeah, I like coprophilia. What's that? Is that its proper name? Cool, you live and learn. Are you going to do this quiz?
Yeah, sure. I thought you were going to tell
Mind
me
you-
about the 8 voice.
We just did. You had an 8 voice and somebody took a shit on it.
Or it's the babies.
Well, it was babies. Covered in pee. No, see, Fiona's put together this insidious quiz.
Oh, wow.
No relation to the Mr. Wiggly show.
Of course.
This one's based on, was it Only Connect?
On what? Sorry, Connect.
Only
Connect.
Oh.
With Victoria Corin Mitchell.
I actually don't know what that is, so I'm going to Google it.
I have no idea either.
BBC 2, 6 o'clock in it.
Yeah, something like that.
No,
It's far too
8
busy
o'clock.
at that
Just
time.
before. It's just to warm you up for University Challenge to get your brain in the right zone.
Quite highbrow.
Yes.
Oh
Now,
yes,
bearing in mind, I
and
actually
cryptic.
joined the wrong
Connection.
show earlier. The idea that this quiz is going to work does not
Well,
bode
that's
well.
incredible. Do you have a guess as question one, the year that Only Connect was first broadcast?
2004.
Yeah,
That was
2005.
2008. I'd have said like 2018, but no, 2008.
2008. Right.
There
Yeah,
you
well,
go.
it used to be on BBC Four to start with.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So it was only until it got a bit of a following that it was allowed to move closer to the
Gotcha.
fire, as it were.
It's still remarkable that it's on at that time on a Monday night, because it really is the most out there, cryptic, weird thing.
Fiendish, isn't it?
It's you've got to be thinking on a totally strange plane sometimes. But it's like a lot of them. I mean, I don't know how you find it, but some are just immediately obvious because it's something that you are utterly familiar with, and you go, "Oh yeah, well it's Beethoven symphonies. It's pastoral. That's the last one,"
Yeah.
and it hits immediately. And then sometimes, particularly like the number relationship ones, I can't get those because my brain doesn't function in numbers. But
Well,
what was that, Fiona? Sorry.
I'm just saying, let's see how good you are now.
Oh, bloody useless.
We got a finish.
have you got?
You have to.
Well, are you going to? You're going to have to explain these questions as they come up. You know. Okay. All right. Here we go. This will work.
Have you got a jingle?
Go on, Robbie. Get playing.
No, I can't.
Right.
Oh, look at this. What's this?
Right. That's question one, is it? Right. You've got to find. What is it? This is to find
The
the
connection.
connection between these four clues.
You got 5 points for this one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You can confer.
0 equals blank.
You may
Dartboard.
discuss this amongst
It's a
yourselves.
pain.
Yeah.
RGB color.
Dartboard was a good one.
It's a
Dartboard.
melt. Oh, is it a good
No.
one?
Luminance.
As in along the right
how much,
line.
How much luminance is involved?
No.
Oh, that's good as well, Richard. Like that one.
Well, another
Okay.
clue. Next clue.
Next clue.
Old plug wiring.
What?
Plug wiring.
Wiring on an old plug.
First bar.
Mastermind.
Oh, isn't it snooker balls like that? Oh, it's the other way around. isn't
No,
it?
no.
Or pool.
Next one.
Grace has said resistors in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah, you go.
Resistor color codes.
It's the
In the chat.
values. Well done.
Who said it?
Grace Griffin. Straight
Grace
away.
Griffin.
Grace.
Oh, well done, Grace.
Show the fourth clue.
Well
then.
done, Grace.
Orang E.
Rangy, yes.
Rangy.
Right.
Good work, Grace. That's brilliant.
Next.
You're I graduated college.
So it's 1978 on an arrow.
No, it's just
1978.
1978.
And then the next one.
You want the next?
Yeah, I mean, it could be anything. 1978.
The year after I graduated.
Yeah, the year after. Yeah.
Go on, guys.
Let me
You know
guess.
I moved to Boston.
What?
Don't give away that one.
Yeah, if you know what it's about.
Anyone
No,
in
the
the...
answer.
Now that's what I call music.
The appearance of personal computers, or the creep to the personal computer.
Apple what? Apple?
No.
Is it eras of some description?
Mm.
Do you want the next one? The last one?
Go on.
Only
then.
1 point for this one.
Changes in government.
Boy, she's tough.
She is, isn't she?
So what
come
happened
on,
between
guys,
1884?
please. I thought they'd really get this.
No, you know what it's about, so you'd think they would get it because you know. That's the problem.
I think it's something to do with years.
Oh, it's right. Prometheus, Prophet 5 releases.
Well done!
Well done, Prom. Absolutely.
Bloody hell.
Very
Google,
nice.
Google,
Well
Google,
done. Excellent.
Google.
Prometheus, goodness me.
That was really
Wow.
good. 1 point to Prom.
I think he'd actually physically connected to your laptop. Thank you.
Goes on a bit.
Right, you can tell.
There you go.
Jazz hands. All right.
Got to
OB.
find what fourth in the connection.
Oh, okay.
Please first.
Do the what?
What comes fourth?
What
XA,
comes,
JP.
what comes fourth
JP.
sequence?
Matrix.
JP.
8.
8.
Who said that?
Matrix. OB, OBX, OBXA, Matrix.
Nope.
Oh,
X,
what?
XA, 8, Matrix.
Nope.
Oh,
No.
the second one was JP.
OB.
Right,
Maybe I
so
missed the question. I didn't hear the question.
No, you got to get the what's going to come last in the
Got to
sequence.
work out what's
OB.
fourth in the sequence.
6.
so you've got
Oh,
no,
I see.
you got Oberheim, you've got Jupiter. These are all prefixes to the synthesis. So
But I don't know
OB.
which Oberheim or
No, it's
JP8.
so you've got
DX.
DX.
DX?
What?
No,
No,
It could be. It's,
no,
TX.
I don't
No.
understand this.
no. You're
JX. Yeah.
you're on the wrong lines.
P. Oh
P8.
no, that's
T8. T.
T.
uh,
OB8. P. No.
OB. JP.
This is a bastard one. It really is.
Oh. No.
I don't understand the question at all.
So what you got to do, Rich, is that
anyone in the chat?
we've got to guess what is
There's
in
a
the red
few.
box based
there's
on what we see in the
J-
yellow boxes.
JU,
So-
SH, but it's a sequence, isn't it?
It's some kind of connection between these
Yeah.
three, isn't it? So you've got OB, JP, and
But it is
P.
a
So
sequence. Either going up or down.
Would it help if the arrow was facing the other way?
oh, hang on.
Oh.
It could be going backwards.
Got
in
it.
time,
Got
couldn't
it. Got it. Oh no.
CS 80.
No,
Cherry audio. Oh,
5, 6,
I'm not quite
there
sure
wasn't
about the
nobody's-
validity
no.
of this question, to be honest.
See, if it's
I'm not
going
quite sure.
down. That means that there's got to be two odd numbers. P could be 5, JP could be 6, but there
P
wasn't
could
an
be
OB7.
no. OB8, JP6.
Oh, maybe it's going. Oh no, 5.
Oh, it's going another way.
It's not even going in 2s.
OB1. No, that doesn't work either.
There wasn't a 2, was there?
There was a 2 voice, wasn't there? Was there a
Yeah,
2
but it wasn't
voice?
called the OB2, was it?
Oh, right, no.
Because you got the O. Oh,
I think you've stumped them, dear.
Number of 8.
there you go.
Number of
You need a
voices.
bloody slap for that.
We were on the right lines.
Yeah, on the right
If we
line.
had a 7, it would have been easier.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
nobody's stupid enough to produce a 7-voice synth yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody will. Yeah.
The anaglyph is 7,
Oh,
isn't it?
no.
it's 13.
Well,
Massively unlucky when you play it.
So again, we got to guess what's in the red box based on what we're seeing in the yellow boxes. So 16.666. What's that?
Oh, this one. Oh my god.
Well, that doesn't bode well, does it?
Robbie has to get this.
Oh.
Yeah, no, Robbie has to get this one out of everybody.
It's an LP
Well-
at half speed.
Oh yes, yeah. So 33, 40, 78.
Richard Hilton's got it.
well done,
Very
Mr.
good.
Hilton.
Well done. You got any other real bastard ones then, have
That's
you?
what 16
Now
and
we've got
2/3,
the
isn't
missing
it? Yeah.
vowel round.
Oh, missing vowels.
Missing vowels.
So basically, what is it? Phrases?
Sorry.
Couldn't-
This is an example.
Oh, an example. Oh my god,
So-
you.
Couldn't speak.
Can we do it without our key?
Bung.
Yeah.
So what have we got to? We've got to guess what the missing vowels are, have we?
Oh, that's the example.
What
Yeah.
what the word is or
Oh, so you're
phrase
just So you're just taking vowels out, and we've got to guess what the words are.
Knit
Yeah.
spring.
Okay.
So this is 80s bands.
Magic Goo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Well done. Points, Tom.
Yeah.
Talking.
Talking
Heads.
Talking
heads.
heads.
Yeah.
Depeche Mode.
Depeche Mode.
That was me. I got in that one first. That was me. Definitely me.
Score.
Not
Okay.
competitive.
Yeah, they're all winning.
Aha. Get it,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh, good.
Well done.
Oh. That university education's paying off.
Erasure.
Well done.
Oh, I couldn't see that.
Yeah, well done.
Duran
Duran
Duran.
Duran.
Yay.
These are all bands that Richards has worked with.
New Order.
Not all of them. No.
Eurythmics.
Eurythmics.
Easy.
It's too easy.
You left the in there.
Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark.
How did they get that?
Oh, it's easy.
Excuse
How many
me.
bands have got a name that long?
We've
You can't
got
even fit it on the screen, look.
an eclectic collection.
excess.
Of music,
Correct.
an eclectic collection of musical geniuses, and you're going, how come they're getting them so
All
quick?
of a certain age as well. Tears for Fears.
Tears for Fears.
Oh, well done.
Pet Shop
Pet Shop
Boys.
Boys. Why have you taken the T out?
Yeah, that's weird.
Right.
Wasps.
Wasp.
Oh, I thought that was difficult.
How can that be difficult? In what way have you made that difficult?
Sequential.
Oh, okay.
Eh?
Sequential.
Squinting at
Pro 1. Sequential Pro 1. Come on,
Oh,
Andy.
what?
Jeez.
Sequential Circuits Pro. What's Sequential Pro? Now they're on to instruments. Electronic instruments.
electronic
Yeah.
instruments. I missed that. Sorry.
Oh, I missed that.
I was
Yeah.
looking for a band.
Yeah. Sequential
was a
manoeuvres
band
in the
called
dark.
Yes.
TS80.
Oh, I thought I covered that.
How could you have covered that? Might as well have had a bloody picture of it.
Oberheim 4 voice.
Oh,
Wow.
oh that was
Oh,
swift.
very good. Novation.
Novation.
Innovation.
Rex.
Farfisa.
Oh, well done. Good one, Robbie.
Good.
Farfisa.
You only
Professor.
put that in there
Italian,
because
For the
she fitted a
Farfisa.
voice- she fitted a voice card into a Farfisa yesterday, and that's why she's used
Oh,
that.
the one that came at the weekend.
That one came the weekend, yeah.
A farfisa?
Electric prunes. That's it, Grace.
These are all the
2
instruments
prunes.
I see from where I was sitting.
This is what's in
Oh,
the
so,
front
okay.
room.
Where's Hydrosynth? Timberwolf.
Timberwolf.
Boy, have I received some heat for that picture. Oh,
Ideal favourite.
Really?
Serves you right, Robbie.
It's a future classic.
no, I stand by it. I stand by it.
Well, you were standing by it when you
Five
did it.
Rev 2.
Profit 5 Rev 2. Well done, Dom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jupiter 8.
Oh,
The Kraftwerk
The
Vocoder.
vocoder.
Works vocoder. Yes.
And now for something completely
Something
different.
Completely different. Well done.
Oh, we're on Monty Python quotes now.
yeah. It would help if you tell us what.
Well,
what
Yeah, right.
Who
It
made
does
that?
say.
Was that Krumar? Was that a Krumar?
Krumar Multimon S. Oh, no. What's that? No.
Oh, yeah.
Not as good as a
So,
wink to a blind.
It was, yeah, wink is
A blind
is
bat.
good to a blind man.
As good as a
Bat.
wink
It
to a
is.
blind man.
Blind man.
Blind bat.
Bat.
Blind
Bat.
bat. Yeah, spat.
In there telling.
You know what I mean.
Your
You
wife's
know
a
what I
goer,
mean?
know what I
Nudge,
mean?
Wink, wink.
Your
You know what I
wife a
mean?
goer.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge.
Oh, dear.
Could be.
He's
could
not the
be.
Messiah, somebody said. Originally said. That's funny.
Nudge, nudge, say no
Nudge,
more.
nudge, nudge, say no more, say no more. Every sperm is sacred.
Sacred. Every sperm
Every
is
sperm
great.
is great.
Every sperm
Oh,
is
miss.
saved.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
No, piss off.
And spam.
No, he doesn't say now. Piss off. Everybody says that. He's,
No,
he's
no,
now,
but it's
go
ought to.
away.
Yeah.
It ought to be now, piss off. It's much better.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The government.
Oh,
government.
oh yeah.
Of
Oh,
government.
oh, it's Life. No, it's Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Distributing swords does not constitute. No. What is it? Yeah,
I thought we were an alternative collective.
Yeah.
I think you know it.
Women
Women
lying in
lying
ponds.
in
Yeah,
ponds.
dope system.
Being scourged to the system of government.
Nobody expects
Nobody
the Spanish
expects-
Inquisition.
Bang, bang, bang.
Spam.
And more spam.
Risk complete press. No.
Ooh.
Won't skip and jump like pressing wildflowers,
Flowers.
putting women's
Clothing.
clothing hanging around in bars.
Bars. Hanging
It's,
around in bars?
Yeah, it's- I am a lump.
Oh, when you say it, yeah, it just makes sense.
Yes.
I like to press.
Lumberjack song.
Judean people's
Into
front.
the dog,
No,
wasn't it?
where the people's front of Judea.
Oh, that's it, is it? Hey.
Well
was it?
done,
Oh.
Mother Fiona.
Good work.
Good grief. Charlie
That
Brown.
was fun. More next week, folks.
Yeah.
No, I don't. What am I doing?
I don't know yet.
Ah,
You don't know what you're doing.
Very good,
I-
Fiona.
Well done,
well
Fiona.
done.
Yes, well done. Round of applause.
Is that why the washing up didn't get done today then?
Do you not have a dishwasher?
No.
Yeah.
Sat next to her.
I'll set them up. You knock
The
them down.
original unconstructed male. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh dear God. Well, that was different, but not really, in a way.
Very good.
Hydrosynth and spam.
I almost put the knights who say me.
That would just be no.
No. We'd all got confused. All of me going Paul Hardcastle.
And we want a shrubbery.
That's a great line.
Just a film.
Oh man.
Just makes me laugh thinking about it because it's.
But I am
Right,
your
calm
king. King? Who votes for you?
I just like the blank look on Richard's face.
Oh,
I've seen
Richard
pretty
did
much
vote.
all of this stuff. Actually.
Yeah, Richard did
This is
vote.
actually something I do know.
Yeah.
But I think some of us are of an age where we were quoting these things at each other in the school playground. So
There was that here too, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, perhaps not in the same exact years. It may have gotten a year later, but all of these all this quoting stuff was popular around where I was at the time, anyway. And I love them. I just recently watched the 4 or 5 part documentary that's on one of the. It's either Netflix or Amazon or whoever's streaming service it is. I really enjoy these guys.
Yeah, because they did one of their episodes on one of their live episodes on BBC Two, which is one of the early ones. And what they did is they started the show, and on the mixer they had the volumes turned down quite low, so everybody turned their TV up, and very very slowly they were turning up the volume during the show, and then for the last skit they did, they pushed it right up. Going to everybody in the country because there was no remotes.
And this was the day you had to get up, yeah. You had to get
Jump
to
out
do it.
and turn the TV down because it had got close to about midnight by then.
I spent 2 weeks of a summer holiday just listening to Monty Python's previous record. That's all we would just listen to that over, and now I can literally repeat. I can quote that whole thing back to you, literally line for line.
I remember getting Monty Python's Big White Papa book. I think it was for a Christmas present one year.
And
It's
now
strange,
for a
isn't it?
massage from the Swedish Prime Minister.
So what is it about Python that makes people want to memorize and quote it to people?
It was good. It was funny, and it's still current.
Yeah.
And
It
it was
still works
intellectual
today.
as well, but it was intellectual, but not in a demeaning way. It was kind of educational as well. I mean, somebody just put in there Romano Elias Domin or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But that whole thing was all, it was educational in some respects.
It was intellectual humour that I mean the TV shows were, some of them were really good, some of them weren't so good, but the films and the writing I think were outstanding, and I said I still think they stand up today as pieces of comedy because they're not particularly topical.
Well, they mixed sort of very, very highbrow subjects with anarchic, ridiculous, childish jokes as well.
But it was kind of like the Andy Kaufman thing where he would do this thing like, he'd do the Foreign Man before Foreign Man became famous on Taxi, and he would just stand in the middle of a small comedy club and do this Foreign Man thing, and the audience, you'd almost lose the audience. He was pushing it and pushing it and pushing it till they were on the precipice of throwing things at him on stage because he was being so bad, and then he would do the Elvis impression, and then everybody would come back. And Python was like that. They would do stuff, and you think, what the hell is going on here? And then somebody walks in the door, and there's the punchline. And it's that kind of pushing things to the most extreme level, just as they're about to fall over, bring it all back, and the payoff is fantastic.
They had a bit of the Goon style,
yes,
in that sort of chaotic humour. But then they had the more traditional stuff, like, I mean, even now the four Yorkshiremen sketch is still quoted. The Dead Parrot sketch is still quoted.
But that wasn't even Python originally, was it? That was the week that was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was the week that was, wasn't it? Or it was,
or
was it?
They were Python, but Python did a lot of the writing before they became.
Well, I was going to say, but part of the writers for that wasn't Tim Brooke Taylor one of the writers for that as well?
That was the week that, or this is the week that was, I think so. But then he obviously went off into the goodies.
Yeah, and then of course Ronnie Barker was in there as well.
Yeah,
Cleese and Palin were doing a lot, and
I must admit, from a very early age, much to my dad's dismay, I was massively into Marx Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
Who he didn't find funny, and I'd be rolling about all over the floor.
This whole conversation about how the Python guys met and came together was covered in great detail in this multi-part documentary I was talking about. And apparently there was a bunch of guys from Oxford and a bunch of guys from Cambridge who were interested in this kind of humor, who kind of ended up coming together around writing other people's shows for the BBC, and then decided to sort of do their own thing. And at some point along the way, they met Terry Gilliam, who was obviously not from around here.
Yeah. I always found his animations to be out there, I think is the best way of putting it.
But it's also, and they make this point in the documentary, the glue that kind of helps bring together these various short skits that didn't all have specific beginnings and endings in a way. I mean, they usually had a beginning, but the ending was always a little nebulous. And sometimes instead of writing an ending, they would just cut to a Terry Gilliam, Terry Gilliam's ending.
Yeah.
The giant foot of Godzilla comes down.
It's almost as though that, what do we do now? Oh well, let's just.
It's like the ending of
That's Spike Milligan. That's
their funniest sketch was, in my opinion, was the argument sketch.
Oh.
Which, of course, Mark Doty takes his name from. And that was how we connected, because I thought, somebody knows Python. So that's how we... But the end of that sketch is being hit over the head with a hammer lessons, I think, and then, or something. And then, all of a sudden, Inspector Fox of the Yard just comes through the door, and it just... off you go. There's no proper end.
Cites them for some violation of like skit writing or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
another guy was Steve Wright.
Which one?
The American comedian.
The American one. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
He was.
It's as deadpan as it gets, boy.
Yeah.
Stephen Wright.
Yeah.
But brilliant.
I mean,
he's a map of the world, actual size, stuff like that.
What was it? I woke up one morning and found that somebody had replaced everything in my apartment with an exact replica.
Oh dear.
You mentioned the Marx Brothers, Ken, a few moments ago. There was a really good program on Radio 4 a couple of weeks ago in their Great Lives series, and somebody had chosen, now I've got to get the name right, Harpo Marx, who's the silent one. Yeah, is that right? Who also played clarinet and saxophone and all sorts of other things, and the harp. And playing the harp is actually a very accomplished harpist. And played on lots of classical recordings and all sorts of. I had no idea. It was really fascinating, and of course he wasn't mute because he could speak perfectly well like anybody else. But it comes as so unexpected when he actually did speak. It was a really good program, about half an hour. You can probably get it on BBC Sounds, but well worth checking out. If you, because I don't know much about Marx Brothers. I mean, I've seen Duck Soup when I was a kid years and years ago, but I just found that really a very fascinating program because of this sort of polymath of a man who's so capable in so many different fields. Really fascinating. Well worth listening to.
See, another guy I got into was Lewis Black. Who's
Don't know about that one.
He's very funny.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, it does lean towards the more political stuff, but he does it in a. I just like his, angry.
I just think he's going to literally have a heart attack.
Yeah, he does. He gets all red and sweaty.
He's brilliant.
I like Emo Phillips.
Yeah,
he's quite weird and shocking, but in a very amusing way.
Yeah, that's it.
Faux innocence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very strong faux innocence.
Yeah,
The thing I wanted to mention about the Marx Brothers, they started out in vaudeville as a singing group.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
And evolved these characters and this sort of persona-based familial comedy around the vaudeville presentation. They went all over, played theaters everywhere. Their mother was a stage mom. They were quite young at the time, and at some point they ended up with a successful Broadway show called "I'll Say She Is," and from that they wrote Coconuts, which then somebody wanted to make into their first movie, and then the whole thing kind of skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Andy Kaufman, who I just think is a genius.
If they ask for a 3-minute egg, give them a 2-minute egg. If they ask for a 2-minute egg, give them a 1-minute egg. If they ask for a 1-minute egg, give them a chicken, let them work it out for themselves.
Yes. I saw Andy Kaufman basically ejected from a stage at very close range in a small club on Long Island called My Father's Place was the name of the club. And he was the opening act for some music group, and people started throwing things at him.
Yeah, he would do that. It's crazy.
It was scary and weird. It was really uncomfortable and unsettling, the whole experience. And I don't think his removal from the stage was pre-planned or faked. I think that actually came about as a result of trying not to let anybody get hurt.
Yeah.
But I wonder sometimes if he took those things and thought, what if I, pushed it and then, just turned it around? I mean, I obviously my first introduction to Andy Kaufman was Latka in Taxi. That was the first time I'd ever, because over here we'd never seen or heard of him. He was quite niche even in America, and so we kind of warmed him because he was the funny klutz, but kind of nice and cute and lovable.
That was a great character. Yeah,
it was. But it was all that was an extension of Foreign Man, which was this character he'd been doing in the clubs for years. He does the Elvis impersonation, and he was, according to Elvis, Elvis's favorite Elvis impersonator, which is an honor, I guess. But
I didn't know. That's
apparently not long. He'd only been doing it very shortly, and Elvis had seen it because Elvis went 77, and apparently he was. Elvis said, "Yeah, I like what he does."
Being a man with extremely deep sense of propriety and taste. Anybody ever been to Graceland?
Did Alexei Sayle ever make it to the States?
Alexi who?
Sale.
Alexi Sale.
He wouldn't.
Not
he
that
would
I'm
not.
aware of. No, not in my not in
He
my
wouldn't have-
little
He
bizarre
would not have got
sphere.
through immigration.
No,
I'm
there's no,
nobody's. I'm nobody's.
Do you have
sounding
any
board for
association
pop
with the
culture.
Communist Party? Well, yeah.
well, Candy, yeah.
Yeah.
He
I'm
did,
So good.
he did a
I'm not
thing
your
one night.
typical American for these kinds of pop culture questions.
I've just got to fly, put the mate to bed. So
Okay.
I hope
All right,
you
bye.
See you in a bit, Dom.
Wiggly.
We had what? No, he did a thing one night where he goes, he comes on very seriously and he goes, there is a saying, when one door closes, another opens. I used to have a Ford Fiesta like that. And he told this story about how he said they were watching the news and he said they were talking about this some associate with Mugabe called Wilf Mabanga. It was quite high up in the
See where
park.
this is going to go.
Yeah. So, and he said, when we heard the name, he says, I looked at my wife and we said simultaneously, what a great name for a cat. So they named their cat Wilf Mabanga and they said it got out and the local paper printed a story about their missing cat, Wilf Mabanga, next to a picture of the real Wilf Mabanga. Right? And he said, like they were going to think, oh, that's Alexi Sale's cat, and throw a towel over his head and try and bundle him into a taxi. And it turns out, then they interviewed Wilf Mabanga, because apparently he's moved to Stepney when it all went wrong, and he lived in Stepney, and they interviewed him. And he said, "Oh, I really hope they find their cat." Yeah. Weird stuff.
That's funny. There's a Stepney not far from here.
Wow.
I mean, Connecticut is loaded with British named places, but I didn't realize that Stepney had a British equivalent. So.
It's almost as though the
Half of
British.
London.
Yeah, it's almost as though the British had some sort of minor influence on the development of the United States.
Well, certainly in Connecticut they did.
Do you think?
There you go.
I mean, we've got places here called Glastonbury, and
Yeah.
Bristol, and it's just they just came here and named everything the same. So, but in New York State, which is 12 miles west of here, it's all Dutch names. So there are some regional differences, and in Pennsylvania you have a combination of some British and a lot of German interesting influences, and these things have in
Pennsylvania
many ways
Dutch.
persisted over centuries to some extent. So I appreciate you were kidding,
Because there's
Well, it's the same with Australia. I mean, you look around the coast of Australia and you've got Southport, you've got Newcastle,
Victoria and all that.
Again,
Perth.
people just took their history with them.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's even a West
as
Yule
you do, I
out there.
guess.
They've got a Yule out there, and it has a West and East Yule as well.
You
Just like here.
I
Yeah.
see.
wasn't the Synclavier? Didn't they have their offices in Norwich?
Norwich.
No, not that I knew of.
I'm sure they had
The main
something.
office of New England Digital was in White River Junction, Vermont, which was just across the river from Hanover, New Hampshire, which is where Dartmouth University is.
Yeah.
which is an Ivy League school. And
But I'm sure I
that's kind
remember
of where that all
seeing-
came out of.
Seeing something somewhere that they had something, because Norwich is in Vermont, but of course Norwich is my home city, which is that way. But I'm
There's
sure
one in Connecticut. There's as it's pronounced here, Norwich.
Yeah.
But there's a Norwich, Connecticut, and there's actually a Norwich on Long Island, which is part of New York.
Oh wow!
State,
I never thought there was one.
which is
Wow.
across Long Island Sound from here.
And Norfolk, not
Yeah.
Norfolk.
Well, that would be Virginia, actually.
But do you
The
pronounce
best-
that Norfolk, don't you?
Yeah, it's basically Norfolk
Yeah.
in American English.
Yeah.
The
Norfolk and
OLK, the whole OLK thing just kind of gets blown off
Yeah.
in our pronunciation.
There's a road there, isn't it? Was it Norfolking Way?
Norfolk.
Yeah, it's right down there.
Well, there was
Oh,
there was a There was a hoo-ha, wasn't there, a few years ago in the hospital, because the doctors and the nurses would write shorthand messages on patients' notes, and if somebody was maybe not the full ticket in their mental capacity, they would put NFN, which is normal for Norfolk, because they think we're all dumb out here. But hey,
Well, do you know there's a Prince Andrew Close?
yes, it's not
Yeah.
a street
I
name.
saw
No,
it
it's not.
today.
Yeah, and it goes, it's not an address, it's a warning.
Yeah, so it's exactly.
Oh man.
Evil. It sort of reminds me of the Not the 9 o'clock news, going back to comedy, and the Kinda Lingers song.
Oh yeah.
We'll have to send Richard the hi-fi store, given his
Yes,
background in hi-fi.
yes.
There's a great sketch where Rowan Atkinson goes into this hi-fi store that's being manned by Griff Rhys-Jones and Mel Smith, and he wants to, I'd like to buy a record player. Oh, would you, sir? Would you? What kind of record player would you like? And the store guys are really snobby, gearheads, and Rowan Atkinson just wants a record player. Would you want Dolby with that? It's just,
Do you want woofers?
yeah. And then they start throwing all these terms that mean absolutely nothing, and of course Rowan's going, "Oh yes, I'll have one of those," and they start. Yeah, it's very good. And what was the other one they did?
Constable Savage.
No, the hi-fi one was they were giving a sales presentation about this hi-fi, and they were trying to make out they knew everything about what it did, and all these questions are coming in from the audience which you never see, and Griff and Mel are trying to explain. It's very funny, very funny. That was kind of like Python for the 80s, wasn't it? Because it was still a little bit out there, like Hedgehog Sandwich, and it's just brilliant. And what was the name of the gorilla? Arthur? Was it Arthur?
Oh,
Rowan Atkinson in full gorilla outfit.
Brilliant sketch.
I think in many ways it's been superseded now by things like, Family Guy, and because the timing in Family Guy is beautiful,
impeccable.
I must confess, I've never seen an episode of Family Guy.
You've got to.
In for a treat.
We actually watch it now because we have an Apple TV in the dining room, so the kids put something on. Since we got Disney, they decided they wanted to watch every episode of The Simpsons. So when we're having dinner, there's always The Simpsons on. Well, after a while, we got all the way through to like the last season of Simpsons. So then they started watching Family Guy, and because my daughter's she'll be 18 in May, and my son's 16, so we thought, oh yeah, it's okay, because they really go quite close to the bone in some of those episodes.
I watched South Park, and that's been remarkably prescient in its predictions of what might happen.
Yeah.
But the Family Guy
but
stuff.
where there's a line in the sand as to how far you should go, Family Guy jump over that line and then hula naked.
Yeah.
Really go there.
Yeah, they do. They get surreal.
Yeah.
A favorite here is King of the Hill, which is very Texas-centric cultural stuff. But
everybody gotta have propane.
Sweet Lady Propane.
Was the one where he goes, once dynamite too big, I'm going to blow it up and there's cow all over the place.
Yeah, that's Boomhauer, the mumbling guy.
Boomhauer,
Is that still on? Or is it, was it canceled?
Well, it's certainly on my Hulu account, so I watch episodes of that all the time. And
I did like that.
Dang old Mysteries of the Universe, man.
Yeah, I think animated stuff kind of took over from that whole surrealistic thing.
I had the
Wagoo's just put a link. Sorry, Wagoo's just put a link, a video link for the full version of the Hi-Fi Shop. Sketch.
Cool, very good, thank you.
All right.
I had the good fortune to work with Mike Judge on the Beavis and Butthead album, for which I have a platinum album on the wall.
Cool.
Yeah. And he was a really cool guy to work with, and we did, a sensitive love ballad called "Come to Butthead," and it was a lot of fun. It was great fun, and he's a musical guy. He is, he could, I think he plays guitar, and he did all the voices, and he had just a really cool way about him. It was fun.
Because he did that film Idiocracy, didn't he?
I don't know. But I'm sure he did. If you say he did,
it's it's one of the Wilson brothers, isn't it? It's kind of it's kind of about what happens if it was very prescient about the Trump era. This kind of dumbing down of everything.
Woohoo! Let's have some fun.
Yeah,
talk about Trump.
Wow.
Well, no, let's try. But it was, a lot of people were saying, during those 4 years, oh my God, Idiocracy has come true. It's one of those, because it was so out there. Like, this is what could happen if people get really stupid and just let, things go that way. And lo and behold, for 4 years, there was a certain group of people that were very much.
Well, you now have
still got
arguably
it.
35 to 40% of the electorate who are members in good standing of that club.
I do think that the news media have to take their credit for the dumbing down of a lot of people as well, though.
There's a lot of credit to go around for this.
Yeah.
Oh Christ, yeah.
No, not in any way. By the way, absolutely the news media too. Yes, there's just tons of credit to go around.
Yeah, CNN just became unwatchable because it was just basically a constant rant. They just didn't cover news, and I was just shocked.
You can single out CNN, you can single out Fox, you can single out any of them, but the depth of the idiocracy over here is frightening, disappointing, disgusting, and otherwise really disheartening to me.
Yeah,
I never
but
imagined
it's
it was
not
that
just
bad.
America, is it? It's not.
No,
Just
we had the same here.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, and it's getting worse because if certain people have their way and public service broadcasters like the BBC, then lose their method of funding, which I'm a huge supporter of the TV license. It sounds a very archaic term, but it's basically it's pay-per-view, or not pay-per-view, but it's it's a subscription that you can't not pay. But it means that there is a news organisation that doesn't always get it right, but is accountable to the people and not a government, not a corporation, not a corporate entity. It is it is independent. And I always, whenever there's a Tory government in power, everyone says the BBC is biased towards them. And when Labour were in power all those years ago, the BBC was a raging bunch of lefty loonies, and it was biased.
I've just had that argument with my dad. My dad said he just doesn't watch BBC News anymore because it's just basically a leftist conspiracy to bring down the Tory government.
That's because it's telling him what he doesn't want to hear.
Yeah, but my dad isn't a dyed-in-the-wool Tory, not at all. And he has some very argued objections to the way the BBC are doing it. And to be honest, part of me understands. I always used to listen to the Today programme on Radio 4 on my way to work, and I got to the point where I just could not listen to it because it was always so confrontational. No matter who they were talking to, it was straight in argument, jugular. And I just got, I can't listen. Just let the man speak, let the woman speak. Let's hear what they've got to say. And as soon as they'd said something, there would be I can't be doing with this. I need it to be more level and actually seemingly more impartial. Now, and believe me, I'm not an apologist for the Tories, and I'm not trying to be an apologist for the BBC either. But I take what you're saying, Robbie. I think it's good that we have a national broadcaster who isn't accountable to the government. At least not accountable. I just want facts. I don't want opinion. I just want the actual facts. And I find that all news organisations, they're not necessarily misleading deliberately, but they are misleading through omission. So I mean, I like with newspapers, I read a variety of newspapers because I can't actually trust any single one of them
to give me the actual story. They are giving me their version of. Whereas the BBC used to just report what was happening, as opposed to putting any form of spin, whichever way, on it.
The problem with the BBC is it has to fulfill a number of things. First of all, it has to fulfill its public charter, which is fair, balanced, and unbiased. And it you know, to the point where it sometimes gets ridiculous that if they have somebody on speaking about something that's slightly political, they have to have a counterpoint. They have to have somebody else. Even if it is the Monster Raving Loony Party, they've got to have somebody else in there for balance. And sometimes that doesn't always work. But the thing is, the BBC back in the 90s and even, you know, the early noughties wasn't having to compete so much with every other news outlet that there is there today. And as soon as 24-hour news came in, I think that's just diluted everything. So now people are, you know, not making stuff up, but they're making news out of things that wouldn't have made the news, and then we're getting all irate about these things, and they're not really. So the BBC's got to strike a balance between that and competing with commercial broadcasters.
But the BBC shot themselves in the foot, because they actually had the technological lead when they launched the iPlayer, and it was, you know, way before Amazon, way before Hulu, and Netflix. And a lot of us were screaming at them that they should commercialise that part of the BBC and sell it and the technology worldwide. Yeah. And they just completely shut their ears to all the arguments we put forward.
Yeah.
And if they'd taken that up, just imagine how big they could have been.
BBC Worldwide is a significant commercial operation, and the fingers the BBC have in commercial stuff, such as Demon Records is another one. They've got a whole bunch of stuff that does make a ton of money. That, you know, they could, I suppose, provide a service based on that alone. But I think the fact that they are publicly accountable, even if only through just the license fee, we can hold them to account. We have the ability to go to, you know, you can go to public meetings and berate the heads of department of the BBC. You know, the BBC is the only news channel I know that can self-criticize itself. You know, the BBC investigate and report on things that are going wrong in the BBC, which I think is very good, because, you know, it's balanced. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, look, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll say something that some people probably find a bit controversial, which is, I don't think it's that important that we know. I think it's, you could know all the details. You can get all the facts, and if you don't like it, it's still tough shit. There's really nothing you can really do about it, either way. And there's no point in ruining your day and the rest of your life worrying about the shit.
It's all fun and games until the tanks show up.
Ah, true enough. Yeah. But you know what? You can always get a feel for that. You don't need a news channel.
I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? There's a general.
In other words, I'm not here to defend the media.
No, I know.
But and I can talk about the benefits of taking what I like to refer to as a short or narrow view, and just sort of look around me and go, this is all pretty good. I'm pretty comfortable. There's food downstairs. I seem to be able to make a living. You know, like, I can actually get down to the nitty gritty of that stuff too pretty quickly and pretty easily, and I pretty much do every day. Certainly since the beginning of the pandemic, but even before that. But we all choose sources for information because I think we're all naturally curious, and that natural curiosity is at heart a good thing. So I can't just sit idly by and listen to the blinders argument without making that case, at the very least. That's all.
Yeah, no, I understand. But I'm just saying, you know, when you get people they're ripping their hair out over things like how they're going to change the vehicle taxing laws and everything like that, and they look at one news site and it says one thing, look at another news site and it says a different thing, and because, you know, the government are going to put this through if they want to put it through, and, you know, how irate you get over it won't make the slightest bit of difference. So there's no point in actually being informed on that. Not really.
Okay.
And if it's detrimental to your health, don't go looking.
Well, I can understand that too, is trying to keep yourself fortified spiritually, and not let yourself get too deep into a rabbit hole of despair. And that's, of course, something I support wholeheartedly. So as it relates to news items, I'm going to bring one up that you may be familiar with, and that is that this past week there was a major ruling on suit brought against Remington, a gun manufacturer, related to the Sandy Hook school shooting, which took place 2 miles that way.
Yeah.
And I know these people. I know some of these people. And for the first time ever, a gun manufacturer who saw this coming and went bankrupt has been nailed with some gigantic settlement to address their responsibility as it was decided. So those people fought and advocated. Now that happened in 2012. That's 10 years they worked on this. So again, I can understand taking a short view and trying to maintain my sanity by doing so when the things outside my purview seem to be going nuts and I can't affect them. And I understand that sense of sort of detachment and, in some ways, almost apathy. It's not really apathy. It's just participatory apathy, whatever that's called. And I can also see the result now in my own backyard of what happens when you take a position about something that you feel is destructive to other people and spend 10 years pursuing it, and then it comes out in a way that is unprecedented and actually benefits the people who suffered, at least in some small way. So I make that case.
Yeah.
In
Well, it's like
opposition to your...
we did talk about this yesterday, didn't we? I brought up what's his name, Banyan.
Steve Bannon.
Bannon.
That's
Steve
political
Bannon.
speech in media, which is a different thing. That doesn't hit so close to home.
Yeah, but he made at least one family that lives there near you have to move house 4 times.
It wasn't just him. It was a guy named Alex Jones who got up.
Oh, that's right.
There are a bunch of people who have been pushing the theory that this entire thing was a hoax, a false flag operation with actors playing the parts of people whose children died, let alone, and I know these people.
Yeah.
And I know people who've had news crews, or seeming news crews, people with cameras and microphones show up at their front door, ringing the bell and demanding that they answer questions about stuff like this. People who are suffering deeply from PTSD for having actually participated in this event.
Yeah.
So there's that too, and the cruelty that has been shown to those people. But I only brought it up to make a case for advocacy as being, in some cases, possible and perhaps worthy of consideration, therefore. In sort of light opposition to your sort of, we can't really affect any of this anyway.
Just on a similar vein, in the UK, we have albeit not with people being shot, but we have the scandal of the post office and the Fujitsu software that Computer Weekly was writing about this back in 2011, 2012, and people lost their livelihoods, went to jail, lost their houses, were demonized in their local press for crimes that they did not commit. And it's only because of a very small number of very dedicated people that this actually came to light. And the majority of the mainstream, or I'll use the phrase mainstream media, but the majority of the British media completely and utterly ignored this story and the facts it's only now that there is an inquiry, a formal inquiry into this to try and source out the damage that has been done to so many people.
And hold someone responsible.
That it's now being talked about, finally being talked about in our mainstream media. And that disgusts me.
But I knew about that some years ago, working in technology industries. That was kind of a thing that was talked about. I didn't know until, as you said, because you've got this new inquiry. I didn't know there was Fujitsu behind the software, and as soon as I knew that, all the pennies fell into the right slots, because I used to work for a computer software company that won contracts after Fujitsu had gone in there and screwed it up. These were all government contracts, so they've got a huge reputation of just bidding. They go in at the lowest amount. They say we can do everything that the spec says it should be able to do, and then they fail miserably, and other companies have to come in and fix it. But of course, who's paying for all this? It's the taxpayer. And of course, Fujitsu's contract is worded as such that even if they fail, they have to be paid significant amounts of money.
I've worked in a number of organisations that have had to not quite forcibly remove Fujitsu, but certainly they've entered into protracted legal battles to remove Fujitsu from their service providers.
Yeah, and it's Accenture as well, and Capita, another one. In fact, if you are a small... See, what happened with us is that Fujitsu got the contract to do the Ministry of Justice, or Her Majesty's Court Service, as it was back then, to do all of the magistrate court case management software. So if you're processed through a magistrate's court, you go...
Yeah, they effed that up.
Yes, and they massively effed that up, and we had bid for that, and Fujitsu had won because they came in at a lower price. We'd already done the case management software for a number of police forces around the country, so we had experience, but no, we weren't the lowest bidder. They gave it to the lowest bidder, and they massively cocked it up. They then got paid off, and we rebid and won it, and were very successful and produced a piece of software that was competent. And all the while we were doing that, because we were a small business in the middle of Suffolk, companies like Capita and Accenture and all of those big companies that just go in and just buy, get government contracts, were all trying to buy us out because they knew that it would get them a government contract. And eventually that happened. Thankfully, I'd left by then. But Capita bought the bank, and now it's something else. So it's just horrible what that whole post office thing. I mean, the fact that people went to jail because a computer system couldn't add up the money. That's all it was. It couldn't add up the money, and yet the post office just... I mean, this is why this inquiry is so important, because hopefully names will be named. Individuals will be held accountable for destroying the lives of young people, old people. I mean, some of the postmasters and postmistresses that we're seeing going through this system, there's young women who worked their backsides off.
That was traumatic, that on the news yesterday.
Yeah, the one
that young lady
in Holloway for 3...
Yeah, it was really, really upset. I mean, you think... I hope that, one, the people who are ultimately responsible are held to account, and that the people who have suffered are suitably compensated. And that compensation is going to have to be substantial. Yeah. I mean, you can't put right what's happened, but you have to be able to say, we've made a God Almighty of this. Your years. I mean, for some people, it's 2 decades of their lives totally destroyed.
Yeah. But the tragic thing is...
It's really quite awful.
The tragic thing is that the compensation will be paid by the post office, which is a I think it's still a semi-public company, so it's kind of part private, part publicly owned. Yeah. So the taxpayer will, at some point, it will come out of the taxpayer.
Rather than the software provider.
Rather than Fujitsu, because I bet you, pound to a pinch of shit, Fujitsu had a massive payout when they fucked that up.
But the big problem, actually, I mean, ignoring the fact that the software itself was defective, the problem is that the senior management within the post office refused to accept that. I mean, if there's one case of fraud that you identify within a banking system, you can accept that, you deal with it, and you try to modify your systems to prevent that happening. If you have 700 cases, and every single case the person is pleading their innocence, at some point the management have to accept that maybe it's not right. These people exactly. And the fact that
I was wondering, Sassy, how can you have had so many people all saying exactly the same thing and it be ignored? That's what amazed me.
It was easier. It was easier. Simple as that. Just brush it under the carpet. it's
Don't
just
admit that you've
another
given a
case-
contract to a company that can't do what you wanted it to do.
Well,
Yeah.
oh dear.
Anyway, getting rather heavy.
Big
here.
hairy bollocks on a bed of lettuce, just to lighten the mood.
Very good. Very
There
good.
you
Is that a Terry Gilliam animation?
go. Bollocks on
Very
bed.
probably.
It can be. It can be. Yeah. No,
he
it's-
certainly did some very interesting artwork based on mushrooms.
Oh,
yes. Well. Yeah, as we know. Do we have any synthesizer news this week?
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to talk about it because we're going to do a show tomorrow
yeah.
for crying out.
Yeah, bleed
Oh, it's
you
quite
dry,
nice.
bitch.
it's quite nice just having a
Very
laugh.
nice.
It's really fascinating. I
Yeah.
want to say, Richard, it's actually really fascinating hearing your take on those particular, really quite difficult issues. I mean, I know that in the United States, that gun law is obviously a really highly debated issue right now. I mean, from our side of the pond, if you can't get hold of a gun, you can't shoot somebody. You know, that seems perfectly obvious to us because it's very, very difficult to get hold of firearms here. And yet in the United States, it's enshrined in your constitution that people have the right to do it. And I'm
No, they
wondering-
have the right to bear arms.
yes, like you have, Robbie.
To
Yeah,
keep
absolutely.
and bear arms.
There's all
See,
these bears going around with no arms.
I wanted to ask
We want our
Richard,
arms,
actually,
mate.
not about the rights and wrongs of it or anything like that, but well, I suppose it is about rights and wrongs. But is there a growing movement in the United States to seriously address what seems to be glaringly obvious? I mean,
Yes. Yes, there are people who want to see this, what have been referred to in various ways, but ultimately, excuse me,
This without arms. It's funny.
ultimately amount to realistic common sense gun laws that because the Constitution, which as we know was written in the late 1700s when weapons were what weapons were, says that everybody has the right to keep and bear arms. And the theory here is that I'm going to give you my take on this, by the way. This is not representative of anybody outside of this house or these walls. This is just how I see it. So there have been and will continue to always be limitations on what arms are in the context of that statement, keep and bear arms. There are certain things you can do and there are certain things you can't do. You can own a firearm for your personal protection, but the question becomes, what is a firearm for your personal protection? If it's artillery in your backyard aimed at your neighbor's house, that's not reasonable definition of arms for personal protection. If it's nuclear devices being assembled in your basement, that's also not considered to be worthy of classification of arms.
If I can just jump in just to inform
Yes.
you, Richard, that in the UK, I shoot. I do own.
Okay.
Yeah, I shoot. But
People
if you cannot apply for a license in the UK if you are seeking a weapon for self-defense, whereas it's entirely the opposite in America.
You can't. You
In-
can,
in-
for
in some
example.
states.
So, what is a reasonable reason to be wanting to own a firearm in the UK would be then for the purpose of hunting your food?
Sport.
Yeah, sport shooting, target shooting, club membership. So you can't wander around common land just shooting things willy-nilly.
Well, interestingly, in the United States also you have 50 states and they all have slightly different gun laws. So, and some of them are based in federal statutes, and some of them aren't. In other words, there are differences, and there's differences in participation in gun ownership based on region. So, anyway, I happen to have lived through a very close, horrible example of what can go wrong. And I had a son in school that day. I mean, I could talk about my personal connection to that particular event, but it has increased my resolve to support people who are looking to make sense out of the existing law in such a way that people can do what they feel they want and need to do with guns, but not have military-grade weapons that are really good for nothing except killing people. So... and that's why Remington's having to pay out now on the AR-15 that kid Lanza used at the Sandy Hook school, is going to provide an interesting basis for future precedent or not. I mean, I'm no lawyer, but it could provide the basis for future precedent as regards how responsibility becomes related to what kinds of weapons got used, because you couldn't have had the kind of destruction that this kid wrought with weapons that didn't do what that weapon did. And they based their case based around how they were selling this weapon to the community, appealing to people's manhood. And apparently, I mean, I've never seen these ads, so I'm just telling you what I've read, but the case was built around something about how they represented these weapons in order to promote their sale, and how that might have had an effect on the shooter, and how it negatively affects the community at large. So, and then in general, there are people with varying views. Some people think you should have artillery in your backyard and you should have nuclear weapons in your basement, and there should be absolutely no limits to this, and they act like there are none. And that's just not true or realistic either.
I think.
Yes, sir.
So I think the problem, the situation in America is extremely complex, because you have very conflicting constitutional articles. So you have the freedom of speech, which means that the government cannot, or would find it very difficult to restrict advertising. It doesn't matter what the product is, but it would be very difficult for the state to
I can see why
restrict that speech.
Yes.
And also you have the Second Amendment, which gives everyone this God-given right to keep and bear arms, which on one hand, I think, that would be great. I'd be able to get, something like an AR-15, fantastic gun. But most people do not need that sort of weapon. I don't need that sort of weapon.
Agreed.
Nobody but the military needs that sort of weapon.
Well, it's not. It's not an automatic weapon.
But it can be made so.
You have to pull the trigger every time you want to shoot a bullet.
It's easily modified to be an automatic weapon, and apparently there are things they're called safety locks that allow it to be used in a rapid fire method. But the fact is, as fast as you can pull, that thing
which
will
is very
shoot
fast,
giant, thick bullets.
Yeah.
Which you can get off. You can get off 20 shots like nothing. I mean,
but it's that conflict between the various rights that are written in the Constitution
which was written over 200 years ago.
So we've spent now a couple of 100 years trying to clarify these issues, and I'm no constitutional scholar, and I don't pretend to be any more than I'm a detective or a lawyer. But there's a famous ruling from the early part of the 1900s that sort of says, in at least my layman's recollection of it, that the right to free speech does not confer the right to stand up in a crowded theater and yell fire. So, in other words, there are legal limits to those statements that have been established and become established law because of the reasonableness of what you just pointed out. So there have been various clarifying things like
there's freedom of speech within limits.
Well, and the limits are changing as society changes and as society evolves. In the same way that with respect to the weapons discussion, when it was written, they had muskets. It was sometime in the mid-1800s that the gun technology improved to some extent, and at some point they got into automatic firearms. And I'm not really any kind of expert on firearms. Never used one, never held one, have no interest in them, and it's just not a personal thing for me. But I respect the fact that it's a personal thing for some people, and people who use them safely and for sporting purposes, I'm all right, but it is a complicated discussion, and the points you make are very, very valid and smart, and they have been in some measure addressed in existing law, but continue to be challenged by a combination of re-examination of those laws and also the evolution of our societies and what becomes permissible and what wasn't permissible 50 years ago.
But I mean, constitutional reform is always going to be incredibly complex. I mean, our legal systems differ quite considerably, but it's remarkable how much of the old English law is the formation for the American legal system. So there are frequently court cases where British law is quoted because that was the precedent that dictated which laws you have. But I find it astonishing that in this day and age, it is impossible to have a rational debate about what is better generally for society. I think a big issue that you have in America is that too many people own guns and too many of the wrong people own guns. And until a solution can be found for that, it will be impossible to enact the sort of change that I think many people want to see.
Well, in Australia, they had some kind of buyback or turn in. I mean, there have been
we did have here
other solutions to the thing, but I don't disagree. I don't say that in opposition to your point at all. And Andy's waving Chomsky at us.
It was just mentioned in the chat.
But at the same, and by the same token, as you say correctly, that it's very difficult for people to discuss these things. We right now seem to be doing just fine. And as long as we can start from things that we know that we all want, which is safety for our families, the right to pursue whatever God that doesn't hurt other people that we want. And, like there are certain things we can agree on. And nobody starts there nowadays. Everybody starts with all the stuff we don't agree on. And it's a hard place to come from in a conversation because it quickly and also I could have my old man's rant about civility and people being dignified in their pursuit of their own point of view.
Is it possible?
I'm with you on that. Don't worry about that.
Well, is it possible that people are looking for a solution to something that has no solution?
Everything has a solution in this.
These would be good things to resolve. I think we can all agree on that.
How would you go? Yeah, but how would you even attempt? When you look at some of the real nutcases that you see on YouTube and stuff like that, you go, there's no getting through to those people.
Yeah, but we have knife crime. They have gun crime. What's the solution to knife crime? You can't ban knives. So how do you get that?
Weirdly enough, and that's what I mean. I think that the scale only goes one way. The cure to knife crime is to legalize guns. Nobody will be using knives anymore. Literally, it's a one-way scale.
Yeah, and it just gets worse.
As a human species, we're fucked in that direction. We can't go back.
Yes, but listen,
let's not do that.
You're talking about banning guns and banning knives or trying to and doing that, but isn't the problem not the gun or the knife?
It's the person.
But the person that is wielding it. And we need to change attitudes. It's like, you see, there was something just the other day about women only train carriages so that they feel safe, because lots and lots of women on trains are assaulted and hassled by men who have whatever reason to do that, whatever. But creating a single
would call that a solution, where it's
not a solution.
It's a half-ass fix.
Yeah, it's now you're now pushing all the women into one carriage on a train. What's the actual problem? It's not the women, it's not the train, it's the attitudes of certain males within the population that think they can do it.
All you do is giving the perv a choice.
Yeah. We need to re-educate from the ground up. We need to start re-educating from the ground up. So, my children, I've never forced them down a path of any kind of religion. I don't have any religion, but I've never said to them, don't follow, make your own mind up. Same politically, I'm very socialist. I'm very, kind of, I won't say hard left, but I'm somewhere further left than the current left-wing party that we have in this country. But I've never said to them that's how you should do it. Yeah, but they've all had the choice. They've all had a choice, and we can just be there to guide them and help them and clarify for them and give them a balanced opinion. And when I hear some of the stuff that comes out of my kids' mouths, I'm just incredibly proud that they've actually made those decisions based on looking at all the information. But that's just my thing. I mean, we need to begin to educate, not just from the very bottom up, from a very young age, but we need to educate young men that they don't have the right to hassle any woman that they feel they want to do. We have a responsibility to re-educate.
But what is it that has changed, Robbie? Because when I was a young man, I would never have thought, and we're only a couple of years in age difference. I never considered that I could approach any woman and behave like a twat.
And nor did I, but people still did. The thing today is, and we come back to that whole news thing. No. They did. It's just it wasn't as widely reported because we didn't have the systems of reporting in place that we do now. We go back to this whole 24-hour news cycle. We hear about so much more stuff, but the more you actually look back in history, there were lots of perverted people, murderous people, doing these things. They just weren't as widely reported because 100 years ago, it took days for news to come from one place to another, and then slowly we got to hear about. And we thought, "Wow, everything's on the increase." No, it's not. It's just that we're increasingly aware of this stuff rather than it happening on an increased level.
Well, it's that awareness. Sorry, Ken.
My great uncle was murdered, right, by the Krays. They found his body up at the estuary and his head in a suitcase.
Jeez.
Right, and because for some, he wasn't a nice man, from what I've been told by my nan. He was a bit of a lad over in the East End, and but it was not reported. It didn't appear in the paper or the news or anything.
And a lot of this stuff wasn't
maybe
even
a little
column to the police.
Yeah,
didn't even make it that far.
It was only until their trial, the Krays were up on trial properly, that story even was mentioned, but people think, it was a much better time. You could leave your back door open and everything like that. Yeah, and you could still get murdered.
Yeah.
But you could leave your back door open.
How much of this current situation is part of a feedback loop? So the more that people are aware of things that are going on, the more that people who are likely to attempt some of these behaviours are likely to try it.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's a long term. Yeah, well, yes, but hopefully not. We're not being prophetic. Solving these sort of societal issues, whether it's use of guns in America or youth behaviour in the UK, there are no short-term fixes. It has to be a dedicated generational.
But it's not. It will
take 25 or 50 years.
Yeah, but it's not just a fix, Sass. There's also a price to pay for it.
Yes,
a big price. There's things that you're going to have to give up, right? There's things like every single post that you put up on Facebook and stuff like that has to be monitored, literally policed. Every single bloody word that you put up.
Oh, the online harms bill, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, exactly. So to be able to re-educate people, you have to be able to stop the what is making this worse and worse all the time. So to actually make that change, there's big costs to every single one of us.
Yes, and are we willing to take them?
Yeah, and this is the thing. People will spend hours and hours sitting in a small room, burning the midnight oil, trying to find fixes, because nobody wants to have to pay the enormous price to literally reset society and make it half decent.
Well, it's effectively loss of freedom.
But there will always be people who don't like other people to the point that they would rather extinguish their existence than just ignore them, turn the other cheek, walk away, whatever. There's always going to be. You're never going to change that. There's a fundamental thing here where if there's a woman waiting for a train on a station by herself, and
and a bloke is on that station with her, if he's in a society where if he attempts to molest her or whatever, he may go to prison if he's ever caught. But they'll be like, oh, we'll get a psychological report on him and stuff like that. If you were in a society where if you do that to a woman or attempt to do that to a woman, you are taken, you're taken to a cell, and then 6 guys come in and they will beat the living shit out of you with a piece of wood. He'd think twice about doing it.
Yeah, he'd think twice, but that is not going to be a deterrent enough for other people, because how many people have committed heinous crimes and been either sentenced to life imprisonment or have been sentenced to death? Doesn't dissuade anybody else from doing it.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying about it would cure it. I'm saying, but it would certainly bloody reduce it down to a level where it becomes an unusual thing to happen rather than an everyday thing.
It's like the broken windows policy that was enacted in New York, where I think it was under was it Giuliani? When he was there, where literally if there was a broken window, it would get fixed. If there was graffiti, it would get fixed. And that actually did have an effect. I do wonder whether our legal system does need some reform, in order that I think there's too much leniency in terms of sentencing. And I accept what you say, Robbie, that some people aren't deterred by that, but I think a lot of people would be. And if action was taken against criminals that literally removes them off the street as quickly as possible, and then something in terms of prisoner reform and education and trying to improve the capabilities, the intelligence capabilities of those who are imprisoned, then we might see some changes. I mean, I don't think that on its own would... Yeah, but if you go to your local magistrate's court and you sit in and listen, and it's like, Fred blogs, oh, this is your 50th appearance before this bench, another breaking and entering. And they're put on, they're parole, they're not, their liberties are not being restricted.
That, having sat in many magistrates' courts, and actually known magistrates, they can only do, what they are allowed to do in terms of handing down judgments.
Yeah.
They have guidelines, and they have to stick between that. So the guidelines will need to change. And I agree that, if you're a rapist or a murderer or someone who is dangerous to society, then yes, you need to be removed from that society because you've abdicated your right to exist in it by carrying out the crime that you've carried out. And that's one part of a solution, but the other, there's lots of other parts. And so, for example, if you take knife crime, for instance, knife crime in London, let's just take that as a small thing. Why does knife crime? Who's perpetrating it? Who are the victims? Mainly young men and some women in minority communities, ethnic minority communities of poverty, levels of poverty that most of us thankfully probably won't ever experience.
And it's either drug or gang related.
And so why is it drug or gang related? Because there's money to be had. Why do they want money? Because they don't have any money. They come from backgrounds where they just don't have the money. They don't have access to education and youth facilities and all of this other. There's huge, massive lack of investment in urban areas of poverty. And when you are pushed into a corner where it's a choice between knifing someone to get something that's going to pay the bills or get you some kind of credibility with your friends, where you don't have a choice because you are living in an area that is so deprived of not just money but education and infrastructure and help and guidance and peers.
When did it change from when communities self-managed?
Yeah, but
yeah, but I mean, I grew up near some pretty big council estates, and there were not these problems then, and people didn't have money. And I remember the hardships of the late 70s and early 80s, and the crap that so many families, mine included, had to go through. You know, my dad was made redundant. We actually went on free school meals for a time. You know, we didn't have any money. We didn't go out and kill people. We didn't go out and start dealing drugs. You know, what is it that has changed within society that makes
the fear of getting into
people,
trouble?
Yeah, you see, we were scared. We were scared of the police. We were scared of being criminals. These days, the kids aren't.
No, I mean, I got arrested at 15 years old. I shan't go into a huge amount of details, but I was taken to Marylebone Nick. Marylebone Nick in 1985 is where they took all the IRA suspects. So it was scared the fucking crap out of me. I was put into a cell for an hour, made to sweat it out, and then taken in front of the sergeant, who gave me a half an hour bollocking. And I walked out of there. I needed new underwear, and I never did what I did again. It wasn't horrible, heinous. You know, it was just petty stuff. But yeah, I had the fear of God put into me. I got home to my parents. I was actually given the choice because I was on a school trip when I got arrested. That's how stupid I was. And my headmaster said to me, "You've been dealt with. You've been very lucky. You are very stupid, but we'll leave it up to you to tell your parents or not." And I told them and paid a price. Mostly a large book around the back of my head 2 or 3 times. But I was, and it scared the crap out of me. But 100 years ago, there were still elements of society where there was extreme poverty and extreme violence. It doesn't, I'm not saying that your experience is not true. Of course it is. But we didn't experience. I lived in rural, East Anglia. We're not really known for knife crime and stuff. We might have the occasional serial killer picking up prostitutes in Ipswich.
An occasional serial killer?
The occasional
dog being shot.
But no, seriously, I mean, it is a fantastic place to live because it's lovely and pretty safe, but not completely. But doesn't matter whether it's, it's not always in the same places, and I'm not saying it is the solution. It's part of the solution. It is a very complex and multifaceted solution, and no government is brave enough to address as many of those facets as possible because they need votes. And
I'd just start by legalizing drugs.
Well, there is one very good argument for legalizing drugs and a number of other things that you can control, you can raise revenue from, and use that revenue to pay for other. Manage it, keep on top of it, stop demonizing it. If you legalize drugs, then people won't have to kill each other to get them, or to own the territory upon which they sell those drugs. Do it properly. I mean, we're starting to see that happen in the United States, and I don't know how much of that has changed in the states where it has become, legal to smoke and sell weed or whatever. You go to Amsterdam; it's the most chilled place in the bloody world, or certainly was the last time I went.
Yes.
And it's legal, it's controlled, and if you break the rules, and because they still have rules, you still can't do certain drugs, and you still can't trade in certain drugs. But they police it and manage it a lot better than many other countries.
But also, I've spent quite a lot of time working in Holland and the Netherlands, and I'd be quite small for a Dutch policeman.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Even the women.
Yes, you do not mess with the Dutch police.
No.
And I think that also actually has quite a chilling effect when you have a 6'6", 6'7", 6'8" police officer looking down at you.
Yeah, who are allowed to maybe
deal with you quite physically.
Yes, I was going to say dispense some physical
guidance.
Summary justice.
Summary justice. That's the one. Absolutely. I mean, the fact now that kids can say, oh, you can't touch me, officer, because I can have you done. And you can't, and they're scared to, because legislation has been brought in that says, you can't do this and you can't do that. And then kids understand this, that they can use that to get out of.
And there lies the rub.
Exactly. So, but the thing is, it all boils down to, we live in a country here of what, 60 million?
That's 69.
69 million.
Yeah. All right. So 60. We live in a small country, 69 million people, and of those 69 million people, there's a lot of people out there that want to do you or me or someone else some harm. And the only way you're going to do that is to get a consensus that in the establishment that runs the country to do stuff without having to worry, without them having to worry about losing votes and power and stuff. We're going to give this and we're going to relax that, and we're going to do this because those people will vote for us. That's where things have, really gone to pot, is that, governments and administrations now don't do things for the benefit of society. They do it for the benefit of power and keeping hold of that power as much as they can.
I'll just say, evening, Andy. Nice to see you guys.
Very juicy today. Very juicy.
I'd pick you up on that last point, Robbie. I have known quite a lot of politicians in my time, and power is not the motivating factor in any of the ones that I've met. And I've met Tony Blair, I met Gordon Brown. They might have become power crazed. Well, certainly Tony Blair became power crazed after he stopped being prime minister. But I honestly believe that the majority of politicians certainly go into politics with all the right reasons. I think the problem that politicians have is the inertia of government systems, not of governments themselves. I think that trying to revise legislation in the UK is an absolute nightmare because of the process that it has to go through. And an initial bill might be submitted and you think, absolutely, I'll sign up to every aspect of that bill. But after it's gone through the Lords a couple of times and gone back to the Commons, that brilliant piece of legislation has been turned into an absolute nightmare of dystopian proportions that no one would support. Yeah. So I think generally our politicians, we get the politicians we deserve because we voted for them. I think the majority of them do have precisely the right reasons for going into politics to make those positive differences. I think it is almost impossible to make the big changes because the media will be against them. Very loud pressure groups will be against them. I mean, we always hear the vocal minority. We never hear from the silent majority. And until we can resolve some of the issues like that, and I'm not sure we can, I'm not sure anything is ever likely to change. I mean, could you imagine the Conservative government coming out now and saying, right, we're going to legalise drugs? How many newspapers do you think would actually support them? Now, I think the majority of people would support them. But, I think the chances of us ever having another referendum on anything are probably long gone now. Because
let's not. Referendums never end well.
Well, it depends which side you come from. I mean, I think one of the beauties of having rational debate about politics is that people can agree to disagree. I think that social media has stopped that from happening. I think that there is too much, I don't agree with you, therefore I'm not going to listen. Whereas I would rather listen to an opposing point of view because you never know, I might learn something, I might change my mind. Someone else might change their mind. Yeah. But instead, social media should have given us all a voice. Instead, what it's given everyone is a set of earmuffs.
Yeah.
It gave everyone a voice, just a lot of wackos too. So,
but even stupid people have to be listened to occasionally.
Yeah, I had a quick comment
Just not
on
for
I
long.
missed all the fun gun stuff you guys are talking about.
Jump in.
But one thing you were talking about, knife violence in other cultures, and I was blown away by a video produced by the Wisconsin Sheriff's Department called "Surviving Edged Weapons." You can actually find it on YouTube. It's graphic, so if you're squeamish, don't watch it. But it's insanely crazy how they show like someone charging a police officer with a knife, how much distance it takes for him to pull his gun successfully and take the guy down. So sometimes knives are actually worse than guns as far as the average guy in the street kind of violence. You can't stop knives because it's, we need them for cooking, we need them for hunting and all that kind of stuff. But it's not just guns that are bad. I mean, in the wrong, like Robbie was saying before, it's the person that's the issue, of course. And a skilled person with a knife in close quarters is way more deadly than a gun. Because by the time you get your gun out of your holster or pull your rifle back or do whatever you have to do, he's already sliced you up 10 times over.
Yeah.
Or decapitated you. So, I mean, it's
we've
very
seen that.
scary stuff. And they show improvised weapons in the video. It's a guy has like a baseball hat with razor blades in the back of it. And he takes it, oh, sure, officer. And he goes, whoosh, and slices the guy's face up and,
Yeah.
Well,
This is it. This is what you said earlier that we touched on, where we said about it. It's not the guns, it's not the knives, it's the attitude of the people behind them.
Guns don't kill people, rappers do.
Well, Andy Brooks, you're obviously probably more in touch with younger people than I am. What's your take on how we can try and change things going forward?
I work in a very middle class school in a fairly affluent area, which luckily is not as beset by these sorts of problems as, say, some comprehensive schools in the inner cities. It does feature, I mean, it's bound to, I mean, it's a big school, there are a lot of young people, and it also features in our broader education program. So the what we might call the pastoral program, the social ed, PHSE, those sorts of things, it's all covered. You can't stop curiosity, and I think as these issues have a wider prevalence in the media than they once had, young people, I mean, let's actually say young adults, I mean, particularly, mid to late teenagers are going to be curious about all sorts of different things, because that's part of the growing up process, and that will include things which we would rather they perhaps weren't involved in. Legislation, I don't. It's all very heavy. I mean, schools are not the panacea to everything. They're really not. Whenever there's a social problem, people always say, "Oh, it should be a part of the education. It should be taught." I'm thinking, I'm going to plead a minute.
Parents.
Oh, well, parents indeed. I mean, that's always part of it. But yeah, it's there are wide issues that I think are sometimes just a bit too big for my little pea brain to cope with, really. So, sorry for it sounds like I'm dodging a bullet there. I'm very aware that this is broadcast, and I'm just being quite wary about what I say and how I say it, because these things can
smart man.
Can come back and haunt you later. Particularly when we're dealing with things like politics, law, youth, and that sort of thing, because I do have to.
Understandable.
No, that's fine.
Some things
you have to be careful.
Sitting around and talking about synthesizers, asking people what their opinion on certain things is me saying what I think should be done with young people on a forum like this. I got to say I've got to be a bit wary what I do say. So forgive me, Sassy.
No, that's fine, babe. That's cool.
That's fine.
I felt the same way, by the way. In my, I'm not here to represent the United States.
No, of course not. Yeah,
No, that's Andy's job.
Hello.
Richard, actually, when I'd asked you the question, I suddenly thought, actually, that's not really all that fair. And I felt a bit bad about asking it.
You deserve a reasonable answer, and I have to give it my best shot. But your point about having to do it in public, in front of people who you know for completely other reasons that have nothing to do with any of this.
And whoever's listening, because we see the people in the chat, but there could be all sorts of other people. And
yeah. But it's like, I mean, I'm classically the sort of person that would be in a pub with 200 people shouting at the top of my voice saying, people who abuse animals, I'd like to fucking sort them out, little bastards, with a big piece of wood.
I'm right behind you there.
Yeah. And I got no problem with that. But because if there was somebody that took offense from that, I go, well, then you need a piece of wood and all. So, do you know what I mean? But
I remember there was people, some animal rights activists, and they murdered somebody that was working in laboratories, and I'm thinking, are humans not animals too? And I think there's all sorts of funny wibbly wobbly lines. Please don't think I think we should be experimenting on animals, because I don't. I'm not in favour of that at all. Or cruelty.
No, we've got prisoners we should use for that.
Oh, right.
That's a joke, by the way.
This is an interesting take on that. So I've been a vegetarian for a long time. I used to work at a zoo. I used to have to kill animals to feed other animals. So it was a dilemma for me, but it was necessary.
Wow.
And the other thing that's really important is, I go to the range. I use guns, but I'm mostly a pacifist, I guess. But hunters are very important in this country. The duck stamps and all the money they put in it makes the wetlands last. Gives land for migrating birds, so it's a weird thing. People think, they're just like killing animals.
And population control.
Well, that a little bit, but it's mostly the Pacific Flyway and all these major important things for wild birds to continue and not go extinct are funded in a large part by hunters. So it's important to let the hunters have their area to do their thing. I'm not hunting, but I let them hunt.
Thinning the herd, as they say.
Yeah, but isn't that what human discourse should be about? Live and let live. Apart from some animals, obviously, but accepting that people can do something, whether they should or not. That's what the discussion can be about. I mean, I've always worked on the basis that people choose to take offence at things. People don't offend other people. People choose to be offended. And I think it's great to hear that someone who's a vegetarian understands the situation that others may be in without being disrespectful.
Well, it's also the science too. I mean, it's a very big issue in lots of ways. And being not an official biologist, because I never got a teaching job or research job doing it, but it's my degree. Yeah. I studied the crap out of that stuff. So when you study ecology and biology and all this stuff, just makes sense. It's not just a political thing. There's a sensible thing to it.
Mind you, just to clarify, when my woodworking courses for people who abuse animals, we're talking about people who get a dog, tie it to a tree, leave it there to start. No,
that's why I couldn't be a vet. I studied it, and I saw so much bad stuff. I couldn't be a vet. I stopped. Yeah,
I at a very early age, I that's something I wanted to pursue as well. And once you get a taste of some of the stuff that happens,
I would be locked up as a vet.
Yeah. So it'd just be one of those sort of things where I just end up getting myself into trouble a lot. So, but and admittedly, I mean, my house is full of rescue animals, and I still got that sort of feeling in the back of my head going, it's not enough. Yeah. There are more. We've got to get more. She kind of I nearly got a husky, but was it Monday before last, wasn't it? Nearly got another husky. Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. We can't, because it then becomes detrimental to their lives. Once you've got too many
animal hoarders that have too many animals, and the animals,
and you get to that point where if you've got too many, there isn't enough to go around, and their quality of life starts to be affected by it.
Yeah.
Especially with somebody like a dog like Siri, who, if I go to the front door, I close the middle door, I go to the front door to talk to a customer or something like that. When I come back, she's beside herself. Where have you been? Like that on the floor in front of me. Go, come on, Gabe. Come on, baby.
Yeah, some dogs get separation anxiety. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I end up going down, go down the road and do some shopping or something like that, and I'm gone away half an hour, she's a mess. She has to come with me. And I didn't mean that to happen. That's just the way she's built.
Yeah.
But she had a bit of a hard time to start with, and and I've inherited that with her, sort of thing. And it's the same with the husky. He doesn't know how to play. He has no idea what he's supposed to do.
Well, you get with people too. Everyone's had a clingy significant other at some point, and it's like, I need my space. Leave me alone.
Yeah, thank God divorce was invented.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie used to belong to some gypsies down at the camp down the road here, and he was being abused. He was being abused, basically. He had a big smack across his nose where they'd hit him across the nose with an iron bar. And Mick, my friend, who was this mechanic who's about 1,100 feet tall, huge bloke, went in there, sorted a few of them out and took the dog off them. So he had the dog. But 2 years ago, he committed suicide and we inherited the dog. So, and yeah, this dog doesn't know how to play. He doesn't know. It's taken, 2 years now to sort of he's starting to exhibit normal dog behavior, like wagging his tail, and greeting people without shying away in the corner and stuff like that. And it's taken a long time. It's been a lot of work, but he's a beautiful guy, beautiful dog.
I had some friends that rescued a dog from China. It was, I can't remember if it was Taiwan or Hong Kong, but it was from the streets is a wild dog in China, and beautiful black lab, but it's permanently messed up mentally. It's just always freaked out and skittish.
Yeah.
And doesn't know how to act. And
yeah. He was a bit like that. He didn't know what to do with himself. He didn't know whether he was allowed to do certain things or not. So he just sat there and didn't move. You have to coax him. Yeah. But he's coming along, and he's a much, much happier dog than he used to be. And he's put on some weight now because he was all bones. And he's so he's doing well. And the others, even little Noah down here, he used to live in the mountains in Spain. He was
Noah's
running.
my favourite.
Noah's a little teddy bear, isn't he?
Love Noah.
And he ran around in this pack up in the hills in Spain for about 3 years.
Wow.
His owner wasn't his owner's fault. His owner, who had a little, I suppose you'd call it a little stone villa up in the mountains, but he died, and Noah managed to get out of the house to find food and stuff like that. And he was running with this pack, and apparently his favourite food is what was it, ibex?
Oh yeah,
likes an ibex.
Penny around here.
Yeah, so he gets the big ones to bring the ibex down, and then he had some of the leftovers. So so he's got a very strange view at dinner time. It's funny. He's sitting there shivering like this. Oh, give me food, because it's right in front of him. He's just give it to me. So,
I'm like that.
I was actually just going to say, Rob, we just had a strange view at dinner time as well, haven't we?
Well, to be honest, like that with wine.
I bought these American peanutty things from Lidl today. They're that's my dinner time.
Oh, get you with your fancy pronunciations of Lidl. Everybody calls it Lidl.
It's Lidl.
Yeah, well, you see, unfortunately, I was aware of this shop when I was actually living in the place where it derived.
Yeah, quite.
Long before it ever popped up in this country. And I'm sorry, but the word Lidl is I can't. Anyway, what was the last album you bought, Robbie? What was the last album you bought, Ken? What was the last album you bought, Andy? What was the last album you bought, Richard? While I eat my peanut, what's it thing?
The last album I bought was it's got to be Grace Jones' Slave to the Rhythm.
Oh, cool.
I'm pushing
when it was in the charts.
Hey.
So
I haven't bought a
I know
record for decades.
I know one of the guys that is responsible for or not responsible for, but works with Universal. And Universal acquired the rights to ZTT, and they've just relaunched the ZTT label with the new X Propaganda, which is basically the two girls from Propaganda and Stephen Lipson.
You posted about that, didn't you?
Yeah, and was speaking to him about super deluxe editions of Slave to the Rhythm and Duck Rock, and no, I've just realised I can't say what I was about to say about Slave to the Rhythm. But let's put it this way: the reason we haven't seen a real kind of homage to that album, because it is a brilliant album, is just rights and licenses and yeah. But what? No, I can't, because I'll get in trouble, because I know this goes out into the world. But I'll tell you about it later.
It does.
But and Duck Rock is something that they're looking into. Here's one of my latest albums that I bought. Do you remember Bob?
No.
What, the Builder?
Oh, Bob.
Bob.
Yep.
Brilliant little indie band that should have been bigger than Oasis, but weren't because of, not because of their own, because they weren't very good, because of just labels going bust and stuff. So that was horrible. And I just got this from Dataset, which is a new EP from Dataset, which is very, very good. And I got sent this by a lovely man called Andy, who lives I think he lives in New York or New York State. Anyway, goes by the name of Diamond Field, and he just sent me his new album on vinyl. And it's kind of synth wavy kind of stuff. And not only is it a nice cover, but also it's been pressed on lovely pink vinyl.
Ooh, I see.
And it's very good. And I've got a credit on the sleeve, so that's nice.
Well, I'll
I'm
pick
still
this
waiting
one
for
up.
Michael Whalen's one to come out.
Yes.
I'll do my one now. I picked this up at
I've got that.
at Record Collector. Yeah.
Is that the box?
No, it's just the one that I've got the red one, the Live Ornament 78, which I've got as well.
Yeah.
I saw this in Record Collector. I thought I'm having that.
Cracking.
Do you know what I've discovered in the process? Because I've not done any vinyl in ages. Actually, listening to it, was that my turntables died a horrible death, and I've actually got nothing to listen to it on. So I'm gonna have to get a turntable. I have to get a turntable.
You want some recommendations? Let me know.
Bought an album I can't listen to.
Get yourself down to Richer Sounds and pick up a project turntable.
Yeah.
How much will that send me back, Sassy? I've got a budget of 150 quid.
Ooh, maybe another 50.
Yeah,
rubber feet.
I might stretch to that.
150 quid, you can get yourself a set of rubber feet.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
No, if you get the what their sort of entry level one is now, but yeah, the project stuff is really good. If you can't,
or look at eBay. The project debut 2, I think.
Or just go for something that's made in the 1970s or 80s, like a Pioneer. If you get a decent Pioneer or a Sansui or something like that, you can pick these second-hand decks up.
But shut up, sorted.
All
She's just said that she's got a spare that I can have.
Oh,
Thanks, Lisa. That'd be brilliant.
Lovely.
I'll pay the postage.
Yeah, but don't get anything that bears the name Crossley.
Yeah, Wagyu. Hello, I'd like to buy a gramophone.
Yeah. Would you say?
Edison cylinder.
Evening, Jim.
Jim Glue's in the house.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, a little bit quiet.
Bit quiet, buddy.
Bit quiet.
Could hear you more.
Hello. Is that any better?
Nope.
Not really.
Still low.
Hang on.
Sounds like you might be beating up a compressor.
It's not just me that has microphone problems then.
No, definitely.
Mostly.
Mostly. And everything else.
By the way, Kemp, before I forget, I will message you later, but I'm going to take the voltage thing out of the back of the DX and take it to Howard on Saturday, just so he's on the safe side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
As I said, the last thing I bought wasn't on vinyl, but it's the Pilots of Purple Twilight Tangerine Dream collection that came out.
Oh, very nice.
Does anybody else do Record Store Day? I know I get ridiculed for it.
No.
I haven't done, but I might be doing that at the next one. You can see me doing that.
This year's one is the list has just been released, and there's some absolute crackers on the. Certainly, if you're in, there's a couple of Bowie things on there from the toy era, and the sort of early noughties. So well, kind of when you were around, Rich. Was it Black Tie White Noise? And onwards. Some cool stuff there.
Do you find many sealed ones, or are they all used?
Oh, this is Record Store Day, so these are all brand new releases.
Oh, brand new.
That'll be limited for the day. I have the Mickey taken out of me last year because it happens on a Saturday, but because I'm such an obsessive vinyl collector that I queue up on the Friday night, and we got Dom to do the show with Ben and Chris.
That inimitable quote. Just
so I dialed in remotely.
Nobody could do it better.
Yeah, and they're wanting to know about Record Store Day and all this kind of stuff, and I come off the air, and Ben has that quote, "What a wanker!" Which has gone down in PSN history.
It has indeed.
Yeah, but yeah, some really cool stuff. Stevie Nicks' Belladonna Deluxe Edition, one of John Hopkins' early albums, a couple of Human Leagues. Andy, League Unlimited Orchestra on white vinyl.
Oh,
yeah, I remember having an argument on the doorstep here with a guy when we talk about Human League, and I said the bean boiled that was on the Some Bizarre album was better than the single that was released. And go, no, it isn't. No, it's much better quality. No, it's not about the quality, mate. It's about the track and how it hit you.
It wasn't Phil Oakey that you were having the argument with, was it?
It might have been, for all I know.
I was going to ask, has vinyl pressing gotten any better, or is it pretty much the same old tech, just new releases?
Some people will say if you have 180 gram virgin vinyl, that it's more stable, because obviously it's thicker. But it all depends on a number of different things. It has to be mastered for vinyl. Because if you take an MP3 master or CD master and use that to create a piece of vinyl, you're opening up a whole can of worms, that things that could potentially go wrong and just sound horrible. So it has to be mastered for vinyl in the first place, and then it has to be cut nicely and then pressed properly. And unfortunately, the pressing plants, the volume doesn't exist anymore, because when we went to CD, many labels who own many of the pressing plants shut the plants down and literally destroyed the presses so that we couldn't press any more records, so that we would all be forced to buy CDs. So what was left, wasn't great in many cases, and nobody makes presses anymore. So it has to be the old. Oh, look at the art noise.
There you go, Sensor.
Nice. That's the Some Bizarre one.
Oh, Senskin, isn't it? Sensi was asking.
Upside down.
There you go.
Nice.
Where is it? Do you know what? I can't see it on it. What's going on?
But the quality of the stuff, it varies. But mostly it's pretty good.
Has anyone tried that Gakken home record maker for fun? It's like $100.
No.
It's on
Didn't
eBay.
know.
You make your own vinyl at home. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Oh, great. So I was having an argument with a guy about a track that isn't on the fecking album.
Someone's just said that.
If it wasn't Some Bizarre, then what was it?
Yeah, since there was a single, the pink single.
No, it was an album, and it had loads of tracks on it, and they were all the demos.
I will find it for you.
Oh, you'll know, won't you? Do you know what? For 40 years, I thought it was on this album.
Yeah, talking about vinyl mastering, though, a lot of mastering engineers are now sort of erring on the side of caution when it comes to actually mastering for vinyl, and really sort of not pushing it so it could possibly sound the best, because they're so scared of like messing up the lathes. Like 25 grand a mistake when you're cutting. It's like, so they're going to err on the side of caution because they just don't want to screw it up.
Jim, LFO.
Soft cell.
Yeah.
If I will say, the amount of bass which was cut into those vinyl records was absolutely phenomenal, and they managed to do that without destroying. Well, we're saying that maybe they got through 20 before they actually got one that works. Who knows? But you can actually cut an awful lot into the vinyl. I mean, those LFO, the singles and the albums are so bassy. It's you might say it's.
But that's the thing
Over the
nowadays. You've got record players that are being sold nowadays that that just aren't good enough. And when you have a piece of vinyl that has got, big, low end frequencies, and you've got a lightweight arm that isn't balanced correctly, it's gonna hop out of the groove as soon as that stuff comes in. But people
on it.
People do that, but then that starts to plough a new furrow into the groove as well. But when you've got this so-called vinyl revival with people, thank you, Ken, with people,
Were you bored, Kent?
using
No, not at all.
Crossleys, and Crossleys, they're the worst, and anything that kind of comes out of the same factory in China, they're absolutely the worst. The conical styluses, and they're sort of the weight at the stylus is like 20G. It's just horrible. It's just literally cutting a new groove for you in that record.
God.
It's just horrible. So yeah, I mean, I've got over here, I've got a Technics 1200 clone, but that's got it's got an Audio Technica 95, the new one on it, and it tracks at like 2 grams. I mean, it's really light, but it sounds fantastic, and the stylus is like 25 quid. So you just got to know how to, which bits to use, and then I've got stuff from the 80s, 12 inches from the 80s where the bass is like really, and it's if you got it on the right turntable, it's.
Did you know that there's actually some vinyl recordings that play the opposite way round, so from the inside out?
I've got one.
Awesome.
Jack White did. What was the album that he did? It was called the
album?
Ultra. It was the Ultra Edition or something, because it had like 4 or 5 different ways of playing it. So it had multiple grooves, so it didn't matter where you drop the album, you get something slightly different.
That's cool.
And then you had Lazaretto was the album. You could actually play, so they cut a groove where the center label goes, so you could play that, and then one side played from the inside out, and he just basically did it as kind of an experiment. And I was just trying to find it here on Discogs, and it lists all the different ways. Tracks A6 and B7 are locked grooves featuring elements from previous respective tracks, so they don't fade out, they just carry on going. There are hidden tracks on the labels, in the center labels, that play at 78 and 45 RPM depending on which side you have it on.
That's cool.
Side A's groove is inverted, so it plays from the inside out. Just One Drink consists of 2 different intros, each with its own groove, which then both connect to the body of the song later on in the groove.
Awesome. That's so cool.
Side B has a matte finish, which makes it look like an unplayed 78. It's pressed in a flat-edged format, which is, most vinyl records will kind of taper at the edge. This is a proper flat edge, and then there's a hand-etched hologram in the dead area, where you normally find the matrix. I don't like to use the word wax because it's not wax, but in that dead area, it's just an incredible piece of engineering. It wasn't cheap, but
Yeah, I bet. I mean, one of the reasons for playing from the inside out is because you've actually, it's used a lot in classical recordings, because you start off with a quiet intro.
Yeah.
And by the end, you've got this great crescendo, and that's the bit that requires, the largest dynamic range and sound quality, and that is all at the outer edge of the record.
That was why Peter Gabriel's So album was sequenced differently on vinyl than it was on CD, because I forget which track it was that, if you listen to the CD, there's a track. It's either In Your Eyes or now what's the one? I'm going to have to look again. But basically, he had to put a track at the beginning of side B out of the sequence that he would have it on the CD, because it had quite a wide dynamic range. That once you get to the center of the record, it's not able to reproduce it as nicely as it is on the outer edge. So he had to resequence the vinyl record. But when he reissued it, I think on the 25th anniversary or something, because vinyl cutting had become a lot better, and it was all pressed on very heavyweight vinyl. He was actually able to put the vinyl back into the original sequence as it was found on the CD.
I'm slightly confused. As far as I understood, well, yes, I mean it's becoming a regular thing now. As far as I'm aware, the track width on vinyl does not vary.
In your eyes, Robbie.
That's it.
Across the piece of vinyl, so the tracks are consistent width. Well, I mean, relatively consistent width and depth, and the speed.
But what's the difference between the rotation on the outside to
faster.
the in?
Technically, it's faster.
Yeah, because on the outside,
So a
the
higher
groove is
resolution.
longer.
Yeah,
And it gets-
Yeah.
No, but it's also because the thing, the orientation of the sides of the stylus is based on an angle that's towards the outside of the record, and so as you get further in on the side of the record,
The
there's
angle, the face angle changes.
the angle changes and distortion increases. And there was a time, and I don't know if anybody else remembers this, but I was in the hi-fi business a long time ago,
No, we're
where
not that
they
old.
had linear tracking.
Linear tracking.
Linear tracking turntables where there was basically sort of a rail that went from the edge of the disc to the center of the disc, and the stylus rode along in that rail, and rather than having the angle change because of the pivot point of a tone arm, it gave you a much more satisfying rendition of the deeper grooves than you would get in any kind of a radial arm scenario.
Yeah, I've got an old Bang & Olufsen linear tracking turntable that does that.
Oh, look at that. How about that? And
Yeah,
there
there's
I
one feature on
I've
the
also
old
got an old wind-up 78 gramophone as well. But
I inherited my
So do
dad's
I.
one. I've got an HMV. It's a little bit tatty, but it's an HMV gramophone that I remember sneaking out of my dad's bedroom because it was stored under the bed somewhere, and playing these old 78s. And some of them were, sort of classic music of the period. But some were these tales, cautionary tales about Sally in the alley, and how Sally fell foul of her abusive husband, and it was just weird stuff. And I hadn't listened to it since I was a child. When my father passed away, my stepmom said, "Oh, by the way, here's his old gramophone." And there are all these old 78s in there, just listening to these very crackly.
Shit myself.
Oh, careful! But yeah, it's amazing. And the needles, they're like nails.
yes,
Amazing.
or very thick pins.
Yeah, and to wind it up. It's great stuff.
Fucking a
got-
16-year-old, that was.
2 Philco 78 players in my basement. Tube
Nice.
78 players with radios built into them too. They were like little
Yeah.
mahogany masterpieces. I don't know. I haven't lit up either one of them in a long time. I also have a pretty sizable pile of software to play on them.
I remember when my dad bought his first proper music center, as they were called back then, and it was a Dynatron. So by royal appointment, had the label on the underside of the lid, and it was like, I don't know, walnut or something. It was some big wood thing with metal struts that locked into place when you raised the lid, and there was a cassette deck, and there was a Garrard Mark IV, I think it was, turntable, and then there was the receiver, the radio receiver. But it had this one thing that just changed my way of listening to music, and it had quadraphonic sound. And it was just, wow, that was amazing.
I might be able to beat you on that, Robbie, apart from the quadraphonic, which I would have loved. Ours had a Garrard 301, which was
Very nice.
I think I still have it somewhere in storage, but those things go for stupid money these days.
Yes, yeah, Garrard.
And it's not justified.
No.
Oh, I must have grown up in a poor family then.
Do they? I think I have 2 of those in my basement.
Oh yeah,
boxes.
go on.
Garrard 301s replace the platter with a granite circle and you'll be able to sell it for a couple of grand.
Some of the stuff.
They're not worth it.
I'll tell you one of the best turntables you can buy second hand is it it's a Sansui. This was back when Sansui were Sansui and not a brand that had been bought up by a retailer in but it was Sans. I'm sure it was Sansui. It began with an S, but they come in like a piano black plinth, and it's just dead simple stuff, and you can pick them up for 150, 200 quid, which is about the same price as like a brand new kind of entry level one. But the sound quality is just unsurpassed.
Aren't Lynn turntables made in England?
Supposed to
Yes.
be, yeah.
Why are you guys talking to me about any of that stuff?
Because there's the Lynn,
Because we can't afford Lynn.
yeah, and there's a lot of
you said. Oh,
there's a lot of hype about Lynn that is I think I've never owned one, so I couldn't say, but I speak to people who know about these things.
Ooh.
And Lynn apparently the people that own them are very protective of the brand, and the brand doesn't necessarily live up to its reputation anymore. I don't think that's clearly not something that happened in the past, but yeah.
Yeah, I had a friend who had a whole Lynn setup with, I think, Lynn Kaylee speakers, and it would have cost the price of a reasonable car.
Yes.
I mean, it sounded fantastic.
Oh yeah.
But
I have a friend with a surround rig that he loves dearly, I might add, and it's all Lynn equipment, and it sounds spectacular. I mean, if that's your sort of thing, that thing sounded spectacular.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
And for years, at least decades, they've been famous for their turntables at the very least, at least in our country over here. And so when we're talking about like Sansui and Garrard turntables, I'm thinking, you guys live where they make Lynn turntables.
well, Garrard turntables were made in Swindon.
That's right.
So
Were
Garrard,
they?
yeah, Garrard was.
Was that a
an English
recommendation? I'm joking.
Well, they were good turntables, but they were mass produced, whereas the Lynn turntables are pretty much handmade.
Yeah,
But
I would imagine.
you really, I mean, people think Bang & Olufsen's expensive, and then you go and look at Lynn. It's
No, I know
just
what it costs. It's just funny to hear my British friends talking to me about Sansui.
Well, there was this period of time in the UK, sort of in the late 70s and the early 80s, when the Japanese invasion of technology came through, and everybody wanted something just because it was made in Japan, because there was this cachet that it was good. Quite the opposite, I think, in America, where anything that was made in Japan was kind of viewed as maybe cheap and cheerful. But over here, if something was, Sony or any one of those kind of
you mentioned
Japanese.
the early music centres. My dad's first one, and had it for a long time, was a National Panasonic.
Yes,
not
National
just
Panasonic.
not just Panasonic, but National Panasonic. And it was great. It was a fantastic thing.
But what happened over here in the UK was that a number of the old brands, the old UK brands like Goodman's, Bush, Alba, these were classic British brands of the 40s and the 50s that made quality, radiograms and so on and so forth. Those companies had gone out of business, but the one particular guy bought out those three brands, Goodman's, Bush, and Alba, and was able to then go and have these things manufactured in China at a very, very cheap price, and then just throw these classic British names on and sell them into the British market, because lots of people recognised the names, but it was rubbish. And I was working at a UK retailer called Argos. Anybody that's in the UK will know who they are. And they sold bucket loads of Goodman's, Bush and Alba material. And one day, Argos were very, very savvy about their business model. They never owned any of their retail premises. They always leased them. So that way, if they ever got taken over, there was no assets to liquidate. They just leased everything. So we would often every few years get a prospective new landlord come and look at the properties and stuff. And one day this guy came into our property and was being shown around by an agent. And I was the warehouse manager, and he walked past this stack of Alba and Goodman's portable televisions and what have you. He says, how many of these things do you sell? And I said, absolutely shed loads. I can't get enough of them because they're cheap and cheerful, and when they break, people bring them back, and we either give them a new one or they buy another one because it's so cheap to eat and easy to replace. Oh, yes, that sounds very much like what my brother would do. And I said, well, what do you mean? He says, yeah, it's my brother that bought the brands and just literally sent, got a company in China to produce the cheapest possible rubbish, throw these great brand names on and sell them to the great British public at knockdown prices. But other retailers like Dixon's and Curry's back in the day would invent Oriental sounding brand names and still have them. They're actually, a lot of them were made in the UK, but they had these Oriental brand names placed on them to make them appeal to those that wanted the Japanese high tech, but it wasn't. It was just rubbish British stuff.
But it's a shame when you think we had brands like Rogers and Leek, who made really, really good quality kit, and they disappeared. I mean, I've still got some old Rogers amplifiers, and they're just, they still sound brilliant.
Yeah. And Dynatron's a classic. I mean, that's a kind of a local brand because I think they're built up in Kings Lynn. But they were made. They provided radiograms and audio equipment to the royal household. Yeah, and they were very proud of that. But
Roberts Radio
and Roberts. Well. Yeah, I mean, are they still Roberts Radio? I know I've got
they're
one.
still
it's
going,
brilliant.
but I mean, DAB radio to me just doesn't. I don't like it. I still prefer FM or indeed long wave.
Well, FM's good.
I'm not convinced that the modern radios are quite up to the repairability of the old ones.
Well, I've got a Roberts clock radio. It's Dream Station, I think it's called. And it's DAB, and it's FM, and it's AM, and it's Bluetooth, and it's USB, and it's got a lightning port on the thing so I can charge my phone on it. And it sounds, I mean, it's only about sort of that big, if you can see my hands, and it sounds amazing. And I wasn't sure whether it was Roberts, as in the original company still going after all these years, or whether it was one of those cases where the brand has been taken over. But their stuff isn't cheap. They've just launched a turntable for about £200 or £300, which looks very nice.
Yeah, it's probably USB though.
No. It's I think it's got its own phono stage built in, but it looks quite nice.
You're
done Amy Winehouse version.
When I was a kid, everyone talked about Nakamichi, but no one ever had one. Was that stuff any good?
Nakamichi, yeah.
Nakamichi, Their tape decks were superb.
I worked in a Nakamichi service center.
There you go.
Did you ever get one of the gold ones in? The Nakamichi Gold.
I never had anything that was gold.
It was a gold.
I have a Nakamichi right in front of me, by the way.
Yeah, it was a gold-plated Nakamichi.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
but I can
$3.5
tell you,
grand or something.
I had a consumer machine with Dolby C engaged at -20 go out to 23K.
Wow.
I mean, I used to service these things. That is better than most 2-track reel-to-reel machines.
Yeah.
And they made stunning gear. And if there was a stain on their reputation, it had to do with the fact that they correctly implemented the original cassette spec that the IEC developed, and other people didn't because they couldn't get enough high end on the tape, and so they were boosting high frequency and playback, and so you would take tapes made on other machines and they wouldn't sound right on Nakamichis, and people blamed Nakamichi, where in fact the reason was because they were the only ones who were really getting the high frequency on the tape to begin with and not boosting playback EQ in order to get a satisfactory result.
It's a shame they didn't have a kill circuit so you could go either way.
Pardon me?
It's a shame they didn't have a kill circuit so you could go to
well,
take
what
the highs
people would
out
do
and-
would disable the Dolby decoding if it was a Dolby encoded tape, and that would get you a bunch of compressed high frequency back. I mean, if that's, some people just like that anyway. But yeah, they made fantastic product. I still love mine. It saved the day for me within the last 2 years, actually, that cassette deck right there. It's got a pitch control on it. And I had a master cassette from the sessions we did for the movie Coming to America from Paramount Studios in 1988, and he wanted it transferred, and he handed me some boombox, and I said, I'm not putting that tape in that boombox. And I brought it home, and I was working on, I was going to do a transfer through my rig here, and I said, let me just check. And I leaned over and I played myself a pitch reference, and sure enough, the thing wasn't quite in pitch. This is full orchestral recording, so they were definitely tuned. They weren't just tuning randomly. They had all tuned to a 440 reference. So having the pitch control, I was actually able to properly tune this playback for the transfer. And I don't call myself a hero for this, but the fact that the machine would do it and still sounded spectacular was a beautiful thing. And I got a really good transfer out of it.
So is that due to tape stretch or recorded the wrong IPS?
I guess that it's discrepancies in the motors that run the machine that recorded it in the machine I'm playing it back on here.
Because I know all my players, they all play tapes wrong, so they're all different.
I can't, yeah. And by the way, hi, Andy. I never got to say hello properly. I can't swear to this thing because it hasn't been serviced in 12 years, and it's been just sitting here basically doing nothing. So it might be perfect and it might not, but whatever caused the discrepancy, the fact that I could address it successfully and end up with a perfectly tuned transfer with the right tempo as well, because that would have been represented by the pitch, was a really happy moment in my life. I loved Nakamichi's gear. It was fantastic stuff, and I loved working on it. It was well designed. It sounded great.
But when you open them up, you can really see and feel the difference. The quality of the mechanism. It's well, I don't actually think it's been beaten, to be honest.
I've never seen it beaten. I used to use Studer. I used to, in the recording studio I was running, we had Studer, the original Studer cassette decks, and now Studer to me has made some of the greatest electromechanical devices known to in the history of mankind. Yeah. But this cassette deck was no Nakamichi. It was pretty good, and it had basically line level +4 inputs, which was what made it so suitable for recording studio use, because all of their signal levels are up there, and you're going to basically have to pad it down to use a consumer cassette deck. But besides that, and it didn't come near what Nakamichi's could do.
Yeah.
Roll credits. Nakamichi story over.
I love the inventive nature of cassette manufacturers back in the day to deliver what we then took for granted with CDs. Do you remember the Mitsubishi? Like it was a cartridge. I can't remember how many tapes deep, and it would select the tape and then push it into the mechanism, and there were other decks that would flip the tape around.
Yeah, Tech Moan's done quite a few videos on those.
Yeah, and they'd physically kind of push the tape, spin it, and then push it back in. Some brilliant engineering.
Nakamichi flipped the tape physically.
They did that.
They had a thing that had kind of a gazebo in the front.
Yeah.
It basically looked like half a gazebo, and it would disengage the tape, flip it over physically, and realign it.
That's it. Yeah. But I remember my ex-brother-in-law had this Mitsubishi thing, which, like you get photographic slide carriages, that you line them up and then you put it into the machine. It was similar to that, but you put like 10 or 20 cassettes into this thing, and it would just like pick the one you want. And very clever.
Of course, the angle of the heads to the tape is everything about how well it works.
Exactly, yeah.
And so for example, in the 8-track, you remember the 8-track cartridge format, which was quarter-inch tape at 3 3/4 IPS? You're jamming the head stack around. You're bouncing the head stack all over the place. I used to actually work in a mastering house and do tape mastering for 8-track cartridge cassettes.
Cool.
And you were talking about sequencing and resequencing albums earlier. Somebody mentioned it.
Yeah.
They brought me a Peter Gabriel album and said, and my job was to resequence albums so that they would fit on his little on the proper amount of tape stock. It wasn't just the first 3 songs on track A and the next 3 songs on track B. No. You were expected. Some guy who's making $10 or $8 an hour who works here on salary is expected to resequence some great artists like masterpiece on a whim because of some considerations that have nothing to do with art.
I was going to say before you brought in 8 tracks that there's something romantic about physical media, whether it's vinyl or tape, reel to reel or cassette. But then you reminded me that someone invented 8 track, and that sort of blows that out of the window. 8 track may have been convenient, but my God, it was awful.
Yeah.
My old man had one in his Cortina.
At its best, it was better than cassette at the time when it was introduced because it was running at twice the tape speed and had twice the track width.
Yeah. Not in cars, though.
Well, no, and they bounced around. And like I said, making the head stack the thing you're moving around is a sure recipe for disaster. Based on some spring-loaded mechanism.
Friend of mine, you might know, he has a band called the Sunday Club, as in ice cream sundae, and they released an EP, I think it was, some years ago, and they did a limited edition run. They actually went out and found 10 8-track players, and then produced 10 copies of this EP on 8-track tape on a cartridge, and sold them like for 100 quid. You could buy the 8-track player and the 8-track cartridge. They only did say 10, and they restored every single machine, and then did the.
It's
cartridges.
hard to do. I can tell you exactly how hard to do if you're interested, but it's hard to do that without a studio set up to do that. Basically, you need 4 2-track machines set up on one set of transport controls. Mm-hmm. And you're bouncing then to a 1-inch 8-track machine across the room to make a running master from which you're going to manufacture those things. Right. That's how that works, that process, by the way.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's fascinating. I mean, they sold all 10.
But how do you do 10? In other words, you got to find a place that's set up for this.
I honestly don't know how they made them, but they must have got a duplicating house somewhere to produce.
I think I had a sharp one. It was like a home one, 8-track. That was bought for me. I think it was, weirdly enough, it was bought for me shortly after my dad died. I said, it'd be good for him to listen to music and take his mind off things and all this sort of thing. And so I'm only 12. So I got this 8-track set up in my room with its little sharp speakers. And before this, we've only ever had like a Ferguson gramophone thing in the front room from the 70s, with the smoked plastic glass lid and all that sort of thing. But there was only one 8-track with it, one 8-track cartridge, which was Charlie Pride. So after about 3 weeks, I knew the words to all these Charlie Pride tracks. And that was the only thing I had for it. And because it was that sort of thing where they've spent all the money on the unit. It was secondhand. It was 150 quid. And it had this Charlie Pride 8-track with it. They didn't have any money to buy any more cartridges. Eventually, I did get another one, which was Tammy Wynette. So, and stuff like that. And then I got a 50s one. It was all 50s tracks. And I'm at school humming and singing tracks to myself of these songs, and everybody's going, "What the hell is that he's singing?" So I tell Laura I love her, and stuff like this. And it's like, you go, oh.
I had an Akai reel to reel that had an 8-track player in the side. Wasn't a bad machine actually, but I think I had all the Carpenters on 8-track and a couple of Beatles albums on 8-track, but I mainly stuck to reel.
Yeah, it's an improvement on the Charlie Pride stuff, I must admit, because I was finding it very difficult to relate to what it's like to be a black man in Alabama. I must admit, at the best of times. So I wasn't really sure what he was trying to get across. You know?
So was that wacky tape device able to transfer sound between the two tape machines?
Yes, you could record from the 8-track to the reel-to-reel and vice versa.
Oh, wow.
So it was a very flexible tape
Very
deck.
cool. I never.
Maybe your guys, Robbie, had one of them to hand.
I don't know.
The only problem with it was that the mechanism eventually failed because they'd used pot metal for some of the transport components, and that stuff, when it gets old, can just crumble. And it was in the days before 3D printing, so I couldn't actually get any replacement parts for it. But I kept the
Way
head.
back then, huh?
Well, I mean, this was back in the early 80s. So
No, I understand. I'm joking.
Yeah. I must admit, though,
Got a history now.
Yeah.
Apart from the 8-track, the one thing they did get me, I say they, it was my mum and her friend. They got me a keyboard, which started all this bullshit off. Yeah.
Yes.
Admittedly, it was a button chord organ, with the hairdryer in it. But
Bontempi.
I think it was a Bontempi. I think it was, but it was bright red and plastic in a little grey carry case thing with a handle. And I must admit, I played the living shit out of this thing over a period of about 4 weeks, and I just outgrew it. And I go, we're going to have to get him a better organ. And that's when I got another classic in my lifetime. I'm presented with 2 organs to choose from. One is second-hand, one is new. All right? And they put the 2 organs in front of me and go, right, which one do you want? You can either have this Hammond or this Philips Vocoder. I'm going, Vocoder's got rhythms and auto accompaniment and shit and stuff, and it's got a tab on it called Synth. It's got to be that one. They were both exactly the same price. I mean, okay, thank you. And had that.
That man was desperate to get rid of that bloody Hammond. And his heart sank. It had been
Do you know
sitting
what?
there for months and nobody wanted it.
My mum's sort of my mum's
needed dusting.
Well, my mum's friend was an organ player. He was in a band called the Honeybees or something like that. Because his organ had a painting. Somebody painted a bee on it, and I know. So they were in, and they were into sort of like 50s and 60s stuff, which I thought was sort of like, oh god. And yet I ended up in a band with this organ, and much later on, this organ, a Moog Prodigy and a Poly 6 in that in a band that did what's his name with the glasses? Oh shit, what's the man? Hank Marvin? No.
Elton John?
No.
Buddy Holly?
Buddy Holly, thank you. So
Buddy Holly. Peggy Sue ad nauseam. Okay.
Yeah. And it was a Buddy Holly tribute band.
Yeah, I love Buddy Holly. Sorry, just gone off on
So
that.
what is a Moog Prodigy in a Buddy Holly tribute band? I mean, right? But there was another band at this gig that I was at playing at, and they were a reggae band, and I was enjoying what they were playing more, and so I went and joined them, and used to do gigs with them in a reggae band, which is a lot more fun, even though it was still a pretty shit reggae band. It was still a good one compared with because I was sick to death of playing Peggy fucking Sue. You can only play it so many times. I don't know how you do it, Rich.
Really?
You know, when you play the same tracks over and over
really?
and over. Do you know what I mean? How do you do it, man?
Really?
Yeah, really.
I love you, Peggy Sue.
Yeah, and
How
the
many
guy.
times I've played Good Times?
Yeah, I know.
Well,
but
that's
the
one
guy,
thing you can play.
The thing was, this tribute
You have to
band
do that bit, Rich.
went that little bit further, right? Because the lead singer, his name was Phil. He looked like Buddy Holly, spit an image with the glasses, thin, skinny, and he used to go, he would he go, I've got it's this great gig, and you go there, and it's a palliative care home, and you're setting it up in this room, and there's all these old ladies sitting there, like, you know that classic Catherine Tate thing. But I gotta stand in front of that fucking telly all day, or what? You know. And it was just a rattling of teaspoons and stuff like that. And it's just, the gigs he used to get. It's like, Jesus Christ, where did you find this? Horrible. So I stopped gigging in the end. I couldn't do it.
So were you playing the Prodigy?
Yeah. They wanted me to do the Prodigy. They wanted me to use the Poly 6. And I upgraded to a Yamaha B35 organ by that time, which was about 4 ounces lighter, so that was an improvement. And I used to take it. He had a Mini, and used to load the
gear in the Mini.
Yeah, no, he had his gear on the back seat of the Mini. I'd be in the passenger seat, and the organ, the Poly 6, and the Prodigy were in an open top trailer.
Oh, jeez!
On the back of the Mini. Swear to God, and it's and it seemed like. Yeah, it'll be all right at the time. But yeah, madness. Absolute madness.
Oh, God.
And if the agoraphobia hadn't kicked in, I probably would have pursued a musical career on a more serious level, I think I would have done.
Do you still have the Poly 6?
No, do you know what? I did for about 14, 15 years before I got rid of it. I kept that for...
I just had to ask.
Yeah, no, I kept it. I got a Monopoly to go with it as well in the end.
Wow.
And CB'd them together, and that turned out to be not quite as exciting as I thought it was going to be. And and then I got an MC202 to go with it.
God.
And I used to load. I used to like to load the sequences for the tracks on stage from the cassette. Into the MC202 and everything like that. And they go, right, this will work, guys. Don't worry. 3 and 1, 2, 3 and.
Isn't that what Ben Simpson does now?
Ooh. Bum, 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 bum.
Ooh. Well,
so, but it was all fun. It was all part of the experience, I must admit.
Well, I'm going to set you an essay title now. The Poly 6 kicks the Juno's butt. Discuss in 1,500 words on my desk on Monday morning, please.
Yeah, I must
if
admit.
If it had a chorus, it would be a slam dunk.
It had the ensemble.
What, the Poly 6?
Yeah.
But it really benefited from an external chorus.
It was chorus, ensemble, and flange.
A friend of mine had one when it came
but not
out,
very
and
strong.
Right away, he was running it through his chorus, and it sounded like way. But the thing was that the Rolands came with this, what has now since become some kind of classic chorus. Heck, they put it in a 4-rack space device and named it Dimension D.
Yeah.
So. The Korg is a great synth.
I'll give you a B+ for that, Richard. That's okay.
Thank you. I'll take anything I can get.
I sold my Dimension D to Coldplay.
Ooh.
Never heard them use it.
Ooh. Sure you did.
I just never
You
heard
just didn't know it.
No, I didn't listen to any Coldplay, so it would just probably
he's actually very good and not a bad
guy. Yeah. But it was because that was through. They bought. It was actually one of my first restored CS80s, and they're complaining about it costing $3.5K. Times change.
Cheaper, half the price.
Yeah, I think they sold all that stuff on in the end. I think all
they
went
still
up
got
on
the
eBay. That 2X?
Yeah.
God, it could possibly still be going.
Why not?
Well, for a start, I repaired it. And do you know what I know about Fairlight? Do you know what I know about Fairlights? That's what I know about
Square
Fairlights.
root of... Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I fitted a SCSI upgrade in it.
Oh, yeah.
Which was, well, it was kind of there with it. You just had to fit it. And it was like 7,900 green wires kind of thing. Just like, just connect all those wires up, mate. It'll work. So...
But I never got a Prodigy, but I got one of these a few years ago.
Ah.
A Rogue.
Ah,
Yeah, it's nice.
A Mogu
Speaking
Rogue.
of Herb Deutsch, right?
A Moog Roog.
Get a Moog, get a
do I
Rogue.
know Herb Deutsch?
That new video is great.
It is a great video. He's a very nice man.
Jim,
Great
you're messing about with that is it Erica Synth's radio pickup thing or the Soma Labs
Well,
I can hear something
electromagnetic?
buzzing away.
Let's get your neighbour's
Ele-
fridge in tune.
Electroslush.
Yeah, it's a DIY Electroslush.
I have the original Electroslush. It's pretty cool.
Does that have the switches on it? The switches for 14 and 56 as well?
No.
Did you see that? What Gaz said on the show about the 14 and 56?
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah, it's funny that was, wasn't it?
Groups.
that was a funny moment.
Okay. No, then
He's
your
usually
channel-
on his podcast when he does that.
Yeah. It was quite a giggle. Oh, mate. No, I don't know.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, it's pretty much up and running. I just need to do these external contacts here, because then you basically turn yourself into a radio antenna, which is quite. I can't really demonstrate it now, but I will do some recordings and post them on Facebook.
You're going to have a little red light on your head as well.
Yeah.
Little red light flashing. Low flying aircraft.
The thing is,
The
I'm
cool thing about that over the ether is
Derby.
it's directional, so you can actually aim it at stuff.
I'm going to be wandering around this area of Derby with this, and people are going to think that I'm ghost hunting, which is going to be like really weird.
You
Yeah, or a
definitely
kidnapper.
need, you definitely need a helmet with an antenna that sticks straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah, stick it next to my tinfoil hat.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there's somebody going around Derby trying to taser women.
It does look a bit like that as
Probably
well.
par for the course for Derby.
Come with us, sir.
Right. I want to see the TikTok video of the police
Yeah.
officer
Yeah, exactly.
talking to Jim about this.
Yeah. I think you need to accompany us to the station, sir.
Actually, the cool thing, because it's so directional, you can aim it over your laptop. And,
So, Mr.
and
Glue,
get tons
you're
of stuff
telling
out.
me that you were just searching for radio frequencies.
Yeah.
Oh, just making white noise, mate. Just making white noise. That's all I was doing. Pardon. You what?
Radio, looking for radio
honestly,
frequencies in a recording studio. What could possibly go wrong?
Just in this
That's
this
if I don't
quote
get
here.
accused of building a bomb. You know,
Yeah.
and,
Oh, mate.
shot on the spot.
Just in this quote here from an interview with Green Gartside and David Gamps and Scritty Politti. How can you go wrong with a mini Moog? You turn it on, put the oscillators down, there's your bass sound. And Green says, yeah, we can always find a use for any old bollocks somewhere. Oh, dear.
Good.
Anybody heard the soft tube mini mug?
I hear very good things about it, but I've never actually played it myself.
I'm pretty
It's
impressed.
stonking.
It's pretty
stonking.
impressive. Kent
Yeah.
put me
Mate.
onto this, and he's right. It's
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I tell you what, this
I've-
is the
I've got
first
that.
time I've ever played a plug-in that physically rattled things in the room when it was at the same volume as everything else. But when the Moog came in, it was China cups rattling. It really is just like owning a Moog. Not only that, it's like owning a RA,
Right.
which is, mate, a bold statement. Because,
Wow.
we need to say to play, when somebody had a mini Moog and they said about, I think it was 1979 or something like that. They said how powerful it was. And I went, mate, you go back to RA and some of the early Musonics as well, but go back to RA and then tell me about how powerful your 1979 Mini is, because it just isn't anything like the old RAs. They were killer, absolute killers.
I've told you I used to play one. I used to borrow and play one on a gig. It was there is a fatness to it that didn't exist in the later models at all.
Yeah. Well, it was a much bigger waveform on them as well. It was at least a good
3-volt bigger. They were massive.
Not
Not Steiner Parker massive. Not Steiner, but they were big. Because I did, what was it, number 47, wasn't it? Because it was up until about, I can't remember if Michelle told me or not, but it was up to the 50th Mini Moog. He was still using the trees in his back garden to do the cases.
No, I played 89 and it was local wood.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But it was like, and it was a beautiful case, as opposed to those light wood covered in cat shit ones they did towards the end of the production. You know the ones they looked like a cat just all over it. It was a horrible colour. Where this was a finished, it was just wood and stained and waxed, and it was like. Mwah.
The first big Briar pedals came out with that same kind of wood concept. You know, he was in North Carolina and he was sourcing his wood locally, and it had that kind of feel to it, as the early Moog stuff did.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, this is why, you could go and buy a Moog that's round about, 5,000-6,000 series, and it would be up for grabs for about 3.5 to 5K. But if it was an RA, it was 10 to 12K. It was, to all intents and purposes, on the surface, it looked like it was the same machine, but the sound is massively different. So when they modelled the 72, and they did it really, really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds great.
Yeah.
And it works in their modular. It works in their modular software too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, you can put a 3C together.
Pardon me, Jim?
Yeah, their Model 84 as well. I know some people aren't a fan of the 106, but their Model 84 is absolutely spot on. It's so good. I mean, Starsky Carr did like a side by side with his own 106, and he was getting so confused about which was which. It's like really funny.
Yeah, that's
cool.
That's always a good sign.
Yeah.
And again, you can use them in their modular, and you could create multi-oscillator, multi-envelope Junos,
and
basically.
You can just have the modular effects as well, just in your channels. Just pull them in there. Like really useful.
Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. I'm a fan. They've got me. They got me hooked on Console 1, and now I'm a really
they've got
fan.
a lot of my money, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, but I've got the fader
do you
one.
Have the fader? Oh,
Yeah, I got a fader one. It scared the living shit out of me. I turned the computer on, and it suddenly went like that. And I was like, "What the hell was that?" I thought something had blown up. With their motorized sliders. I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know it did that.
Play Pong on it.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
Really?
You can
I'm
play
sorry.
a game of Pong on it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can play a game of Pong on it. I can't remember what the shortcut is. It's like I think you sort of turn it on with. I think you press Shift and another button, and then OK. I think.
Don't break it,
You can
Jim.
play Pong. Yeah. I'll see if I can find it.
Accidentally presses the self-destruct.
And how much are the replacement faders?
Yeah. No, I was thinking about actually letting a couple of bits go. Actually, I was thinking about letting the what's it called? Because if I can't remember what it's called, I probably shouldn't be owning it. Yeah, that Keith McMillan, the Q Nexus.
Yeah.
I'm not really gonna. Do you know what? I'm going to put my money on. It's nice, isn't it? I'm going to put my money on this new Rolly when it comes out.
I was trying to find.
So what the 75 quid you're going to get for Q Nexus, or 50 quid or whatever is going to be?
Yeah, one bit of gear out, one bit of gear in. That's how it works.
Oh, I see.
It's got nothing to do with the money, mate. Nothing to do with money.
Concept, yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
Very nice, Jim.
yeah. So the soft tube guys were really bored that Friday.
Yeah.
Right.
There
Are
you
they
go.
Swedish? Is it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they
Very
would be,
nice.
wouldn't they?
Yeah.
I've only got one
Yeah,
hand.
they
I
bloody
don't
would
do this
be.
very well.
Yeah.
Well,
You can play
they used to-
Choplifter on the OP1.
What was that on the OP1?
The game Choplifter, the helicopter game.
Oh, cool.
Really?
It's hard to play, but he can play.
Oh, it's that tennis game.
Half an hour later, Fiona catches up.
So there was a Pong game on the Kurzweil K2000.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm hoping I'm going to get Half-Life 3 on the new Hydra.
Dude,
Dude, man. Yeah,
Why not? It does everything else.
yeah, exactly.
But
You can put Doom on your Bitbox or Black Box.
So I'm on everybody else's time, boys.
What?
We're all together.
What conversation are you talking
You're
about?
over
Oh,
different time zone.
yeah, yeah. What time's sunrise over there? No, I don't know.
So who else apart from Kent is getting a hydrosynth then?
If I can sweet talk Glenn Darcy,
that's nice.
but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
We should have tried to negotiate a bulk discount while he was on.
Yeah.
What you should have done is actually sweet talk Ty.
Yeah. Well, I do all the time, but it doesn't get me anywhere.
Look, you've got to invest properly. It's
I'm
on your
always
knees
tired.
or nothing, mate.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Too much information.
No, I managed to get it for 1100.
Wow.
Which I thought was without having to punch anybody. Literally, like, that's how much you can have it for.
That was lovely. Play that again, Rich. That was lovely. That was the stereo, and that was gorgeous. Make my ears tickle. Oh, there we go.
Easy, Tiger.
No, I know where my tickly bits are.
Oh, what's that?
Is that Jim again picking up
Yeah.
next door neighbour's fridge?
He's providing the ambience.
Is that what it is?
Apparently so, yeah.
Sounds like he's electrocuted something. Himself, probably. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah.
Oh. I wonder if this works.
Uh-oh.
More smoke. Yeah, it came on. Go.
I like that, Andy.
Fun game.
Oh,
Oops.
Oh.
Sledgehammer. Sorry,
Yeah.
No, sorry, I'm getting carried away.
No, no, no,
I've got
no,
the record
no.
down to my left here. Look.
There you go.
Ooh.
Do that again, you see.
Sounded nice.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to see if I can really push. How much can a Mac Mini do before it explodes?
Is it
34
M1?
things.
Let's have a look.
Is it an M1?
No, you wish. It's 2012.
All right.
Yeah.
No, still quite a bit.
How's
Well,
that? Sorry, I was just
No.
going to ask Richard, how's that stereo padding done? How's that set up on the Rolly?
It's set up however the guy who wrote this patch. I'm not. So what
Fair
I'm
enough.
looking at right now is called the Rolly Studio Player, which gives you access to sounds from all the different libraries played through a really cool engine that includes automatic chord stuff and arpeggiators, and you've got the 4-axis pad on there and everything. But I'm not actually looking at the patch to be able to answer your question.
All right. It sounded good.
Yeah, it's well. They got some nice ambience. I do actually have this thing also playing through a combination of things, including a Focusrite channel from Brainworks, Dominic, our dear friend Mr. Wiggly's incinerator, an ADA flanger from Brainworks, Valhalla Supermassive, and a Native Instruments reverb because it doesn't require a key and it sounds fun.
So simple setup then.
Well, this is I use Blue Cat's Patchwork, and this is how I kind of host these signal paths for these things, and I enjoy it. I enjoy making signal path. So how come I can't? Oh, I see why.
Richard, are you using loopback to feed it back into the stream?
Yeah, you have to do the brass bit for me.
I'm sorry, what was the question? It's hard for me to hear you, Jim. You're really low.
Sorry. Right, 1 second. I don't know why it's so low today. Yeah, are you using loopback to feed it back into the stream, or?
I am.
Right.
I am in this case.
Me too.
The source of the sound is a laptop that's sitting on the desk next to this iMac that I'm talking to you
Right.
on.
Cool.
And on the output of that, I have a Keith McMillan K-Mix, which takes an analog output and feeds it into the interface that I use on the iMac, and I use loopback to route the proper channels in. So, and the breakthrough was switching my microphone to the same K-Mix, which then allowed me to use these things in tandem without, anything terribly confusing happening.
Yeah.
And now I've got this thing on my hands and a computer just to run it with, which is fun.
Cool.
Now I'm going to jump out, folks. I'm going to go and get some beauty sleep because
Very good, Andy. Nice seeing you.
Once I can't read the chat anymore, I know it's too much. So that's me. I'm done. All right, nice to see you all, guys.
Cheers, Andy. Catch you tomorrow.
Good to
see you.
Take care.
Take care, buddy boy.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Right. Well, I'm going to nip off. I might be back on if you're still here. But yeah, I need to
Most likely.
make a phone call and stuff.
Cheers, Tim. Good night.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
But
Bye.
I
Cheers,
might be
Jim.
back. Cheers.
Seeing you.
See you later.
No worries.
Yeah,
You too,
Rich,
you
what
too.
was the name of that software again, baby?
Which software?
The one we talked about last night. What was it? For the rides. The one that can do all the really nice strings.
Oh, the SWAM
Oh,
software.
Swam sub rules.
That's
Swam.
modeled,
Yeah.
and particularly for solo playing, it's very, very impressive.
The cheapest way to get Swam is through Rolly or through GeoShred from Rudis.
Thank you for
With GeoShred, you get the whole Swam setup for like $80 or something like that.
Do you like playing those?
They're amazing, but the
I can't hear you.
you get the
I'm sorry.
individual brass instruments, and
Yeah.
And they're incredibly complex. And if you hook like a wind controller to it, so I have the Silphio from France, and you can use tilt and controllers on it and sliders and stuff to get all the expression and drive all these parameters, because otherwise there's too many parameters to tweak.
I see.
They're very thorough. Let me find it real quick here.
I really enjoy playing it from a Seaboard.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Name that track. Oh, bloody hell, what's going on here?
Oh, God. Has it been that long?
This is a fun one, too.
What is that? An app that you're operating on the phone?
It's called TC11. This one's called Chiani Arpeggio.
Uh-huh.
And it's just an insane app for doing soundtracky stuff, weird synthy stuff, environmental stuff.
Cool.
It's great on the iPad, but it even works on the phone really well, called TC11.
Oh, very nice.
Trying to find the Geo Shred on here.
It's not here.
Here's a saxophone. That's Geo Shred sax.
Hold on. Oh, okay, okay.
Sounds great, Andy.
Yeah, this app's amazing. You watch Jordan Shred on it.
It's
Yeah, very expressive. It's almost rolling on the screen. It's very expressive.
Ken, that E1,
yes, darling.
was that the one that Richard sold back end of 2019?
It might have gone up there, and then the guy that owned it decided he didn't want to sell it, and Richard had to pull it back.
No, 'cause I'm just trying to look for it on his site, but there's one there that sold at back end of 2019. Another one that sold. Oh no, this is the one because it's got the Lothar on it.
All right.
I'll just try to see how much he's got it up for. 3.3.
No,
It's not awful.
it's not massively bad, is it?
Bit too rich for my taste. Jessica.
Yeah. So, you haven't got any more quizzes, have you?
What?
Got more quizzes, have you?
No.
No.
I'll do the same one again.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah,
Was a
but we
pretty
know
tough.
the answers.
We'll probably nail it.
There's at least half a chance. But actually, I need to go because there's nobody cooking here except me, and it's time.
Oh, Ken's gone now.
Ah! That's it, Rich. I'm out of here.
I'm sure I'll be back. The stream keeps on going there.
Andy, it's nice meeting you again.
You too. Yeah, thanks. Good
Enjoyed
stuff.
it.
Good playing there. I like to listen to that.
Oh, thank you. It's
Nice to hear the Rolly love out there. The company just get their act together.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I sure do like playing the thing.
It's great.
We'll find out in about 6 weeks, won't we? So,
Yeah, well, I suppose. Robbie, always great.
always a pleasure, sir. Never a chore.
See, always. See you soon. Best to your family.
And to you.
Kent, I'm on my way.
All right,
Fiona?
my friend.
Great job, darling.
Count to 7.
Yeah, wait.
Oh, shit. Darling, Richard's saying goodbye.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Do it in real time. That's it.
Okay, cheers.
Well, there we go.
Wait, doing. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. The whole thing just. There we go. Yeah, mine just went. Bye-bye.
Same here.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell that was all about.
Do you guys get fiber out there, or do you? What's there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm on.
Sass dropped out accidentally.
Yeah.
He might be wanting to come back.
He is back.
It's I'm back.
Darling.
Oh, bless it.
Yeah, fully
Yeah.
fibered here, Andy.
You know what's sad?
Yeah, I
I'm
think-
smack dab in Silicon Valley here, and this specific area, I can't get 1 gig stable.
That's crazy.
Oh. No, I'm on
You're close,
1.3 here.
Yeah.
About 1.3. But let's say they go, oh, yeah, you can get 1.3 with this, but it can drop down to as low as 2 meg. Literally. Sometimes for just no apparent reason, it just. If you have something to say, sign in with the rest of the people, like normal. Right? Don't just butt in.
We should have a dog
Don't
cam.
execute order 66. Execute order 66.
Yeah, you need to get a Bluetooth GoPro put on the doggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah, we got this thing here because like we live in the middle of nowhere, but we're really lucky because we have our own telephone exchange in the village. So most villages connect to the nearest town, but because we're so far from the nearest town, they gave us our own exchange. Wow. So I'm like 500 yards from my exchange, so I get the full amount of what I'm supposed to. What's on the packet, I get it, which is about 80 down, 20 up. So it's not, it's good enough for everything I want to do.
Mm.
My mother-in-law moved into a new house in the same village, and it is the same distance from the exchange, except they fitted fibre to the property rather than fibre to the cabinet. And so she is able to get 300 gig, or in excess of 300 gig, if she wants it, at a price, of course. But she's 86 years old. What the does she need with that? I want that. So we were talking about it actually. My wife is in a bit of a depressed state in the moment because we're getting to an age where you start to think about what's going to happen when you can't work, or can't work anymore, when you shouldn't be working anymore. And I can't get a mortgage now, not because I can't afford a deposit, which I can't afford a deposit, but if I could afford a deposit, I couldn't afford a mortgage if I took a mortgage out now because I don't have one. Because I've only got 15 years left to work according to the government, so I can't afford. So she's getting all depressed at the moment about what are we going to do? We can't be renting all the time, and we can't buy a house. So what are we going to do? We're going to end up living in a cardboard box. So they're going to put us in a home. I said, no. When your mother pops her clogs, we'll have her house.
And it can be arranged.
No, well, it is arranged. It's in her will.
Positive thinking, eh?
Yeah. So, but I said, look, actually, if we think about it, because the will's split between my wife and her brother. I said, we could negotiate that. We could have that house. We would have no mortgage, and we could then maybe sell it in a few years at a tidy little profit. And but most of all, I get 300 gig download speed. Probably won't. I'll be too old to bloody use it by then. But there you go.
They would have invented something else.
Yes, it'll be
Quantum internet.
yeah.
Skynet.
Messy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing.
Dear oh dear.
So what have you been up to, Matt? Anything good?
Buying DX7s.
Good.
So yeah,
We've got
actually,
DX7 owner over DX7 killer.
what? Who's killed a DX?
No, you're a DX1 killer, Kent.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, no, we're not killing. You didn't kill it. We wounded it.
Oh, is that the one that you've got at your ass?
No. Oh no.
Oh no, this is
So Kent has like the monopoly on DX1s. I was going to say in the country, but probably in the world, because
Oh, no, I don't know.
there's been at least 3 in this house over the last few weeks, and so I've got this one here that we're trying to get to the bottom of, and we came up with this cracking plan, which we should have done originally, but we didn't. Was that let's take the main boards out of the DX1 that I've got here over to Kent, who's got a fully functioning DX1 that he's just tarted up for someone. And we know that DX1 works. So let's take the main boards out of the... I keep wanting to say my DX1, but it's not. It's the one that I've got here. Take it out and go to Kent, and we'll swap the boards, until we find one that doesn't work. And then at least we've narrowed it down to one of the boards. So you've got these 3 boards. You've got the tone generator board, you've got the main processor board, and you've got this AT board at the back. And went down to see Kent, and we opened up the DX1 he'd got there, popped out the tone generator board, put my tone generator board in there, and it started to play up. So we thought, well, that was simple. The first board we tried, it was the one that's faulty. So we took that tone generator board and we put in the original tone generator board. And
Thinking that was it.
Thinking that was it. Turned it on again, and now Kent's DX1 is doing the same thing as my one, which is emitting lots of white noise with digital stuff going on in the background.
Yeah.
And we thought, oh fuck, we've killed this. So this is the DX1 killer thing. We've killed it. Oh flipping heck.
Yeah.
So we did a bit of a kind of percussive maintenance and a little wiggling of things, and it started to work intermittently, but then increasingly better and better. And we thought, oh no, it's not the board. So again, we open it up, and Kent starts wiggling things and unplugging stuff. And so the DX1 on the base is the keyboard mechanism, which is fucking glorious to look at. Big fucking wooden keys. And you got the pitch bender mod wheels. And then at the back, you've got these 3 main boards that are mounted vertically. So they just sit in these little rails. It hasn't got an edge that plugs into a slot or anything. They just sit in these rails. And then everything else is on the underside of the lid, which is mostly the PCBs for all the digital displays and the buttons and the sliders. But to the left, you've got the power supply and the voltage switcher, and then you've got this power distribution board. It's about this big, and it's got about 10 feeds coming off of that.
Yeah, 10, 12 feeds.
10,
coming
12
off
feeds.
it, yeah.
All different sizes, all going to different places. And it's the wiring. I mean, I know Kent's probably gets bored of this kind of stuff, but for me, it's exquisite. The looms are all... There's no plastic cable ties. It's all string, and it's one piece of string that starts over here, and then they wind it, and every 4 inches they do a loop, and then they knot it off, and then they come over here, and it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Anyway, one of these plugs was a little bit wobbly, so Ken says, dry joints. So we pop the Dizzy board off, and lo and behold, there's some dry joints. So Kent reflows all of those things, puts it all back together. The thing is glorious. It's working. We then proceeded to swap all my boards in. They all worked fine. Put all Kent's boards back in. They all worked fine.
Yeah.
And so because Kent had made that repair, which we did because it was doing the same thing as the one that's happening here, we thought, that must be what's wrong with the one that's here. It must be dry joints on the distribution board. So I get all excited and come back home, refit all the boards, and I have my friend over, because I'm pretty rubbish with a soldering iron. So I have my friend over who's got a degree in something or other, electronic-y, and he brings his fancy soldering kit over, and we take the distribution board out and we look at it, and there doesn't appear to be anything there, but we he reflowed the whole lot,
Anyway,
put it back in, turned it on.
Yeah, exactly the same thing.
Exactly the same. So yeah.
It must be the pitch wheel that's doing it.
So the other thing that I found that was wrong with it was that there's a small loom that comes from the MIDI ports on the back that then goes and attaches to the MP board, and they come across the back of the synth, and then they go in between these vertical mounted boards and then round to the front. But what's happened is this loom has been rubbing over the years against the metal.
Is that the picture you put up of all those frayed wires? And
one of them was completely busted. So luckily all the other... Shut up. Luckily, like I heard that joke 100 times this week. Luckily there was like 7 wires, I think. 6 were kind of abrased, but we managed. They hadn't broken. The other one was fixed, and we heat shrunk that and put it all back together. And so put it all back in, still making this bloody noise. So
Where did Matt go?
we took the he's gone, isn't he? Yeah, but we took the power supply out. And we tested I keep saying we. It was Howard with his fancy testing gear, and we found that there was one power line that should have been spitting out 1.2 volts and was 120 millivolts or something.
It was like only about a 6. Only about 6
fraction. So something power related, and that would then explain why it's, because obviously if it's not getting the power from the dizzy board, which is what was wrong with yours, if it's not getting from the PSU. So we've taken the PSU and that's gone off to Howard's little hospital, but he
thought the first rule of repair was always check voltages.
Yeah, well,
but this is the thing, it was working, right, and it's the same with the one that was here when he was testing it. Before he brought it round, I brought it in from the kitchen, set it up in the front room, turned it on, played it for a while, and left it on. It'd been on for 3 or 4 hours before Robbie turned up. But taking that board out, managed to pull on that cable just enough to break those dry joints.
Oh, God.
See what I mean?
So
it was actually very fortunate that it did break it, because otherwise we might have just gone, it's that board that's buggered. Go and get some new backs for it.
And then been lost.
Yeah. And then go, why is it still doing it?
The one I've got here, can we say who it was with?
Yeah, well, it's gone now, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Well, no, it was because Ty had it for a while. And when Ty had it, he got it, and it was working absolutely fine, because Kent had done a whole bunch of work on it. It was working fine. Ty turns it off, next morning turns it on again, and it's doing this thing.
Yeah.
So something has gone somewhere. So anyway, it's gone to the power supply hospital, and hopefully in the next week or two, Howard will get a chance to properly, find out what is. We've got the schematics and everything for the PSU, so hopefully he'll find out what it is. And then once it's outputting all the correct voltages in all the correct places, there should be no reason, he says, touching wood, that when it goes back in, it should work properly. Because
so is that a totally custom power supply, or is
I'm guessing you could probably build a replacement. It's not.
Yeah, you could. It'd be a massive pain in the ass, because there's so many specific voltages that come out of it. It's just a massive pain in the butt, basically.
Yeah. 1.2 is an odd voltage to have anyway. In there, I mean, normally you get plus 5s, 15s, 20s, and 1.2 is a little odd.
Yeah, exactly. It's like what? Why? What could it possibly need that's only 1.2 volt?
Yeah, but we think it's the aftertouch, isn't it? That
it definitely goes down to the AT board. So whether it's
could it be used for biasing transistor or something?
Yeah, I was wondering if it might be like a standard sense voltage.
Yeah,
that it'll work from, or something like that. But while you were there, I didn't show you. You know that CS80 that was on the wall, up against the wall there.
Yeah.
I should have shown you that. Oh my god, it make you feel better about the DX. This guy, he's bought this CS80, and the key contacts on the CS80 are a little delicate. to say the least. And so the velocity one is made up of 3 contacts. So you have the little hook leg one, which is what the key applies. There's one that floats on the top, and there's one that touches it on the bottom. So you've got a start and end point.
Yeah.
And then the cap dissipating, the faster it dissipates. The faster you hit the key, the less time the capacitor's had to dissipate, so it makes the volume louder. Yeah. And it's basically how it works. And then the other one's just note on, note off, which is just the 2.
Yeah.
Right? Now they get a little bit crinkly and they get a little bit fruity at times. Like after you've been playing it a long time, they might get a little creased and something like that. This guy thought it'd be a brilliant idea to desolder the contacts and pull them out with a pair of pliers. And the thing is, they're riveted into the brackets.
Oh, God.
So you had to really, really pull them. And in doing so, buggered them all up, right? But he removed every single one to all 61 notes. And put them into, so you've got these chewed up things in a little box. So he's brought it to me and said, can you put new contacts in? He said, I bought a CS30, which has the same, not CS30, CP30, has the same contacts. Well, it does, but it only has half the contacts that a CS80 has, because it only just used the velocity ones, and it also doubles up as key trigger. So there wasn't enough key contacts. So I had to devise a way of drilling out these contacts so I could remove them cleanly without damaging them, and then repair the old ones with a flat weight and a panel hammer, and reshape them, and then solder them all back in, right? But when he was pulling these things out, they weren't completely desoldered, so he's ripped all the tracks on the back of the boards, right? And
I hope you're charging him accordingly.
Well, the thing is, right, this is what he's done to the keyboard. You want to see what he's done to the rest of it. And I'm slowly putting this back together, but the aftertouch board, I'll belt off. Go and do something interesting. Boil your head. Yeah.
This is called the Dunning-Kruger repair. Some guy thinks he knows what he's doing and should stay out.
Yeah.
So.
And he has done this Hammer House of Horror job on the aftertouch boards. And he's burnt carbon tracks away where he's had the soldering iron too hot and stuff like that. And I'm trying to put this thing back together and make it work like a Vangelis 80. And it's been, mate, what? At some point you must have gone, this can't be good. I think I'll stop. But he just went right to the end.
Look, why would you do that in the first place?
I don't know. I don't understand why anybody would do that.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
But people do. People do some incredibly stupid things to keyboards. I mean, at the time, they probably think it should be all right. They'll probably be okay. And then, when there's smoke pouring out of it, go, oh, I wish I hadn't done that.
So does the CS80 do the aftertouch by measuring the capacitive discharge then? The
aftertouch is done by having it's like a small silicon rubber with a carbon track underneath, and so what happens is when you're
it's doing a timing
so
between switching.
It literally acts like a tiny little pot.
Oh.
So as you push the key down, it pushes more and more of the conductive part of the rubber onto the carbon track. So it goes. I think it's not decked. It's not decked like it is on some other machines, but it sits at around 0.1 of a volt and goes all the way up to 8.4 volt, and that's your aftertouch depth. So it's like having little scale electric hand throttles.
Yeah,
remember them?
With like a rheostat.
Yeah, it's like a miniature version of that under every key. So,
what's the aftertouch system in the DX1 then?
That I think is,
because I'm not going to take the keyboard out to have a look.
That's different. It's
Yeah, it can't be that, can it?
I think it's like almost like a proximity one type of thing on it. It's weird. I haven't looked at it too hard because there hasn't really been anything wrong with them. So if they're not broken, I won't go fucking near them.
Exactly.
I don't want to damage anything. So
which is what the guy with the CS8 should have done.
So you're using something like a Hall effect sensor, or
yeah, that kind of thing. It's although it does poly after touch, it doesn't have. There's not quite the same interaction between man machine that you get on the 80, but it's definitely there nonetheless. You know, it definitely does work.
So you're gonna pull the Hydra synth apart so we can all learn how their aftertouch works.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how's that one working?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm so tempted, but it's working. I want to leave it alone. I mean, when something breaks, I'll go in. It's like when my Rolly broke, and I had to open that all up. Yeah. Well, when I get the deluxe tomorrow, you can have a look at the 49.
I'm interested to see what the this new Waldorf keyboard is, because it mentions in the blurb, it alludes to aftertouch. And when we had Glenn on the show a few weeks back, he said a company has licensed our poly aftertouch technology, but you couldn't say who it was.
Is there a CS with optical?
And that would
optical.
That would explain that.
I thought there was.
So it'd
I
be
think so. Not that I'm aware of, unless it's mono AT. Yes, there's one. Yes, it's optical, but it's mono. It's not aftertouch. The CS50 and CS60 uses a little light bulb and a screen on a sprung arm with a photo cell. So the more light that hits it, the more aftertouch you get. But it's mono aftertouch. Then that's on the 50 and the 60. Yeah.
Well, I'll do.
So something like the D50 is just like a ribbon kind of thing, like a ribbon controller almost.
It's like two felt strips with a metal.
Felt strips.
Yeah. It's almost like you would get on the Art Pro Soloist type, that type of affair. Because mono aftertouch is dirt easy to do.
Yeah. It's the same thing on the DX5, DX7. It's just this felt strip with a metal, and you just push.
I didn't even know the DX7 had aftertouch until I switched that on. It was like, hello.
Yeah. Nice little keyboard on that.
Is it more egregious why they didn't put on the new Yamaha stuff?
It brings a whole new dimension to the bell.
It makes the bell bigger.
It makes it ring more. Yeah. But that's the thing. But yeah, so
how are you getting on with it? Sorry.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was just going to say, Matt, how are you getting on with the DX7?
It's in the case. It's nice enough keyboard, but not my thing. Not my thing. But it's going somewhere nice. So.
Is the Mark 1?
Yeah, it's 84.
So what is it? A skip with a park? Swans. So it's a nice tip.
From what I understand, the where it's going to go, it'll be enjoyed. So.
Yeah.
You don't dig the sound or the programming, or what's the
programming? I think is the thing. It's just no. Unless you've got a decent on-screen editor, I can't work with them.
Get that DT7 right, Robbie?
Yeah, they're all right. They're not cheap, and I don't think they make them anymore. I think they've got like the last batch that they're trying to shift.
Yeah.
But what I've heard about it is that it's a lovely thing, but it's just a bit too. You'd probably be easier using a software editor. I mean, DexEd is great, but Plogue's OPS7 is better in my opinion now. I mean, it's much easier to see. I mean, certainly for somebody with failing eyesight, and you can set it to transmit to the DX7, so it's got a full-on emulation mode where it accurately does everything, or you can go into this kind of expanded mode where it does things that the DX7 couldn't do, but you can still use it as an editor stroke librarian. Or there's a guy, I forget his name now, John I think it is, who does what's it called now? I'm trying to remember. it's basically it's a universal FM editor for most of Yamaha's legacy FM stuff, and it's like 10 quid. It's stupidly cheap. The interface is not very pretty, but it's simple, you know, and you can create patches, use it as a librarian, do all sorts with it. And then there's also sorry, it's too late at night now. What's it bloody called? Edisyn, which is a free that's on GitHub that you can get. Sean makes this, and it looks very much like Patchbase, which is the kind of paid for one that you can get for iPad and desktop. Has that much. It has a feel about the same sort of interface, but that's quite nice because it's very flat, clean, colourful interface that is easy to read. But yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways. But the thing is, if you persevere with going into, and again, it kind of comes back to this thing where if you get into the whole Yamaha X series world, and the job and the sub job functions of the menu system, you soon become very adept at, you know, figuring out. It's like when I got the QX1, when I was flicking through the jobs on that, and that was one of the first sequences to use that whole kind of job function table thing. It's just very simple to navigate around because you understand how the actual system works. Forget what it's actually doing. Just that whole menu system. Once you've grasped that, it's quite easy to zip around and make some changes. The DX1 and the DX5 is where it gets kind of complicated because you have so much more that you can mess around with in those regards. Especially, but the DX1 makes up for it with you have all of those displays that tell you exactly what's going on. And when you select a function, it flashes at you and says, "I'm going to be the thing that you're changing now," and you can see on the thing how it will affect the rest of it. So it's very nice.
Yeah, busy programs are tricky. The PG-1000 is actually not that fun to use. So,
I mean, some people, you know, some of these kind of external programmer things are really nice. Some are not so good, but yeah.
I think, funny enough, I think Ensoniq nailed it in many ways. I was able to get around an EPS within an hour of taking it out of the box.
The workflow was great.
Yeah. Just loved it. And it seemed so intuitive, and it was pretty much the same with the ESQ1.
Yeah,
and it was just a question of knowing what button to press for the pages, and you were off. And the sequencer was just an absolute joy to use.
Yeah, I just picked up an EPS 16 Plus rack for pretty cheap, and I didn't know it had built-in effects. The thing's amazing.
Yeah, because the keyboard.
I love my Emacs, but it doesn't have effects.
Yeah, see, there was another one that had Poly AT, but back in the day when I was using the EPS, I didn't know it had Poly AT.
Yeah. I'm gonna hook up my Hydrosynth to it and see how it performs. So.
Yeah.
Curious.
Yeah. It's like I'm still trying to get my Roly to work seamlessly with Spitfire libraries. You know, like really, really well. And there's a few areas it still needs a little bit of. Well, apart from phoning up Christian and saying, "Look, can you rewrite your front end slightly for me, please?"
There's a German YouTube video where this guy is playing on a Persian rug, sitting on the floor with his Roly.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
And a Matrix 6 or Matrix 1000. And that is awesome.
Yeah.
Whenever I watch that guy's videos, I hate to say it, I'm sorry, but the only thing I can't get past the dirty bare feet. I'm sorry, I just can't get past. He's doing some cool stuff. But he's sitting there cross-legged with his dirty old bare feet. I was just like,
on a nice rug.
Put some socks on or something.
Don't matter how brilliant an artist you are.
I know.
Faith, dude.
I have a thing about feet. Not in that way. I just can't stand feet. Not even my own. I hate my own feet. I'd chop them off if I could, but
I know
apparently I need them to stand up.
You can't stand feet at all, which is quite weird when you think about it. Because you need feet to stand, but there you go. But no, there's some
people really like them.
Yeah. But I know some people who cannot stand bare feet at all, anywhere near them.
My girlfriend's sister's like that. If you just wind her up, you just slip a shoe off, slip a sock off, and just wave your foot around in the air, and she goes absolutely schizoid.
I think I'd scare the hell out of her.
Yeah. She probably has a great time at the beach, didn't she?
I've got a
Should
dodgy.
I go? Shouldn't go.
I've got a dodgy big toe on my right foot where I had, you know, on the back of articulated lorries that have.
What's it, Nick Cars?
You know the tail lifts on the back of articulated lorries. So I used to be a warehouse manager at Argos, and we used to unload the deliveries. And on the back of the tail lift, you got these two metal plates that will sit vertically to stop things rolling off, and then you lift them up and they come down. They form a ramp, so you can roll the cages off. So the way that this lorry used to have to park in our yard was it was at a slight angle, so the tail lift always kind of lifted up. So to get a cage on, you had to put your foot on the tail lift just to push it down to get the angle right. So I did this, and one of my elderly porters, we used to call them, they're just basically retired guys looking for a few quid, and he was just pushing the thing, and he knocked this plate, and it hadn't locked into place, and it came down on my foot. It was a thick, like 1/4-inch steel plate, came right across the top of my foot. And I went upstairs. I just thought somebody had stood in my foot. Yeah. I took my shoe off, and there's blood pouring out of my shoe. And yeah, so it had gone right across my big toe. My nail was just like this.
Yeah.
So that's when I started to feel a bit queasy, and they took me up to the doctors, and they pulled the nail off, and I had to go to hospital and what have you. And the nurse at the hospital said, your nail will grow back, but you'll probably need a few trips to a chiropodist just to make sure it grows back properly. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I can't afford a chiropodist because they don't do that on the NHS. And so I just let it grow back, and it grows back. Now it grows back. It's like a 1/2-inch thick, horrible thing. And the only way that I can manage it grows back really, really slowly, is like a file and sometimes a small hacksaw just to trim it. Because I'm a tight bastard, and I won't go with a chiropodist because I hate feet and anything to do with feet. However, it's a wonderful tool. Because my wife and my daughter absolutely hate it. So if I take my slippers off and put my feet up on the chair, they're like, oh, Dad, put it away. So if I want something doing, I'll chase them with my gammy toe.
The sound of a DeWalt grinder from the bathroom.
Do you know, I actually... I've seriously considered buying one of those Dremels. Yeah. Because I've seen a chiropodist. They have tools that look like Dremels.
Yeah. Well, they put a different name on it, and it's like 500 times more expensive.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is that why you're visiting Kent every other week? You're going down there and having your foot done.
That's it. Yeah. I just let his dogs nibble on it for a while. It's like a bone. You know?
Speaking of blood on the foot, I had leeches on my shoes in Madagascar. That was fun.
No.
Nice and squishy.
Yeah.
Oh. But they can be good for you.
Yeah.
So who's beat me to the DX7 then, Matt?
No one. You have.
Oh, I have. I've still got it.
It's yours,
still...
yeah.
Oh, right, cool.
It's yours. That's what I was saying. It's going to be appreciated where it's
I thought he
was going to a tip with a park after all.
Yeah, I just got to sort out some fundage.
As and when, mate.
Poke your missus in the eyes. And while she's like, and just sneak it in.
Yeah. So what's the DX7 Mark 1 replacing then, Robbie?
So, replacing implies that I get rid of
you've
something.
You've got a DX7 2, haven't you?
I've got a 2FD and I've got a TX7 as well.
Right. Oh, so it's just the Mark 1 you haven't got.
It's just the Mark 1 I haven't got. And it purely is, it's
then you'll have the
for the collection. Yeah.
You said it's completely completist, yeah.
Yeah, well, kind of, because I've got a TX816 that's been promised to me, and it's a very famous TX816. And it was supposed to be coming over.
It still works.
Well, yeah, that. No, but it's Scritti Politis. It's Scritti Politis TX816.
Nice.
And Gamson still has it. And when I interviewed him, we were talking about it. We talked for hours. And he said, "Oh yeah, I've got my TX816. Yeah, I was going to get it out, and I'll probably just get rid of it." So I'm like, "Oh, okay. Any chance, I could have it, or buy it off you?" And he said, "Well, yeah, I'm going to go through it and just make sure it's all okay. I'll replace all the cells, on each of, because there's 8 units in there." And then he was supposed to be coming over for Here he is.
He was Bernie.
Because
He
Scritty,
could smell it a mile off.
yeah, the current incarnation of Scritty did 30th or 35th anniversary tour of Cuban Psyche. So he said that he was going to try and get over for at least the London gigs. So he said, if I get it done in time, I'll bring it over. But of course, COVID and all this shit, so that didn't happen. So it's on hold. But the big problem is that we haven't talked money, so I don't know how much he wants for it. So I'm sure that he'll be flexible, shall we say? But yeah, I just saw one go for about 1,800 quid. So
Really, not as much as that.
yeah,
That's not too bad actually.
when you think you're getting, eight
8 DX7s.
8DX7, so it's 128 note polyphony.
Yeah,
you
no,
know.
I get it. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. So yeah, and then I've got another famous one that's been promised to me. Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Juno 106,
Wow.
which has just come off exhibition, and Nash, who I know, said, "Oh yeah, when I finish with that, you can have that." So yeah, 'cause it's not in a good way, but it's Frankie's. But he's been clearing out. He shut his
Just
studio.
gone, oh, here comes another restoration.
Yeah, but it could. It's got loads of crap all over it.
Who's that JP 8000 we had here? Who was it? What's his face?
You talking to me?
Yeah, the JP 8000. Who did that belong to? The Tiny dropped off. And he said who it belonged to. I went, really? Who was it?
Wow.
Oh, God.
Some woman.
Got one of those right here.
No, it was. It was Frankie.
Oh, yeah, it was Frankie Goes.
Yeah, what's his name?
Wow.
What, a member of the band?
Yeah.
So it was Brian.
Holly Johnson.
Holly Johnson, thank you.
Yeah, Holly's got a nice little collection actually. He's got a VCS3, I
Well,
think.
this JP 8000 was his.
Yeah, because Steve Howell, who I used to work with at Hollow Sun, rest in peace, he worked on Holly's solo album, Blast, and he actually played. There's some stuff he's played on, but he did a lot of the programming and stuff, and they'd lost touch for years, and I put them back together again, and this was a few years before Steve passed away, which was nice that they actually kind of got back. But Steve said he went around there and he said, he's got a heck of a collection. He's really into it, proper vintage analog stuff, and and he used a lot of it because on his last solo album, Europa, which if you haven't heard is brilliant because Frank Ellis is on there. He did a track with Vangelis.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. Vintage analog stuff. You can hear it in Marloff. It's really good. Yeah.
The Hollow Sun sounds are great.
Sorry?
The Hollow Sun sound library is great. I love that
yeah.
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He was a master. Absolute master.
The Nova Chord stuff is really fun to use.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was that bloody machine? Oh, yeah. Here's a weird one for you. Who's the last person on the planet you think of would own one of these, right? It was a Moog 3C, right?
Oh, yeah, I think you've told me about this.
Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But it's weird. I mean, it's like have you heard Wakeman's story about how he got his first mini Moog?
It was the guy who played. Oh shit!
Yeah,
He was in Oliver, wasn't he? It was
in Oliver, yeah, he was the Artful Dodger.
Artful Dodger. Yeah, he didn't. He said it was broken or something.
It's broken. It only plays one note at a time.
Yeah.
So he said, "No, get rid of it." I don't want it. So
I tell you who you need to get on the Pro Synth Network show is Tiny Edwards.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, he's here tomorrow, so
I will have a word.
I'm going to ask him.
May, June onwards. At the moment.
Yeah, the stories that Tiny's got is unreal. Absolutely unreal.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we'll get him.
Amazing.
Speaking of unlikely synth people, I don't know if this is true, but at a synth meet in San Francisco a few years ago, this guy was doing a Synthy AKS demo, and he said he used to service them and sell them. And he said Robin Leach used to sell them as well. Mr. Lifestyle's the Rich and Famous, and he was not the nicest guy, but he actually was selling those things. Is that true? Either VCS3s or a Synthi AKS.
It's possible. Anything is possible.
And this is really odd. I mean, who do you think Robin Leach doing anything with music? But
Well, anything that's going to make a few quid.
well, yeah.
Who's it posted a picture of Robert Downey Jr. on the?
I don't know. That
It's either
didn't surprise me.
But
Was
yeah,
that
Robert
Michael
Downey.
Whalen?
Yeah, probably Michael.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's Robert Downey Jr. cool as fuck with a cigarette in his hand, and he's got
Yeah.
like a motif, and he's got like one of those rolling groove boxes, and a few other bits and bobs. Do you know what I liked watching? The Oberheim thing that Dave released today, and when he was talking to Marcus, and that collection of keyboards that he's literally, he's got all the Obies,
Yeah.
and then he's got an Alesis QS6, which you just think all of that, and you've got there's a Mini Moog there's a DX7 in there as well, and then he's got this Alesis. It wasn't a bad keyboard, but it's not the sort of thing you'd expect to see next to a rack
It's
of
so
literally
nice.
every Oberheim.
with those cue
It's
cards.
so nice to be able to talk about that whole Tom Oberheim thing. Now.
Oh, isn't it? Yeah.
Fucking months
Yeah.
ago.
Well, yeah. There's still stuff we can't mention, but
Yeah. There's stuff next week, isn't it?
yes, there is,
So
and
going
hopefully
to be busy.
Yes, it's going to be a busy, lovely.
Yeah,
Good.
J.J.
So,
Abrams supposed to be in
new
the Synth
Oberheim
tomorrow.
then?
Sorry.
Hmm?
So go ahead,
J.J.
Andy.
Abrams was into synths a lot. He
Oh,
goes
Abrams
to
is,
the
yeah.
San Francisco store
Oh,
called Robot
yeah.
Speak a lot. So
Yeah. I think he gets a lot of his stuff done by Robert Rosen.
Mm.
So, I mean, Robert's done very well for himself, because, I mean, he hasn't been in the game that long, but he's massively established out there. Massively established.
Wagyu's just asked, was that more footage versus the Bright? So basically, when they made Bright Sparks, when Dave and the guys from iMonster made Bright Sparks, they wanted to include Tom Oberheim in that, but unfortunately, they couldn't get together. So they had to kind of say, oh well, we tried, but we couldn't do it. But in the last year or so, through a number of different reasons, they were able to get in touch. I think it was Marcus kind of put them to all together, and they were able to do an interview remotely. So they set up proper cameras at both ends, and at certainly the end of the guests, and did that whole thing remotely. So it's kind of like an addendum to the movie, but it's got 37 minutes long, I think. So it's a nice chunk of an addendum, and it's Tom telling his story, pretty much to the present day from the very beginning. And there's a lot of it is about the beginnings and his work.
In many ways, I really wish sometimes that people wouldn't tell me things and that I'm not allowed to tell anybody. When you've got a lot of,
we can't say.
but when you've got a lot of them, and then
you forget which ones you can't talk
and you go,
about.
which one can I talk about? Have I signed anything for that? Well, no. Did I?
Save them for your autobiography.
As they write a book and change the names. Yeah,
Try having a memory like mine. It don't matter. Then you just forget.
Yeah. I tell you what, my memory lately has got awful.
We know that the age-old thing is, you go downstairs and then you get to the kitchen and you forget why you went into the kitchen, and then you go back upstairs and you remember again.
Yeah,
that happens to me a lot.
At
least half a dozen times a day.
This was Nellie out in the back garden, and she's starting to rip up the AstroTurf.
Oh yeah,
because she's getting too excited. And I rushed to the back door, open the back door. And I go, "Oi, brown one, stop that!" I couldn't remember her name, and that's like,
yeah.
I've spoken to a lot of people, and I've had a few people say to me, "Do you know what? My memory has not been that great since I had the booster." And I'm going, "Yeah, but do you know what? Let's not."
Your memory hasn't been great for a while. It's just that you associate it.
You associate. You go. Look, there's enough bullshit going on about vaccines and stuff at the moment. We're adding anything to it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what was it? Was it Nicki Minaj? Was it her cousin or something.
That was terrible.
Nuts grew to a stupid size. And somebody pointed out, they said, you know what does that, don't you? Gonorrhea. Not vaccines. If your balls swell up to a stupid size, you've contracted gonorrhea on holiday 2 weeks.
And testosterone.
Yeah. 2 weeks before your wedding. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the vaccine. Yeah.
No, I had counselling because I suffer from anxiety, and as well as medication, I've had counselling. Last year, I was having counselling for health anxiety. Or what do they call it? It used to be called hypochondria. It's not called can't call it hypochondria anymore. Apparently, you can't even call it health anxiety. It's now illness something. Yeah, it's basically I was it's massive anxiety.
When someone tells you you've got something, you start overthinking it and you start panicking.
Oh, it's not even that. Yeah, it's just it's very complex. But during the kind of exploration of that, it pointed towards I might also be suffering from OCD. And
really, looking at all that stuff behind you, I never would have thought that.
Well, it's funny that because this is exactly where I sat when I was having my sessions, because it was all done remotely. And we talk about collecting things. I did all these survey, these kind of questionnaire things, and you look through these questions and you think, well, Jesus, I know why they're asking me that, because I do that and I do this. And one of the things that I do is when we finish here, whenever that might be, I will go downstairs and I'll make sure the cats are, put to bed, and then I will check all of the doors, and I have to do it in an order, and then I come upstairs and I do, check the kids, and then I turn this, I have a process and a pattern, and if I can't follow that, it stresses me out, and I have to go and start all over again and do it again.
Right.
But one of the things that came out of that was the fact that it was actually probably more to do with my memory rather than because I'm forgetting that I've done certain things. So it's not necessarily a compulsion. It's just, I'm getting a bit old and my memory's not quite what it used to be. So I forget that I've done something, so I have to go and do it again. And I found actually that when I'm doing that thing, do a whole memory association task where you look at something or you attach something in your memory to that thing, then it doesn't bother me and I can go to bed. But I actually went through a whole routine of programs, and now I can pretty much go to bed without having to worry about checking all the bloody doors.
Do you not think that we are suffering, all of us to a certain extent are suffering from, dare I say, information overload? I mean, look at the number of kids now with being diagnosed with ADHD. I mean, we are all permanently connected. We have our phones with us that are pinging messages from WhatsApp or email, constantly checking emails or Twitter or YouTube, and there's just too much information, and we collectively have to learn how to switch off.
I think there's also
amazing everyone's not neurotic.
But I
think it also depends very much on how it affects you. Determines how bad it is, because when I first came down with agoraphobia, I was just on the cusp of being 20. So it went from go out anywhere, no problem, to going nowhere, and that's it from there on in. And I went to have I had a psychiatrist, psychoanalyst come to the house to have meetings with, because I couldn't go to her office. And she come to me and she'd talk with me about it and everything like that. And she goes, well, tell us about different things that have happened to you and all the rest of it. And I said, well, blah this and blah that. She goes, anything particularly traumatic? I said, no, I don't think so. And my mum piped up in the corner and she went, what about your dad? Oh yeah, well, okay. I said, but I didn't think that was traumatic, or it was at the time, but I don't feel it is now, because basically what happened was a Saturday morning. He was sitting in the front room watching World of Sport. It's 1974, World of Sport, right? Dickie Davis and all that. The doorbell goes because it's the milkman, and on Saturdays he gets paid. He got up, and I'm sitting at the settee, and he fell on me.
Oh, jeez.
and died in my arms, which is it's sort of like that's the sort of thing that only happens in films, right? And he died in my arms right there and then. And I'm 12, and like this is a new experience. And although yes, okay, my dad has died, and I was there when he died and everything like that, but I didn't see it as being anything particularly life-changing, especially that many years later. Right, we're talking another 8 years later, for Christ's sake. But she was convinced it was linked. My mum wasn't so sure, and all this sort of thing. But basically, what it is, he'd been on this diet. His doctor, actually, his nickname was Dr. Death. He put my dad on a diet, right? Get this, of 6 pints of milk, 6 eggs, and a head of lettuce a day.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yummy.
To get his weight down. Right? And after 6 months, he was a bit thinner, but not looking so clever. And literally, he got up, and I think his left ventricle exploded or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but basically, and down he literally dead before he hit the floor. And I don't think, no, it hasn't affected me. But funnily enough, the closer I got to being 40, which is when he died, heart rhythm, I'm listening to my heart, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing all the other. And the closer and closer I get to 40, and then I had my 40th birthday, and it was the most horrible day of my life.
Yeah.
And I'm going, but why am I letting this affect me? But you really can't help it. It's really bad. But in terms of the agoraphobia causing that problem, I don't know. I don't know whether it was or not. I can't make a connection. But if you can get on with life, you can repairing shit, which you can do at home, and it doesn't affect your life. All of a sudden, all the people I knew, my agoraphobia wasn't a problem anymore. Because I spent 20 years of people going, "You're a fucking loser. You need to go to work. Your poor old mum and all this blah 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 blah. You're just lazy. You don't want to work." And I'd be sitting in my bedroom. When I first got it, I was in my bedroom solid. I never left my bedroom for 10 months. My mum used to have to bring me things to eat, and I used to have a panic attack going from my bedroom to the toilet to have a piss.
Jeez.
and then run back into my bedroom. Just thank God I had those keyboards in there. I would have. Do you know what I mean? But as soon as it doesn't affect your life too much and the people around you, it's not a problem. So, like for you, checking your doors and everything in a certain order.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. But what it does do, see, it turns out that I don't. I'm not. If I have any compulsions in that regard, they're pretty mild. They don't really affect. But what you just said about your old man and when you got to his age. So I lost my sister when she was 3 years 10 months, and
I wish I could lose mine.
And I was 7 going 8 when she passed, and it genuinely ripped off. It didn't rip the family apart immediately, but it was the start of everything in my parents and their divorce and everything. And it was just like the weirdest thing to kind of go through at that age. And then in 1980, so about 2 years after, my parents thought that one of the solutions, I guess, to losing a child would be to have another one. So my sister Gemma was born. And when she got to 3 years and 10 months, and so therefore I was just coming up to 14 years old, I was panicking because she was the same age as my last sister, Nadia. And was she going to go the same way? And of course, she got to that age, she passed that age, and she's still absolutely fine. And then when I had kids, when each of my children reached that age, I just went, my head was like all over the place, because I'm thinking I'm correlating what happened to my relative, my sister, like you did with your dad.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd kind of gotten over that because I'd had some counselling and some therapy, and we kind of established that there was this connection. And once you kind of know about that kind of thing going on, then you can manage it. doesn't go away, but you manage it. And then my old man got cancer a few years ago. And the one thing that everyone has always said to me from a very young age, oh, you're like your dad. Oh, you look like your dad. You have your dad's mannerisms. You have your dad's temperament, all this kind of stuff. So I've grown up being compared to my dad, and I'm not ashamed of that. I loved him. I would be him a million times over. But because I'm constantly thinking, even today, if I look in the mirror, I see my dad. So when he got cancer, I'm going to get cancer. And when he died of cancer, I'm going to die of cancer. And then all I'm thinking is it's going to happen to me because it happened to him. And it just got into my head, and I'm in this constant circle. And literally every pain, every little twinge, everything, I would go into this deep thing, and I would just, I'd hate to get out of bed. I would sit here just sort of like zoned out. I'd spend hours just sat down, you know, thinking about all the worst case scenarios. What am I going to do with this? How are my kids going to cope? How's my wife going to cope? And you go, oh no, and you just get deeper and deeper and deeper, and it just got too much.
I must admit, it's very reassuring. Admittedly, it's at your expense, but it is really reassuring because I'm going, thank fuck, I'm not the only one.
It's not you. And that's another great thing. The more you talk about it, the more you find so many people have gone through something very similar, and all of a sudden you have a comrade, you have someone who can relate.
Well, everybody's actually pre-programmed to hide all this, and look as normal as possible.
Yeah.
Like, go on, Matt. Sorry, Matt.
I was diagnosed with depression when I was 17. No triggers, no reason for it. They couldn't work it out. I got married for the second time in 2002, and I'd lived and worked and all that crap. And there was one little kick-off at my wedding with my dad. And I won't go into the reasons why, but I ended up needing counselling after that. And I walked into the counselling room this particular day, and I don't know if you remember anything from the 70s, but they used to have like 2 metal tea trays on a trolley.
Yeah.
Walked in and flipped out, saw this thing in this room and lost it. It turns out it was one of the things he used to clap me with.
Right.
That set off PTSD 18 years ago, which I still live with every day. I don't sleep very much. And one of the things that's come out of that, even though I live with it every day and I don't suffer it, it's just part of who I am.
Yeah.
And it stems back a long time. It goes back to 73, I think. We've pinpointed the start of all the reasons for it. Is that because of what I have experienced, I'm now in a position to help other people.
Yes.
Not professionally, but this. I think that there's a closed group of people that I work with at the moment of about 20 people, and that's occurred over the last 5 or 6 years. That they're all going, "Fuck, you've got it too," and you start talking about it. No, they come from all different walks, military people, from abuse survivors, things like that.
Yeah.
And it's, again, the more you sit and listen, the more you realise it's more common.
Yeah.
And you sit and think, fucking hell, another kindred spirit.
Yeah, because those kind of things, you think you're the only person with it, and you feel very dreadfully alone.
Yeah, until you realise you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I spoke to my GP about it. I was going to my GP and saying, I think something's wrong with me. I think, I was suffering kind of pains in my bowels and in my digestive system. And I had like every test under the sun. So I had colonoscopies, biopsies, blood tests like you wouldn't imagine, feces, and it's just everything they tested. And every time they came back, they said, everything's fine. You've got, and basically all I'm doing is I'm interpreting IBS. I've got IBS. That's what I've got.
Same here. Yeah, and but mine is a what is it when your brain creates a physical response?
Psychosomatic.
Psychosomatic. Yeah. I've got, mine comes from a different place, but same thing.
So I'd got IBS, which was I refuse to believe that I've got anything wrong with my digestive system because, and this is weird and you'll probably laugh, but being Italian and having been raised in a restaurant and having eaten so many different types of food over the years, and it's just like, I should be able, I eat anything. I love any kind of food. How can I have bloody IBS and now I have to watch what I bloody eat? Fuck off.
But to me, that doesn't sound silly at all. Because
but in my head, that's how it sounds.
Yeah,
It sounds ridiculous.
If you think about it, what's sitting inside your skull is controlling everything else.
Oh yeah, it's powerful shit.
Well, there is a good reason why.
Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say there is a good reason why suicide rates are so high in men, because they traditionally men don't talk about their mental health or conversations like this. Yeah.
It's like my old man. Oh, sorry, go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
This is why talks like this are hugely important.
Yeah.
Massively. I mean, you've pointed something out tonight. You talk about your habit of checking doors and things like that. I had a stroke 13 years ago, which bombed my short-term memory. Mm-hmm. Only way I could get through coping was routine, and very strict routine. And that came out of nowhere. That happened virtually instantaneously after it. So I still do it now. My lockup procedure is bang rigid.
Yeah.
And if I get into bed and something's not right, it's horrendous.
Yeah.
So,
but you know what? The weird thing is, I was diagnosed with IBS, but before that, I was diagnosed with obstructive sleep apnea, and since then, I've been diagnosed with atrial fibrillation. When I had this episode last year, where I woke up at 5:30 one morning, and my heart is bouncing around in my chest like I don't know what, and it went on for about 5.5 hours, and I was blue lighted to the hospital, and halfway to the hospital, it all kicked back into rhythm again. And I'm like, oh, can we go home now? I said, no, you just had a major cardiac episode. You're going to the hospital. So now I'm like on 10 pills a day. One for blood pressure, one for cholesterol, one for heart rhythm. I'm on antidepressants, which I tell you, the stigma that's attached to some of these drugs is crazy, because I have, admittedly, it's a reasonably low dose of amitriptyline every day, and that on its own helped my health anxiety, and the counselling just made it complete. And so I've been on amitriptyline now for God knows how long, and it works. It absolutely works.
It's an amazing drug.
Yeah, and as long as it's done properly, and the other key thing is you have a GP that listens to you and understands you, and I can't praise my GP highly enough. She's been absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I mean, so I take 10 pills a day, but I'm okay, and I've got type 2 diabetes. But the strange thing is that all of those things, like even when I was having that big AFib episode, even with my past health anxiety, not once did I feel scared or upset, because I understood what was going on, and I knew, and I'd got, people around me to help me, but not once did I feel at all frightened. And yet, if I sat alone here thinking about my old man and thinking about cancer, it would scare the living shit out of me.
I had a very similar thing. My grandfather, I never met him. He died before I was born, and he died at the age of 49. Massive cardiac event took him out. And the closer I got to my 49th in 2019, I was shitting myself every day.
Yeah.
And I got I turned 50, and it was like, shit, I've done it. And since then, I've lost 2.5 stone in weight.
Yeah.
Made a few changes, done a few. My girlfriend has been absolutely amazing in kicking my ass, basically, to keep me going. It's like, I want to be around for a bit longer now. I've got past that shitty period of I'm gonna follow in his footsteps. Yeah, it's
amazing. Isn't it? I think it happens. I don't know if it happens. I'm not a woman, so I couldn't say. But I think with men, and Sass was alluding to this about men not talking about their issues, whether it's physical health or mental health. But also, I think there's this
GPs are not particularly supportive of men.
well, is that
Women, on average, I think, see their GP 7 times more than men.
right? But
I think it comes down to the GP. I think it varies from doctor to doctor. When you find a good one, you've got to stick with them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think there's a tendency also for men to believe that they are created in the image of their father.
I hope not, because my dad's an arsehole.
Yeah, but there is, so it's not. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I think your dad might be a rather nasty person, but you might still have this thing. Oh shit, am I going to turn out like my old man?
I actually look like my dad.
Because,
so
yeah, because
I'm fortunate in that I follow my mum. So
yeah,
I'm
but I
lucky.
think I think there we as men we often, I don't think, maybe if we don't think it, people think it of us, because I mean I'm sure we're all the same. My dad had a career in restaurateurs. He was a restaurateur for all of his life, and people always say to me, "Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you follow in your dad's footsteps?" And there's always this thing about following in your father's footsteps. Like my stepson, his father was in the Royal Anglians, served 2 tours in Northern Ireland, and so for some reason my stepson felt compelled to join the army.
Yeah.
Luckily, he joined when he signed up when he was 17, so therefore he had this caveat that if he could leave basically early. And he got there and found out it was just not what he wanted, and so he was able to leave pretty much straight away, much to the relief of his mother. But he felt compelled to follow in his father's footsteps, and guess what? His father's father was in the army, so there was this kind of history, and so men tend to be expected to follow.
I think that was probably the case 15, 20 years ago. I don't think it's so much the case now.
No. Although my son is looking for a career in the music tech industry, so maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, you often get parents try to lead you down the paths they want you to go down as well. I mean, Fiona had the opportunity to go to university. Her mum put her off it.
Yeah.
Because she didn't want Fiona to leave home, be outside her sphere of control, if you like, as opposed to going to university, getting a degree in something, and obviously leading to a better job.
Have that chance, so why should I?
Yeah, is literally what she said. I didn't have the chance to go to university. Why the hell should she?
Yeah.
See, my attitude to it with my stepson from my previous marriage and my own son is that do what if you can work in the field where your passion is, then you'll never work a day in your life. You get paid for doing your hobby. And my stepson told me he was about 9 or 10, and he said, I only feel comfortable when I'm on stage. And he's now acting in London. And my son, from the moment he could walk and talk, was obsessed with motor vehicles. Mm-hmm. And he's a mechanic Land Rover.
Yeah.
And he's 23, he's earning 26 grand a year, which for me was, something that was money I never earned, and they just, they're living their dreams. They're going and doing things that they genuinely enjoy. And as a father, you can't want for more than that.
No,
I don't think.
It's like my son, we just went to, he's just doing his GCSE, so he's going to sixth form in September. And he's already decided what he wants to do. And we walked into they had this like an open event where you could go around and speak to all the various subject leaders. And he's chosen music tech at A level, politics, and media studies. Now, I would have killed to have been able to study those when I was his age, but he's made those choices all of his own, and we've never tried to influence them. I mean, I would have liked them to have gone to university simply because you think that it's just, even if they don't end up doing something that's related to what they study, it's a few years of more education that you can put in your back pocket and fall back on at some point. But I never went to uni. I'm actually the only person in my family, apart from, so far, that hasn't gone to uni. Even my mum went back after she got remarried and sort of semi-retired. She went and got a degree. but I'm the only one that's never done that.
Well,
Both my kids have turned around and said, no, we don't want to do university. We want to go and just get on with doing what we want to do.
There's something there that Ken's saying about. It's funny that he feels he's older than his parents now. Is that when I think, because when my dad died, he's 40, I'm 12, and I used to think, yeah, but he had a good long life. Do you know what I mean? And now here's me, 19 years older than he was ever, and it's like
70. Yeah.
Wow, it's just mate. Yeah, it feels like it. It certainly feels like it.
Yeah, my mom really wanted me to go to university because she didn't get a chance to, and luckily she was able to see me graduate. Unfortunately, she got cancer and she died right after I graduated.
Oh man!
But so that was pretty rough. But it was. I'm glad I was able to do it while she was still alive because she was really wanted that for me.
Well, I looked at going back to university, and I looked at music production courses, ironically enough, and they don't have any exams. I mean, I one of the things I hated about college was I was never brilliant at exams. I mean, I could struggle through them, but I can regurgitate all sorts of ephemera, but actually sitting down and writing it down for 1.5 or 2.5 hours, I always found a pain in the arse. So I thought, I'll look at going back to uni, get another degree, and music production. Yeah, I can get a BA without doing any exams.
Yeah.
And there's only 7 hours. I think 7 hours tuition every 2 weeks or something. It sounds a damn sight easier than it was back in my day.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I remember when I left school. So I was. I wanted you remember when you used to get well, you still do, but you used that options week where you choose which O levels and which CSEs.
Yeah.
They don't have those anymore. And so the first one on the top of my list was music, because I wanted to do music at O level because I wanted a career in music. So it was just obvious that's what I do. So I filled out the forms, and you hand them in, and then the music teacher took me to one side and said, "I'm sorry, Rob, I can't put you into the O level course because you're not being taught a musical instrument professionally." Because I was a drummer and I'm self-taught, so I never had a teacher, never had a tutor, just taught myself how to play drums. And he said, one of the stipulations of the O-level course is that you have to be being taught a musical instrument by a professional tutor. So unless your parents can, get you, a tutor, I'm afraid I can't let you do the course. And of course, at that time, there was like 84, 85. Dad's business was going down the pan. Mum had just got divorced. There was no money. So I did whatever I did, and just as we were coming to the end of the exams, went to see the career officer or whatever they were called, and they sit you down and they say, "So Rob, what do you want to do when you leave school?" And I said, "I want to be a rock star." "Well, I don't think there's any courses at college for that. Anything else you want to do?"
Yeah, he's like, out.
Nope. Nope. I want to be a musician. I want to make my living making music. That's as simple as that. That's all I want to do.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What can we do? We can send you to college on an electronics course. And I said, well, why is that? Well, there's electronics in a music studio, isn't there? Yeah, I suppose. So
wrong side of the glass.
Yeah, she put me forward for electro, and I wish I'd stuck at it, because I went the first day and it just like, no, sorry, this is not for me. So I didn't carry on with that, and I just ended up, I was on the dole for 3 months, and then got a job at the local co-op. But at that time, this organisation popped up in Kingston upon Thames called the Gateway School of Music and Recording Technology. And it was advertised in like Sound on Sound or whatever it was at the time. And it said for £2,000, you come with this 6-month course. You'll get professional tutoring in MIDI, audio recording, all of the. I thought, oh, this is it. This is what I need. Yeah. So I went to my mum and I said, this is what I want to do. Can you help me? no, sorry, can't do that. You have to ask your dad, see if he can help. So I go to my dad, and of course he wouldn't or couldn't, and not even between them. And so I didn't end up going to this thing, and that's why I ended up stacking shelves at the Co-op and getting into retail, which I got stuck in for the next 15 bloody years. About a year after that, somebody came into our shop and somebody told them, "Oh look, Rob, he likes music," because she was the wife of a producer who had a studio in the middle of the countryside. And so she said, "Oh, we've got a job for sort of like a T-boy kind of thing." And I went along for that, had the interview, really impressive studio, lovely, set up and everything. And was basically told you're going to be cleaning the toilet, skimming the pool, making tea for the artists, and, sweeping the floors, and that's it. And we'll do that for £10 a week less than what you're on stacking shelves at the Co-op. And I needed to leave home because me and my stepdad weren't getting on to the point of, physical punch-ups. So I needed to leave home, and I couldn't leave home on what I was on, let alone £10 a week less than what I was on. So I had to turn that down. And my mum said, "Oh, you could have been the next Rick Astley." I said, "Yeah, right, okay, whatever." And all of these opportunities are just kind of fake, they're just little flits and things. Now, when I go see my son, actually, they go to the same high school that I finished my high school years at. And I walked into that music room that I used to, I was in 1984. They've got iMacs all around the side. They've got keyboards, controllers. Everyone's running Logic and Ableton. They've got Yamaha HS, whatever they are, speakers all around the place. They've got big mixing desk and everything. I'm like, where was that 30 odd years ago? The fuck? Wow. I mean, they just don't. I
think it's cruel. I still think it's cruel that at the age of 14, when you're given the opportunity, you're given your life decision options, of what it is you want to do. When technically at 14, all you want to do is roll down a hill going wee. Do you know what I mean? And they go, but they give you. I don't know about you, but in my school they gave us the options, and you had categories, but you could only pick one from each category.
That's it.
And where they had art and music and woodwork and metalwork, and I'm going, I want to do all four of them,
but you couldn't.
And I go, so which one do I want to do the most? And all this, and the exams killed me, so I failed badly. And so everything that I've ever learnt to do has been self-taught.
Yeah.
So doing electronics on synthesizers, self-taught.
Yeah.
CGI, self-taught. 3D printing, self-taught. You name it. Which is why I'm only barely adequate at everything I do.
I never even choice. I never even had the choice of music at my school.
No.
The only thing we could choose was whether we were going to do Greek, Latin, or Spanish. Oh, French. Actually, no, French was compulsory. So it was, do you do Greek, Latin, or Spanish?
Yeah.
Well, our school there was one door at the end of one of the corridors, and it said computer room on it. And if you went in there, there was a desk, 2 chairs, and fuck all else. That was it. That was all that was ever in that room.
We only ever had access to an RML 380Z.
380Z, yeah.
Which was a 1K Z80 based. And there was only one of them for the whole school.
Yeah.
And
did you used to look at it and think, oh, that looks a bit like a Fairlight?
No, I just jumped in and started playing around with that, and later got a BBC Micro and basically taught myself how to program an assembler in BASIC, and then moved on from that.
Yeah. Christ, you lot did it so early compared to me, because I didn't get my first PC till I was 26.
I didn't get my first PC until ages.
I didn't get my first synthesizer until about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And
I got my DX7 before I got my BBC Micro.
Yeah,
I've
been wanting to do that since I was 12. Play keyboards. All I wanted, I've had the opportunity to play them, but I've never owned them.
My first PC was a Vigeland 16.
Oh my God, Vigeland!
Oh God,
Vigeland 186, technically.
So
16.
There's a little epilogue to my tale about the Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology that I couldn't go to because my parents couldn't fund me. many, many, many years later. In fact, it was, let me think, 2002, I think it was. So in 2001, the current Mrs. Puricelli, who holds that position.
The president.
Strange name.
Yeah.
So her name is Mrs. Current Purchase.
Mrs. Current, yeah, current Puricelli.
I didn't know her first name was Current.
Yeah, she's a bit fruity. So she had bought me that Akai S6000. That's why I married her.
Right.
I owed her.
She
bought me that. She bought me that in 2001, and we moved house. And in 2002, I managed to get my first kind of proper ADSL connection. And so I was going on, I guess it was Google, and I was searching for Akai S6000 samples. And I happened across this website called Hollow Sun. And Hollow Sun, I thought, were a company. And they were allowing you to download all these vintage samples for free in Akai format. And I was like, oh. So I sat there with my, 256 kbps, whatever it was, downloading all of this stuff. And thankfully, because Steve is such a fantastic sample designer, there weren't massive files. So I raped the site and got everything off of it. And I felt guilty because I'd taken all this stuff. Even though it was being offered for free, I felt guilty that I'd not paid for it. So I wrote an email to, info@HollowSun. And within a couple of hours, I got a reply. And it was Steve. And Steve says, thank you ever so much for contacting us. You're the first person that's ever emailed us to say thank you for what it is that we do. And I'm like, really? And he says, yeah. And then we just started chatting. And that's where our friendship started, and his mentorship of me and him getting me work in the business and everything. And one day we were having one of our random conversations, and we would have conversations like this into the early hours, just talking all sorts of rubbish. And I told him this thing about the Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology. And he says, in his lovely Welsh accent, which I'm not going to imitate, he said, fuck off. And I said, what? And he said, I taught at the Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology.
Wow.
You would have been my student back in 1986 or whatever it was.
Wow.
And then he proceeded to send me some pictures of him in their very, what is now, considered rudimentary kind of studio. And yeah, we would have met 20 odd years previously, had my parents been able to stump up the cash. And he said, had you come, I would have got you a job in the music industry. You'd have been in. And I was like, that doesn't help. So there we go.
Yeah. Do you know how I got my first music computer? Nobody's ever got a computer this way. There was this rather tasty young lady. She was lovely. Yeah,
Fiona's ears are pricked up.
Another one. No, it was a lovely, tasty young lady, and she was a jockey. She's one of the few female jockeys in the country.
Horse jockey.
Yeah. Proper. But she'd had a bit of an accident. She'd done her knee in, and she was just she would exercise the racehorses instead and stuff like that. And she came to me because of somebody who knew me. So it was through a couple of friends, and she just turned up at the front door here one day, and she goes, "Could you rallify my Audi Quattro? I'll pay all the money. You fit all the kit, the uprated, the aluminium flywheels, everything that we need to make it rally spec." I've gone, yeah, okay. She ran out of this list of stuff that she wanted me to fit. I go, okay. She goes, how much do you want to do it? I said, well, I don't know, because at the moment I'm trying to buy a 486 DX266. She goes, I've got one of them. I'll tell you what, you do my car and I'll give you my computer. I went, okay. So she gave me the computer. It took me 6 months to rallify this Quattro, but I got it done anyway. And then we ended up going out with each other. So I got to drive it as well. And
ride the jock.
I'd rather jock.
Yeah. And I tell you what, it's true what they say. And oh no, I'm not going to.
What did they say?
Ipschnay on the Indian side.
I mean, I live just down the road from Newmarket. I don't know what do they say about female jockeys.
Oh, mate, just watch the bends. That's all. And But anyway, and so that's how I got my 486, and I
Nice.
whacked. But I did it up. I flogged it at a profit, which selling a PC at a profit, that doesn't happen often. I ended up with a machine with a Pentium 1, and I fitted a. I don't know if you remember these. It was the EWS 64. Not the Sound Blaster card, but the Terratech card.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah,
With
I had
the-
the Ore 64.
Yeah,
The
well,
Sandblaster one.
and that was like the first bit of software synthesizer I'd ever come across in my life, and it was like pretty cool. And I thought, I was like, this is it. This is all I'll ever need.
Yeah.
And all from rallyfying an Audi Quattro and having illicit sex with the driver as well.
Oh no, I'll say I got my first PC when I was 26. It wasn't even a PC; it was a CX5M.
Oh yeah,
Loved it. And do you know what? I sold it for 20 quid. And you look at that, and it was it had everything. It had a lot.
Is that what you call it now?
What?
Rallyfying.
Sorry.
Oh,
Fiona Space-Time Continuum.
Yeah. Well, wait, about another seconds from the last thing I said.
I remember
Just wait for that.
some of my step cousins. I went round there once with my step family, and they sat in front of the TV playing a game on their new computer. And I went down, what is it? And it was a Yamaha CX5M, and I knew what that was.
Yeah.
But they'd literally gone to a like Dixon's or wherever and said, we want a computer. And apparently their father had said, they couldn't afford whatever it was, the alternative at the time, whether it was a Commodore 64 or a Spectrum 128 or whatever. So they got the MSX and they bought the Yamaha. And I'm like, but that's a synthesizer in there as well. And they were like, huh? They just wanted to play, stupid little games. Anyway, sorry.
No, I didn't get an actual PC, a Windows PC, until 99. I think that was the first proper computer I had, but I had the CX5M 3 years before that. So
yeah,
lovely machine.
I grew up around Apple IIs and all that stuff.
Oh wow,
rather than Ataris and all that stuff, mostly Apple IIs. But growing up in Silicon Valley, you'd think I have a damn computer of my own, but I didn't even get a computer in high school. And the funny story is, my brother and I went to the same high school as Steve Jobs and Wozniak.
Wow.
And the senior all-night party top prize was a Macintosh 128K donated by Steve Wozniak.
Wow.
And my brother almost left, and he said, I'll hang out a little longer, and he won. And we had a $3,000 computer for free, and it was awesome.
Wow.
Well, I remember soldering a ZX80 together.
I did that with my uncle. Yeah. My uncle bought the ZX80 kit, and we sat there and soldered it, and thought it was amazing. And it really wasn't, but it was at the time. It was mind-blowing stuff.
Even now, when you think, I mean, it was 69 quid for a kit for a computer that you could hook up to your TV, that you could program.
Yeah, Rob is great.
I mean, when I was at school, we weren't allowed to use calculators. We had to use slide rules and log tables.
Yeah.
The exam boards were just completely against calculators. So, and the calculator that we actually had was a Sinclair Scientific with bubble LED display.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel grateful that I've lived through this technological revolution and actually been part of it, working in IT amongst other things. But I don't know. I think I'm becoming an old fart. I just think kids these days really don't appreciate what they have access to. No. We've got so many toys these days.
Well, I mean, I got lucky with a customer this would be about 5 years ago, who brought to the front door a Maplin 5600S that had never been assembled.
Jesus.
And I got to assemble it because I used to dream about being able to own one back in the old Maplin catalogue days, spoofing all over that guy.
It was fantastic getting that catalogue every
mate.
time
It was my porn mag. It really was. And the 5600S, you go, I'm saying to me, mate, do you have any idea what that must sound like? And then actually got to build one proper. Yeah. Out of all the little boxes and lay it all out and build it, fire it up and go, it's all right, I suppose. Yeah. By that time. But at least I got to build. I always wanted to be able to build it. And I was able to do that. And the bloke paid me to do it as well. I was like, yeah.
Nice. There you go.
It was wonderful. I got to do it.
Living the dream.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
No, I didn't get a synthesizer. You said about getting your first synth not that long ago. My first proper synthesizer was 96. It's the first time I could actually afford to buy a proper Roland sound canvas. So I know some people might say, well, that's not a proper synth, but it was for me. I bought that.
It was a synth.
Yeah, it was an evolution. Yeah, it's an evolution control. I mean, essentially, when somebody plays me stuff from a JD 800, I'm thinking that sounds like a sound canvas because technically, same sort of thing. But
same sort of thing, yeah, exactly.
But previous to that, I'd had the Yamaha VSS 200, which I bought from the co-op on HP in 1989, and proceeded to plug in my Ghetto Blaster into the back of that, sampled the opening few seconds of You Spin Me Round by Dead or Alive, and then we'd just go and just keep playing that over and over again, much to the annoyance of people around me. And before that, I guess my first proper synthesizer was a Commodore 64 with the FM sound expander. Look what that started.
Well, I think my first synthesizer would therefore be the CX5.
Yeah, it's got to be because it's.
Yeah. Well, it had the FM card.
Exactly. Because it isn't a fucking food mixer, is it? It's a synth.
Well, it also depends how you program it.
Yeah, but it's still a synth.
I was DX7, then Gen SX1000, and I still hanker after buying a Gen.
The first one I ever bought was from Jeff Toman. It was called Micro X.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, my one was the Transcendent 2000, but my first manufactured proper synth was a Moog Prodigy.
All right.
And when I was giving the guy the money and him packing it into the cardboard box, Duran were playing on the radio Planet Earth. Give you a rough idea of how bloody long ago that was.
81, isn't it?
Yeah, 81.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was 263 pounds.
Shit, I paid 175 for the Micro X from Jeff, and Jeff's the reason I know you lot now. Is because without him, I wouldn't have come across you.
Don't see much of him around anymore, unfortunately. Which is a shame.
Well, no,
he's given up on a lot of that now.
Yeah, he gave up on all the synth the
well, he's not well,
restoration.
Is he?
No, he's not.
But he's doing the painting at least still, isn't he?
He was doing
t-shirts. I thought he'd knocked the painting on the head.
Well, no, I thought he'd carried on.
No,
unless he's not selling stuff commercially.
Yeah. No, he was doing t-shirts.
No, he offered me that about 3 months ago. No, I think he's just pulled right back from it.
Because he was doing all the t-shirts on eBay. Yeah. He was doing lots of them. I mean, all the ones that I wear are all Jeff's t-shirts.
Yeah, most of my t-shirts are
Jeff Toman. And even something like things like the Emax 2, he didn't have one there until I said, "Could you do an Emax 2? Because I've got an Emax 2. I would like a t-shirt to go with it."
Damn, so you can't get those anymore?
No.
And no, but I know that his hearing started to go because he was saying that he was dumping all his hardware and he was going fully in the box because he couldn't cope. So he's not a well man.
No. It's a shame.
We had the occasional conversation, but not much.
No, I pinged him.
From me, so.
Right. No, I pinged him the other. Oh, no, so it wasn't the other day. It was like last year sometime. But there was something came up on Vimeo. And it was a whole bunch of silkscreen stuff for all sorts of synths, all of the the kit.
Yeah.
And I said, I dropped him a line. I said, is that some of yours? He said, no, it's nothing to do with me. But yeah, every time I sort of speak to him, it's kind of like it's only ever a real kind of short conversation. Then It's a shame because he's a nice guy. And
I loved
he's
it.
a
I,
nice guy.
I went to his place a couple of times, and it was, the white JD800 that he did. Saw a few bits and pieces that he'd done, and it was like, bloody hell, staggering.
Yeah, because he used to build a lot of those Juno. What was it? What did the British call them? VSMs, was it, or something? Which was the white Junos with the oak end cheeks.
Oh, right.
Bass and everything like that.
He did a lot of stuff for. He did a few big bands, didn't he? He was massive.
Kaiser Chiefs. He did all the Kaiser Chiefs stuff, didn't he?
Did some Madonna stuff as well, didn't he?
Probably.
I think the white JD was for Chromeo. White JD was for Madonna. Sure, it was, and the JP8000 as well that he did.
Yeah. Almost.
Well, Rossi took up the mantle from Jeff, didn't he? He ran with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Doing the wood and that, but he wasn't not so much doing the panel.
Yeah.
So we ended up using CUDA.
All right. Have you ever tried Robert Sytek?
No.
Yeah, he's good. He did my DX5. So they're so good. I bought 3 sets because I thought, well, if I ever get like fussy, I want to change my mind. So I've got the 3 different shades of wood. So it's crazy. But he did me a really good deal. But he'll do anything as long as he can get a template for it. And it was just lucky that he got a DX5 template, and so he did those. But he does not just end panels, but he does whole cases, for Moogs or whatever. He does some really, and it's really good stuff. And he gets some good wood. So
rare these days.
I'm sorry, I don't get this desire or lust for wooden end cheeks. I mean, I know they can be useful for angling a synthesizer on a desk, but I think when you look at the prices of some of them on eBay and such, like, I just think, what a waste of money.
Well, when you think, if you look at the DX5 end cheeks are MDF.
But that was built like that, wasn't it?
No. So the end
the
cheeks
DX5 didn't have end cheeks.
It had end cheeks. It had end cheeks, but they were MDF coated in a thin layer of plastic and then painted brown to match the bodywork.
Right.
So what happens is they get the plastic gets worn just by general use, and then the MDF starts showing through, and it just looks tatty because you've got 3 different colours. You've got the brown paint, then you've got the white plastic, then you've got the wood. So again, it's trying to get a decent replacement, you have to make a piece of MDF or wood in the same way and then coat it and then paint it. Whereas if you just buy a piece of, a pair of wood end cheeks, it's one of the few synths where wood end cheeks looks good. And I think that's only because of the DX1. If the DX1 didn't exist, it would probably look odd. Like when I see a Juno with wooden end cheeks, which there's quite a few of those around, it doesn't look right. But because the DX1 exists with its dark wood case, when you do it to the DX5, it's almost like, oh yeah, that works. And even I've even seen DX7s with wooden end cheeks. Again, sometimes it's not done out of a vanity thing. It's a necessity because plastic end cheeks for the DX7 are not that common. They always get broken.
These ones are lovely.
That's a hole in.
I love to stick as authentic as possible. I mean, you get all these people that want to throw these new, LED displays in there, in synths that had EL strips. Give me the EL strip. I want it as so. Like,
well, that's got a blue one in it, but
I don't mind so much, but
I don't think it's OLED. I think it's just a just straight replacement. But
But when I had my Emaxes done and my DX5, they're all replaced with EL strips, and with the Emu you can slightly hear because they buzz, don't they? You get a slight little whine from the EL strip, but it's kind of part of the instrument. Anyway, it makes a noise. So what? If you're playing the synth loud enough, you won't hear it. So.
Yeah, but it's like this mod, this fad of having the mod on the CS80 of putting the LEDs in to show which cards are working.
Oh right.
The LEDs generate noise.
Yeah.
on the circuit.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, if you can't count to 8 without the aid of a bloody LED, you shouldn't be opening the fucker.
Well, even guys like Brad are doing it with the S2400. He offered different wood end cheeks for it, and it's like it doesn't need it. You know, it looked
but it does look nice.
Looks good.
It's one.
It looks nice, but it's
They released wooden end cheeks for the System 8, didn't they? And that looked shit as far as I was concerned. I've got the aluminium ones. I think they look far better. But
sometimes you can have a machine that doesn't look quite right when it has a wooden end cheek that was originally designed with a faux wood end cheek. Like, for instance, real wooden end cheeks on a Jupiter 4 is like, oh, it's kind of nice, but it also is kind of odd.
Yeah.
The fake CS40 end cheeks look weird.
Yeah. And it used to put so much of it on back then. I mean, it's in the size of a Jupiter 4 end cheek. Holy crap. Yeah, big buggers, you know?
I've never seen a Jupiter 4. The only Jupiter I've ever seen was the one sitting in your house.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's I think there's about 3 Jupiter 4s here in various states of shit. None of them are in good nick.
Museum is nice, isn't it? It really is.
It's everywhere. Yeah. So I've been to Kent's twice now, and the second time was the first time I'd actually been up where he sat, and it was very weird walking into that room and seeing it from that side,
on the other side of the mirror.
But then he turns around, he opens that cupboard up, and there's more synths in that cupboard. Yeah. And every nook and cranny, he pulls a curtain back or a door open, and there's more synths.
I think in the cupboard,
walked in the front door, and it was like, what?
There's in the cupboard is the Mark 1s with Mark 2 livery Mirage. Mm-hmm. There's a BP330.
That's it.
There's a it's actually a Wurlitzer. It's basically Wurlitzer took the Logan String Melody 2 and Rolls Royced it.
Oh wow!
It's beautiful, brushed aluminium, velvet everywhere. It's a gorgeous thing.
Yeah, Cable plays the Logan String Melody, right? Doesn't he play it?
Yeah. What else is in the Yamaha ES7? I think there's an ES7 in there as well. I forgot I owned one.
I know exactly where every single one of my synthesizers is at any given time because they're all in here, apart from the.
Oh, there's a Mini Moog in there as well.
What?
He's forgotten.
There's a 4000 series Mini in there. What else?
What's in the loft?
Oh, fuck me! I'll tell you what. All right, loft. Are you ready for this? Up until Sunday, wasn't it last Sunday? There would have been a Polymath, a Nyborg, and a what was the other one? A Leipzig. 2 Polymoogs, another Mark 1 Mirage. What else is up there? A whole stack of Behringer stuff that I pretend I never bought. What else is up there? There's some on the backside. Let me think. There is, I believe there's an EML tucked right up at the back. It's not in good nick. There's a Digisound modular, and there is a
is it EML 101?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's only partially present, if you know what I mean. There's not a lot on the inside of her. There's a few other bits and pieces, but once you get down the bottom of the garden, it starts getting mad, and then when you get to the garage, it's a nightmare. It is a nightmare, absolutely.
I keep saying I must come down and see you, Kent.
Mate, because people go, you haven't got all that. Oh, shut up, you haven't got all that. You know, we used to like when you went down the bottom of the garden, popped your head round, and in the rain,
open,
soaking wet, standing up, outside a shed, in the open air, it's been there 2 years, is a walled off wave. You know?
Wow.
It's like
Kent's house is like a physical version of Synth Gems 1, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's a local guy here who died and sold his collection to a local used shop that's really nice, and I was able to get some decent stuff there pretty cheap, but he literally had everything piled up in his bathroom, in his bedroom, in his kitchen, and yeah, he was just, I think he was more just a hoarder than a player, but he had some amazing stuff he was selling.
I think the DX1 was still in your downstairs loo, wasn't it, when I turned up?
Yeah.
I think that, I think that was still,
certainly an 808 and something else in there.
Well, no, that's the thing. I noticed I was doing some because we're knocking down the workshop to put in this new beautiful double glazed workshop, and I went, oh, it's a TB303. Oh god, I better put that to one side. And as I'm going through the workshop, I found 4 TB303s and 6 TR606s, and only 1 power supply. I go, somewhere there's a big box full of wall-warts. I've got to now sort all them out. So, but if you think about the shed has, actually that's got another TB303 in it. There's a memory Moog in there. There is a ARP 2600 in there. A CS80 original. It's a tonus, actual tonus, so it's an early one. There is a CS80. There's that weird computer keyboard. It was the keyboard for a computer synth. Weird name, didn't really catch on. I can't remember what it was, but it's one of them. And there's that one of those little organs, filicorder. You know, the little filicorder with the built-in reverb. There's one of them in there. There's 2 Prophet 600s. There is a Jupiter 4 in there. Yeah, there is a Jupiter 4 in there as well. What's on the shelf? There's the Publison.
Oh, jeez.
There's a Publison in it.
So what are these, all jobs, or are these yours, or?
Some are jobs, some are abandoned. Jobs that got abandoned. Some are just things people go, oh, do you want this? Yeah, right. It's parts in it.
Now, I remember on one of the Pro Synth ones, you said somebody asked you, is there a synth you'd never fix? And you said, I'd turn away TB303s or whatever they are.
I do now. Yeah, I know. I don't get on with them. I really don't get on with them. Yeah. I'm done with them. And it's the same now with Prophet 5 Rev 2s because they're
said
just
the same thing in that show as well, I think. Yeah.
It's such a pain in the ass. It's just because people go, yeah, but the Rev 2 sound. Oh, I don't care. Just poke a spoon in your ear. Get the Rev 3 because it's just less fucking hassle. You know, the sound isn't worth it. Honestly, or better still, go and buy the new one.
Yeah.
You know, but Rev 2, no, don't. Please don't. Just run away.
hard to get, is that why?
It's mental.
Also,
they are out there.
Isn't there more satisfaction in fixing something which is iconic in I won't say expensive way, but isn't there a desire to? There's some stuff that really should be kept alive, and there's some stuff that you don't really need to.
Well, yeah, and Rev 2s is one of them, and Rev 1s as well. They should be just strangled at birth, and they should have never bothered. They should have been the sort of like the prototypes.
The Rev 3 if you didn't have the 1 or the 2.
No, they could be the prototypes. Nobody else had to be subjected to the bastards, and just release the Rev 3 as a product. Do you know what I mean? The Rev 1. If you released a product today that was put together with string and fucking chewing gum like that thing is, and released it as a product, you'd be lynched.
But wasn't the original Moog built like that though? It wasn't built to last 50 years.
No, it wasn't built to last 50 years, but it was built better than that. It had some sort of longevity in it. It was built much better. The way the computer was put together in the ones, there was lots of workarounds to make it work until the technology could catch up with what it was trying to do with the board. I mean, it's brilliant engineering. But as a released product, it's literally wet your fingers and stick them in the wall socket. It's the equivalent of that. So I understand about getting it out early, but now today why do people want to subject themselves to the pain of trying to own and run those machines?
The same could be said of the Fairlight.
I often say that, yeah. I agree.
Yeah, but I mean, there's actually a precedent, really, I think, available where you could take something like a Rev 1. It doesn't have to, don't make it work, just make it look beautiful, put it in a glass case and pump all the air out and go, look what I've got. Just don't turn the bloody thing on. Don't try to use it. It's like women's shoes. Just don't.
Look at Microsoft. They always release stuff before it's ready. So there.
Yeah, exactly.
Nowadays, isn't it? It's the norm.
So, but with software, it's always been a case of like you can release a bit of software that is literally the equivalent of a bad-tempered crocodile let loose in a nursery, and nobody's going to bat an eyelid about it. Yeah, but with hardware products, it tends to linger a bit. But yeah, no, I mean, there's some instruments that were brilliant, they were iconic, but they were put together in such a way that, when somebody phones me up and says, I have an Oscar and I want it to get fixed. I mean, yeah, I know Oscar's great. I know Dave Spears loves Oscars and everything else, and Steve Huggett was a lovely, lovely guy. But, oh, God, if you got to actually work on them, it's just so... Ugh.
Well, is the VCS3 built well?
Yeah.
Is it designed well?
Yeah, it's pretty rocking, to be honest with you. It's pretty good. It's very weird the way it's been put together. I must admit, it's because it is just a very weird machine, and my brain isn't wired in such a way where that is an intuitive synth to use. And to this day, and I've worked on hundreds of them, and I'm still going, where's the pin go again?
Yeah.
And why is it that you have to put pins in the joystick to make the keyboard work? What the hell's that about?
And also, didn't some of the pins have resistors in them?
Yeah, technically they all do.
Yeah. But the different coloured pins have different resistors in them.
Yeah, but when you put them in any old way, it doesn't actually really make a great deal of difference, because it's not what we would call a very tight operating synth. It's quite
the colored pins really aren't that different.
Not really, no, not really. It doesn't make a huge difference. But I mean, I wired up 3 of them together. Well, no, but tell a lie. It was 2 VCS3s and an AKS with a DK1 and a DK2 keyboard, and set it all up. I go, right, I'm going to try and create something with this. I had a day off. Fuck it. Get all the pins out, turn them all on, and start doing things and building up something. And after 4 hours, I've just got the equivalent of a baby farting in custard, really. That was the kind of sound it was producing.
Kent has got to write a book about these analogies.
And it's because I'm not wired correctly to operate those kind of machines. People like Chris McLeod will come up and he'll bang the pins in, and do this, that, and the other. And he gets some wonderful sounds out of these things. Give me a modular, give me 3 Moog 55s, and I'll come up with some shit for you. No problem. But the VCS3 is just sort of like, oh, you've got to come at it sideways, and so you have to be wired a certain way to really appreciate it. And sometimes I wonder if it's the same with the DXs.
I was just about to say, I think that's the way that Robbie's wired is FM.
Yeah, you either get it or you don't, I think.
And I've tried.
I didn't for a long while. I didn't for a long while really kind of fully understand what was.
So what is it about them? What's the passion for them?
Honestly, it's nostalgia. It's the nostalgia of the sound.
And the impact that the instruments had in the current music of the time.
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to own the machine to the record that they really love.
Exactly. I mean,
which hence why I want to juke it around.
Well, yeah.
The keyboards are very, very good.
I mean, I didn't want a DX7 or any of that.
Well,
stuff,
enough for Korg to use them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Yamaha owned 50% of Korg at the time anyway, so they were just moving things around, weren't they? But I always had this thing about the DX7, the sound of the DX7, because I think when I was into it, I mean, as soon as I heard Newman's Our Friends Electric in 79, I knew that I loved synthesizers. But I think it was sort of like 84-ish that I really just fell in love with any music that was being made electronically. And of course, in 84, pretty much everything had a DX7 on it. And then Cupid and Psyche came out in 85. And that's just, it's slathered in Fairlight and DX7, but also, PPGs and Mini Moogs and things. And it just, but there was the bits that sound, the DX7 parts, they were just the ones that hit me and did something to me. And even now, to this day, if I listen to like a Whitney Houston ballad that's got that electric piano in it, it induces a sense of nostalgia in me, of me at that time when I was like 14, 15 years old, at the school disco during the erection section, and it's just evocative of a time in my life. And a huge Howard Jones fan, so he was a big DX7 user, and a whole bunch of other people. And it just so happens that all of the music I was listening to and really enjoyed was being made with things like DX7s and Fairlights and PPGs and emulators. And these are the machines that, as I grew older, that I wanted to own at some point. And so I bought my first proper pro synthesizer in the mid-90s, and slowly began to, earn a bit more money and buy a few more synths. So I had my sound canvas. That was my first kind of proper synth. Then I bought a Yamaha CS1X because it was kind of exciting at the time, and I couldn't afford the AM1X, so this was kind of like the CS. So I had that, and I thought that was nice. And then I got a proper synthesizer. I got a Korg Prophecy, and that was just like, wow, that's remarkable. But I was buying synthesizers of the time, these 90s things, and they could do all sorts of different things. But I always found myself going back to, because you go to a sound canvas and there's lots of electric piano sounds in there, there's lots of orchestra stabs, there's lots of breathy choir sounds, but none of them are Fairlights or emulators or DX7s. Then I would just, I bought all sorts of different gear, and it wasn't until sort of the early mid-noughties that a friend of mine who I knew through a car club, we both belonged to this online car club, and he turns out, I never knew that he was a keyboard player, and he popped up on this car forum, which is just loads of blokes talking, petrol head stuff, and he said, I guess this is probably not going to go over well with many people here, but if anybody's looking for a DX27 and a Godwin string concert or string symphony, I can't remember which one it was, I'm about to skip these. They're not working. They need something to do. But if and I said I'll have them, because there was a DX27 in there, and I didn't realise how bad the DX27 was compared to all the others. So we met up, and he gave me this Godwin and the DX27. And the Godwin, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen inside of one, Kent, but it's horrible, point-to-point wiring, loads of, and it was making some horrible sounds. Yeah. But the DX27 was completely dead. So I took it to Panic, just outside Cambridge, and they found out somebody had tried to put the wrong adapter in there, and it had burnt out a circuit. So they fixed that. And I got it home, and I put it on my rack, and I'd got a DX on my rack, and I was like, so I went, found the electric piano sound, and the electric piano sound of the DX27 is pretty awful. It's not a DX7.
But you can layer it, right?
No, the DX27 was horrible because it had no velocity. It was 4-operator. Forget, it was 8-note polyphonic, but you couldn't do anything. It didn't have any of the.
It wasn't the best DX.
No, it was probably the worst.
Yeah.
Or the DX9.
It did have velocity, but you actually had to drop it out of a window.
Oh, yeah, very true. So it kind of sat on my shelf, and I kept it purely because it was the brown and the green DX7, or the DX color scheme. I ended up selling it, and I regret it now from a collector's point of view, but I don't really miss it. But then I sold a bunch of stuff because I was trying to get back into drumming, and I wanted to get an e-drum kit. And because I was working with Steve and we were doing stuff with Alesis, I could have got a what do they call it? The DM10, which was the 5 drums, kick, 3 cymbals, hi-hat, drum brain, and I could have got that at wholesale. So I sold the DX27, the CS1X. I've got an RM1X that I got rid of, a Roland PMA5, the little Filofax thing.
Yeah.
What else did I sell? A bunch of other bits. And on the Sunday, I sold the last thing. And on the Tuesday, my car failed its MOT. And I needed my car.
Ah.
So all the money I'd saved up from selling all that gear went on fixing the car. So I wasn't happy. And so I'd sold all this gear. But thankfully, I still had a car to get to my job in. But I was pretty gearless. And when I moved in here, the only hardware I had, believe it or not, was the Prophecy, and the Akai samplers, which I kind of got, and the Alesis Fusion. That was pretty much it. And I had them in this, where I'm sat at the moment, they were in this little corner, just covered with a dust sheet, and I never used them because I'd gone right into the box. I was doing everything mostly in Reason. And skip forward a few years to 2017, 2018, and this guy that I'd known sort of vaguely on Facebook, I was having a conversation with Mark Doty in a thread on Facebook, and we were talking about the DX7. Of course, Mark was pulling my chain, and I was saying, I love the DX. I've got all these plugins that can do it now, and it's really cool. And this guy Ed pops up and he says, I think I've got a TX7 in the cupboard somewhere in storage. I don't use it anymore. I don't even think it works. Do you want it? And I'm like, yeah, I'll have that, because that's a proper DX7, albeit without the keyboard and all the keys. So he said, yeah, I'll dig it out and I'll send it over. It took him like 18 months to find this thing. And no word of a lie, on the day my dad died, April 5th, 2019, we came out of the hospice. I got into my car. We'd got through the whole emotional bit. And I was just kind of got in my car. Bing on my phone, the message from Ed. Look what I found. And there was this TX7. He says, I'm sticking it in the post tomorrow. And so that was a weird day because I'd lost my old man. I was getting a TX7. Anyway, so that TX7 is just up there. And it arrived, and I plugged it in, and I put MIDI'd it up, and I put my headphones in. I was like a pig in shit because I was going through all the patches and I was sysexing all of this stuff across. It was fantastic. And then I thought, I wonder what else I could get, because the TX7 is part of these little wedge-shaped modules that you can stack. So I went on the look and I found a QX5 sequencer. I thought, that'd be cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So I got that, and then I found an RX-17, which sits on the top of the 3. That's about as much as you can stack with that before it falls over.
Yeah.
So I had a QX5, a TX7, and an RX-17, and then I just kind of lost control, and I still haven't regained it because I just then started to happen across a whole bunch of stuff. So like, I think the next thing I got was the DX5, because Ben Simpson, who I didn't really know at the time, put me in touch with a guy on Facebook who was selling his DX5, and Ben knew that I was into it all. So I got in touch with this guy and went up to see it, and I wasn't quite sure. He didn't want that much for it. I thought it's not going to be that good. And the only thing that was wrong with it was that the headphone socket's a little bit iffy, and the aftertouch wasn't working, but everything else was immaculate. So I bought that, and that was it. And then DX7 Mark II, SY22, DX11, and then a friend of mine who lives just up the road had got an RX5 and a QX3. He did me a really nice deal on those.
How about a 77 or a 99 or an 85?
No. So I didn't get into the SYs just yet because what else have I got? An RX11 down there, and then I've got the QX1. I've got the MIDI controller as well. The what's it called? It's MIDI Command Center or something.
MCS.
That's the one. Yeah. And I got the CX5 from my mate as well. TX81Z. I picked up TX802. I was very lucky to get a Rev 5 and a Rev 7. Found an FS1R at a decent price. And then when I started working for Sound, my podcast editor manager, I forget her full job title, she got wind of the fact that I was into all my vintage Yamaha. She says, "Oh, I've got a KX88. Would you be interested?" And I'm thinking, well, yeah, I'd love one, but wasn't quite sure how much she was asking for it. And she said, "I've got a few other bits and bobs. I'll put them all to one side. You pop over and have a look, and you take what you want." And so I got the KX88. I then got a TG500, which is an SY85 in a box. A TG55, which is the SY55 in a box. There's a Korg X5R in there, the little module. There was a Akai MEP30 MIDI patch bay. What's the Digitech Vocalist harmonizer thing? It's one of those in there. 150 quid.
Oh, God.
Whoa!
But
So
do you have an FBO1?
No, but I'm watching one at the moment on eBay. What I want with the FBO1 is I want what
Two of them.
Yeah. What? Oh God! Sorry, it's because it's late at night. I forgot. Matt Baxley has got the two FBO1s with the unit that you join them together with to fit into a 19-inch rack, and it's a proper Yamaha unit. Manu, if he's still around, he'll know what I mean. And then you connect these up, and then I think you effectively polychain them.
Yeah.
Just like you can do with the TX81Z and the DX11, you polychain them and you get double the polyphony, which is good because they have MIDI effects, not actual effects. So it eats into the voice count. But yeah, it's
almost like a digital Yamaha museum.
It is kind of.
You're nearly there. It's a collection.
Because then, this guy phones me up one day. He says, "Would you like to babysit a DX1?" Is the Pope Catholic?
Yeah, I need this shit out of my way. You willing?
Yeah, exactly. But it is, and it's mostly driven, I would say, by nostalgia. I love the sound, and I didn't instantly gravitate to the methodology, but because I'm surrounded by it, I kind of find myself immersed in it. Yeah. And talking to people like Manny and others, there's I've learnt so much, and now I can sort of I know my way around it. Going to the SYs, I'd love an SY99, but again, the guy that sold me the QX1 at the weekend's got one, and it's the first time I've seen one in the flesh for a very long time, and I'm thinking, oh, that's big, that's rather big. So, because Manny loves his SYs. He's got something like 4 TG77s, and then he's got an SY77 and an SY99. So yeah, I'd like to get an SY99 simply because I don't have any of that advanced FM stuff. Well, the
SY77 is pretty cool.
Yeah, the 77, that whole architecture is really cool, and the 99 just gives you the extra keys, and I think it gives you
sounds better too.
Yeah, because the effects and the DACs are slightly improved on it. So
I must admit there was a point, and I'm not proud of this, but I did become a bit of a synth snob. Like somebody would say to me, "Oh, I've got a Mini Moog." I go, "Oh yeah, is it an RA?" No.
It's beneath me.
Yeah, is your 2600 a tonus? It isn't. Oh, I see. No. Yeah, that didn't last long because, at the end of the day, if you've got a bit of kit and it excites you and it makes you creative, bollocks, don't matter. Yeah. It's cool. Yeah.
Well, as I've said before, is there really any such thing as a bad synth? I mean, at the end of the day, if it's a musical instrument that can make someone happy with the sound it makes, then that is good enough.
Yeah,
It's true.
Although obviously Wagyu thinks
Robbie.
the Timberwolf is the worst.
It's all about the music.
Good evening, Inky.
Hi, darling.
Hello.
This is for icing the body electric. You said, yeah. Guess how much I paid for that?
What is it? The RX-11?
RX-11. This is the first sample-based machine they did. 65 quid.
Jesus.
Oh, bargain.
I got one for 150 a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Can I just point out that it's only taken till tomorrow or today at 1:30 a.m. in Kent's Club to actually talk about music?
I know we
bounced in and out.
We started off
No,
with
it's
good
funny.
intentions.
No, it's funny. No. Me and Richard Hilton talked about this last night, and he goes, I do like your show because it's very relaxing and everything like that. I said, you go, yeah. I said, it doesn't matter if you don't talk about synthesizers because you know what? There's already a lot of them on.
Well, I do think it's great that we all know each other. We've all been around for 4 years now. Well, I've been learning from you lot for 4 years, and I'm thinking we all know each other. Let's be real.
It's like being in a pub.
Yeah,
it's like being in a pub.
And
See,
I
as an
have
agrophobic,
been in that pub, Sass. I am not. I am not exactly sober. I am only doing this because Kent posted that link at least 12
well, this is the
times.
thing, you see, right? Because I'm an agrophobic, the last time I was in a pub having a drink with mates, I barely had any pubes.
That was last week. then.
Honestly,
Regular
Kent,
shaver.
Since I found everybody here, I've been a barmaid quite a lot of my times as a part-time side job. And since I found everybody here and have been learning, I mean, people think that I know stuff. I don't. I've been learning off you. But I live across from a pub. I love pubs. I have not been to the pub in 4 years. Why would I go to the pub to listen to people talking about a game of pool is interesting, but this is just miles better. I talk to people around the world that are interested in the same thing, that have great humour. Why would I go to the pub? This is why I think this works.
Yeah, but this is why I think it works, darling, because you do this thing where you could go into any pub in the world and go, I've just bought an RX-11, and people would look at you and go,
exactly.
What the hell are you talking about? Fuck off.
We're having an FM off here. Look.
Oh, we're having an FM off.
F off. Yeah, go on.
F off. Yeah. F them off.
FX off.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment. What we got?
Andy's just sat there going,
If he picks a TS80 up, we're in trouble.
I'm trying to think
But Andy's got the weirdest studio. He's got all the gadgets we don't have, but we want, especially MIDI controllers. So,
yes.
I think Kent, can't you call it Kent's Virtual Pub or Kent's MIDI Club?
I think that bloody podcast works. Okay.
Yeah, it's a podcast, mate.
Forgot to mention this one.
What now? What you got?
That's a CE25, one of the first commercial FM synthesizers that didn't cost megabucks. GS1, GS2, CE20, CE25. This was pre-DX.
Wow.
Cross-mod, FM, not algorithmic. Sounds amazing.
See, if you start talking like that in a pub, you get thrown out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is basically GS2.
Or
DX
right?
owner.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the title. Hello, DX owner. Who is DX?
Ken, there's an attraction in Torquay called Kent's Cavern. Should call it that. Yeah.
Oh, you in Torquay? Oh my God!
No, I live in
that sounded like I've entered Rectum of the Year. Which reminds me, do you know who we didn't? You know, when we were talking about comedians, do you know who we didn't mention? Bloody Sean Locke.
Oh yeah.
Did you watch his last appearance on
Yeah.
8 out of 10 the other
I
day?
missed it.
Yeah, it's on all four.
Oh, I'll have to look that up.
I still that thing where he did about doing Rectum of the Year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Hilarious. Was it?
Didn't he buy a farm at one point? I think he just went all farmy, and then
He
went.
might have done.
Yeah,
Because Vic
yeah.
Reeves did, didn't he? He went all.
So did Rick
Farm-like.
Mail, didn't he? He lived just up, I don't
That's
know,
how he
10
died,
mile
on
away
it,
from
on a-
me. Yeah.
He died
Yeah.
on a
A mile
quad,
away
didn't
from
Oh,
me.
that
and
bloody quad bike, wasn't it?
he?
Yeah.
You're not down
Just off
south,
the-
are you? Don't tell me there's life down south in the West Country, in the
Yes.
southwest country. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's bleak down here, I tell you. It's bleak.
Yamaha
Give me the
WX5.
northwest.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, one
Look,
day.
I told you, Andy. Honestly, any stream I'm on, people mention controllers, and I'm going. They go, "We've never heard of that. We don't know a man." And I go, "I know a man who's got that, and I don't even know if he's got it, but I bet you $1 million
Probably, yeah. I'm a
he's
freak.
got it." Yeah, he's weak. Yeah, you are a freak, Andy. I'm sorry. You are. You
I'm flying my
spent-
freak flag. That's it.
You spent loads of cash on stuff. I'm like, I'd get a circuit.
You can't have too many MIDI controllers.
Oh, I love circuits.
Yes, you
I got
can.
the original
Yes,
circuit and
no,
mono
you
station.
can.
They're great.
Yeah.
You
No, that's
can.
right.
No, you can. I can have an Akai Forcer circuit and a keyboard and no, you can, Andy. I think you need a museum. You need the museum of the MIDI controllers. Honestly,
Here's more Yamaha. This stuff that doesn't work when the encoders break.
Is that the SU700?
Yeah.
Yeah.
honestly,
Wow,
if you,
yeah.
we
I had the
need a
SU10.
studio tour. We need
Sold
a
it as well.
studio tour because he has the most bizarre and the most the most MIDI controllers I've ever seen in my life. Honestly,
Well,
Andy, you are the
I'm
king
actually
of-
going on Ramsey's on Saturday. He's going to talk about cables and management and stuff. And I was going to do a little bit of a circuitous tour of how I patch everything together. But just I got to clean things up a little bit first. It's too messy right now.
I've messaged around and said I've got to miss that because I've got like a set. I've been given a set, a proper gig at the end of the month, every month, and I kind of like leave things to the last moment. I'm not a planning person. I'm a
Hey, there he
panicking
is.
person. So
Hello.
Good evening.
Native, hello.
It's like I'm looking around it. I've got 4 hardware drum machines in here, and I never use any of them. What the hell is that all about?
We can all look around our studios going that, can't we? You've
So,
got
but-
more than that. You've got things in the rain that we'd.
I'll hold my hand up. I don't own a drum machine.
Dun dun dun.
Kick him out.
I only
cute one
own
like
this
this.
one.
Yeah, but you
People
make
like this one.
drums. You must
I
have
got
some.
I got one of them in the garage.
Yeah, I've got a Roland JDXi which has all the Roland drum kits on. I have a couple of Kurzweils which have every drum known to man on.
Oh, all right. Stop showing off. Yeah,
But I don't have an actual drum machine. Back in the day, I had it.
Kurzweils he throws in there.
No
A
drum
couple of
machines, but that-
Kurzweils. Oh, okay then. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
We
yeah.
need dedicated drum machines. That's what we like. Bits that you know what are gonna do what you want them to do. This is my drums. This is
I've
my
got a V
bass.
machine. I still have the plastic on it.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, what?
Right then, I am going to have to go because it's 1:30 in the morning,
Oh, is it? Oh.
and I've got to be up.
Yeah.
And you've got a life, Robbie.
And I've got to get up and do the day job, and then I've got to do a bloody live show tomorrow night. So
Yeah, I've
Good
got a
luck,
customer
Robbie.
coming around really early in the morning, so I'm gonna have to
I'm ducking out as well.
say 1:30. Sorry, native mate. You've only just got
Only 6.5 hours today.
it's nothing personal, honest.
Hi.
Oh well.
But think about it this way: there's only 17 and a half more hours to go, and then you'll have Pro Synth Network. So it's not long.
With Adam.
And with Adam and.
So we don't have to put up with this stopgap.
No. No. We've got lots of interest. We've obviously got Adam on to talk about his stuff, but there's some interesting news things, like time and space, going up the Swanee.
I've got to say, it's been a very interesting show to be a part of tonight. Thank you very much.
That's been very good.
Again, as usual, it's covered a great many different things.
As you would do down the pub.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
And all
you.
I've had is one G&T.
And none of us have started a
It's a
fight
human
yet.
experience stream.
A virtual fight.
Yeah.
Put 'em up.
Well-
Put 'em up.
Wait, are you looking at my bird?
Are you looking at my DX7?
Oi. You want some? You want some? Want some?
I'll start off. I'll bid everyone good night. It's been great chatting, and
Same.
nice to
All
see
right, buddy.
everyone in the chat.
You
Cheers,
too.
And I'll
Saz.
catch everyone tomorrow evening for Pro Synth
No, this
Network.
evening. This evening.
Good
Oh,
night,
okay.
Sassy.
Yeah.
I'll see everyone in a bit.
Am I on that as well?
You
Bye,
are.
Sassy.
Cheers. Good night.
well, I'll see you all in the chat later on tonight.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
All right,
I
you all
won't
take
see
care.
you.
Yeah, I'll go get some beauty sleep. Have a good
talking.
one.
Cheers.
We haven't got that long,
Speak to you all
mate.
soon. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
I think we should say, let natives say hello and goodbye at least.
Oh, at least.
At
well, yeah,
least.
okay.
Poor native, he's just joined. He's just.
Stage is yours.
Hello.
Full screen
Bye-bye.
in.
Love you, native, and love your brother. I love your virtual brother. Goodbye.
Right. See you guys later.
Everybody take care. Look after yourselves.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.